Letters from 5594. The Year in Review. 5594 was the year when Reb Noson finished building the AOYZ. Reb Noson's daughter, Chana Tzirel, gave birth to a baby girl who was named Esther Shendel, after her mother, Reb Noson's first wife. It was also a year of tragedy, as Reb Yitzchak Isaac, the son-in-law of Rebbe Nachman, passed away. He was Sarah's husband, and when she passed away in 5592, Reb Yitzchak Isaac married Adil, who was to help raise her sister's children. Widowed once again, Adil returned to live in Breslov. It was a year of growth for the Breslov Hasidim, and for Shavuot, some 80 fiery followers visited Reb Noson. However, this aroused very jealous feelings among Reb Noson's detractors. How can a leaderless Hasidut with a dead Rebbe keep on growing? It was a turning point in the opposition to Breslov Hasidut and was to have very serious repercussions in the following years. With thanks to God, Sunday, Noach, Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter on Friday. You know, while in most of your letters the sound of your cry reaches all the way to the heavens, you do nonetheless give yourself correct and true responses. This is particularly true of what you wrote in your last letter, that there is no way for you to flee except by setting fixed times for Torah study. True and firm, well-founded, enduring, and straight is what you said, because without a doubt Torah and prayer are the main refuge from all that comes upon a person every day. As our sages said, I created the evil urge, and I created Torah to season it. And it is written, were the Torah not my delight, I would have perished in my affliction. Pay close attention to these words and know well that, from the day I was born until today, there was almost no time that I did not go through everything you are going through. And at each point it seemed to me that there was practically no hope, God forbid. But God helped me every single day in the most incredible way by anticipating each thing and giving me life with gems of wisdom that restore the soul through the stream which flows forth, the source of wisdom. Remember that there is no such thing as time. Everything just keeps flying by like a passing shadow. But within this passing shadow, it is possible to spend a little time in Torah and a little in prayer. A little time conversing with God, in screaming, pleading, and sighing, and in raising up one's eyes to God. A little in conversation with others about matters of devotion, and a little about mundane matters. A little time in trade and business, and a little time taking care of the necessities of the body, such as eating, drinking, sleeping, and so on. So one day passes, and so many days. And in the course of these days God has mercy and sends the salvation and help that we need, for He will not be at odds with us forever. The main thing is not to think from one day to the next. Do not let your thoughts disconcert you, neither about past nor about the future. As far as this hour of this day is concerned, you will be able to jump, skip, and flee from all that you need to flee from through this advice. The main thing is the salvation of God and the great and marvelous deeds which He does for every person, every moment of every day, as we say, and for your miracles which are with us every day, and your wonders and favors which are with us every moment. This is especially true since we rely and lean upon the power and merit of a mighty man such as the Rebbe, who cautioned us himself to trust in his very great power, which surpasses all else. I do not have time to go on any longer because, thank God, I presently have important guests in my home, as the carrier of this letter will tell you. With God's salvation and great wonders, we were happy yesterday at the third meal. My heart lifted up my feet with that wind which blows in the 6 joints of the arms and the 6 joints of the legs. And I danced a great deal, with God's help, in a way I could not on Simchat Torah. It was all through the great miracles and loving kindness of God. Who can utter the mighty deeds of God? The carrier of this letter will tell you more. Inspire and bring yourself to joy over last Rosh Hashanah, and over the fact that we hope and wait to be there next Rosh Hashanah. Rejoicing in God is your fortress, and will enable you to engage in Torah many hours every day, and in prayer and conversation with God. May God speedily help you and send you salvation everywhere that you need it, swiftly and soon. With God's help, Wednesday, Lekleka 5594. My dear, beloved son, may his light shine. Greetings. I received one letter of yours on Sunday, and another one today. Thank God I was somewhat pleased on Sunday, when you brought me to joy over your little bit of salvation. But even then, on Sunday, I knew that you still needed a lot of salvation and mercy, and I saw the same thing again in your letter today. As we have already spoken about a great deal, one must constantly give thanks for the past and make requests for the future. I have already considered it carefully, and I have looked at the ways of the world. I see clearly that if a person wants to focus on what is lacking, he will always lack very much. For even the richest and most powerful people still feel the lack of a great many things that seem to them to be necessities. On the other hand, if a person remembers that everything is an unearned kindness, that man came naked from his mother's womb, and that everything he has is only the result of great kindness, then he can be very happy with everything he has, even a torn cloak and patched-up shoes, God forbid. How much more if he has some other old garment, even one made of thick, rough cloth? And even when it comes to serving God, a person must be constantly looking to rise ever higher, still. When he sees that he is going through a difficult time, he must constantly encourage himself with every last good point that is in him. Through all the sufferings and tribulations which a person constantly endures, he must apply this advice zealously. The bitter physical and spiritual exile which prevails right now, God save us, over the Jewish people as a whole, and over every individual person as well, for each person must endure so much, and knows in his own soul the extent of his own wrongdoing, is so extremely bitter and harsh that even just to live is almost impossible. But our continued existence and vitality come essentially through a miracle from God, through the tremendous loving kindness which He extends to us every moment of every day. This is all included in the holy words that the Rebbe spoke on the verse, "In suffering you gave me relief." That relief is also to be found even within the suffering itself. This is in addition to the way that God in His kindness so often releases us from our sufferings. I have already explored the whole matter, and I know that, when it comes to serving God, the essential source of vitality derives from the teaching, "I will sing to God with what I have left." In worldly matters, the struggle for livelihood and overcoming suffering, God save us, one must apply the teaching, "In suffering you gave me relief," which I just mentioned. Remember these words well, because even though we have discussed them often, we must never allow them to grow old for us. They are our very life. King David said regarding all this, "If God had not been my help, my soul would have nearly dwelt in the grave. Whenever I said my foot has slipped, your kindness, God, upheld me." Similarly, he said, "The evil man watches for the righteous and seeks to kill him. God will not abandon him to his hand." The sages said that it is implied in this verse that if God were not to help him, a person would not be able to prevail. There are many other similar statements. It is time for the afternoon prayers, and the urner has just come to my house, so another day comes to an end. And then the heart bids farewell to the wellspring, and the wellspring to the heart, with songs and praises. The day is just about to expire, and then, God forbid, the heart will expire. Just then, the great man arrives, a man of true loving kindness, and grants one day, as a gift, to the heart. Happy are the ears that hear such words, even today, and they were exceedingly joyful. So must we, with God's help, rejoice over this very much, even from within the mire, both physical and spiritual. Still, from within such deep mud and mire, in such abysmal depths which, because of our many sins in the footsteps of the Mashiach, have spread themselves now throughout the world. We have been privileged to hear awesome words such as these, wonders such as these. Awesome, awesome wonders. And if we were to say wonder of wonders 10,000 times, it would still not be enough, even for one word of this awesome story, the like of which has never been heard. We can truly say, happy are we, happy are we. With thanks to God, Sunday, Che Sarah, 5594. My dear beloved son, you will find enclosed here a letter from me which I prepared on Wednesday. What can I add? I have already written you so much. The letters that you already have surely contain enough for whatever might come upon you. I do not remember if I spoke to you in person about the Midrash on He made everything good in its time. I spoke about this yesterday at the third meal, and it seems to me that I must have talked about it with you. It is impossible, though, to explain it in a letter. You must know and believe that, no matter what, a person always has free choice. As for what is beyond his control, that is not his affair. With God's loving kindness, you will skip and jump over everything, through the great power of Torah and prayer, through the great power of the Holy Elder, and through whatever holy advice we have been worthy of gleaning from him. Ultimately, everything will turn into good, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. On that day, the sin of Israel will be sought and searched for, to turn them all into merits, and they will not be there. That is, they will be included in infinity. My son, has anything like this ever been heard? But we heard it with our own ears, from his holy mouth itself, from the mouth that actually achieved the Torah and prayer of God. He didn't have to be ashamed before anybody. Therefore, our hope is still strong that we will achieve the everlasting joy upon their heads forever, since we have been privileged to hear lessons and prayers such as these. With thanks to God, Wednesday, Che Sarah, 5594. You should know, my dear son, that the garment was completed on Monday, and I prayed in it today for the first time. It is well made and beautiful. May God reward your deed, and may He give you full recompense by allowing you to remove your soiled clothing and to don fine garments. Since I have not yet received your letter, I have nothing to write you right now. Besides, I have already written you a tremendous amount, and there is enough in there to encourage you and to keep you happy at all times. Just be strong and determined. With thanks to God, Friday, Erev Shabbat, Toldo 5594. My dear beloved son, may he live. I prepared the enclosed letter to Petersburg last Tuesday night. It was the hand of God that directed my thoughts, so that I composed the letter just then, and I did not intend to write him things like these either, but everything came forth from God. I was hoping to send the letter immediately on Wednesday too, but there was no messenger that day. Then there was none today either. No doubt this is all for the best. I received letters from you both on Wednesday and today, and both of them were full of loud and bitter cries. Even though I really do not know what to say to you, and I have been rather busy today with some business, besides which it is afternoon on Erev Shabbat, I have still decided to compose a letter to you now. You will also find enclosed here a letter to Petersburg. Try to be quick about sending it off, because it concerns an important community matter, as you will see. I have left the letter unsealed for you to read. It seems to me that the letter may also serve as a response to you, and you will be able to relate things in it to yourself. If there is still hope for Reb Zev, to whom the letter is written, being, as he is, in Petersburg, and in the situation that he is in, there is certainly still hope for you. Everything that I said to him was the honest truth, because the Rebbe really was directing his words even at him, and certainly then, my dear son, he was directing them at you. It seems to me that this alone should give you good cause to be extremely happy and to express gratitude to God for your situation, that at least you have been saved from being far away in Odessa, not to mention in Petersburg. The difference between your two situations should be obvious to you, even though you are presently experiencing so many difficulties. It should also give you an inkling of what it would be like if you were to entertain more ideas such as those that you have. May God save you from wandering to distant places, God forbid, and especially to places such as these. If all this is still not enough to ease your pain, know and remember well what our master, teacher, and Rebbe wrote. Review these words and set them firmly upon your heart. God is great, and we know absolutely nothing of it, even when it comes to you people and to wherever each one of you has fallen. For there is a phenomenon whereby a thing undergoes a complete and total transformation and becomes something else entirely. He finished by saying, as long as one does not despair from crying out. Thank God you have not despaired at all of crying out, and without a doubt the sound of your cry rises up to heaven. But, my beloved son, you let yourself become too frightened. Do not let the pain affect you so much, God forbid. All the more so as you have already seen many times the kindness that God has done with you. Do not fear, and do not be afraid. He will certainly not ignore you forever, and everything will turn into good. As for somebody's abusing and cursing you, God forbid, do not let it cause you pain. It is explained in all the books that this is highly beneficial and provides atonement for sins. No curse comes in vain, but rather it will turn into blessing. It is certainly not for nothing that we pray every day, save me today and every day from insolent men and from insolence. And to those who curse me, let my soul be silent. With God's help, you will understand how to conduct yourself in this regard. But God forbid that you should become so upset over it. The truth is that a person must take hints on how to draw close to God from everything that happens to him every day. But God forbid that you should be dejected and depressed over everything. It is already known that man was born to suffer, and there is no day without suffering. King David already cried out, I am used to suffering, and my pain is always before me. Our father Jacob said, as I have been bereaved, I will be bereaved. There are many other such statements. How much more is it true for people of little worth like me today, that everything is great loving kindness from God, especially since, with God's help, we constantly see amazing favors, even within the pain and suffering itself. In many cases, God even rescues us from evils and pains completely. It is good to thank God for all the loving kindness that He bestows upon us every day. Above all, that we were able to know about such a light and not to oppose Him, God forbid. In this, with God's help, we have something to constantly encourage ourselves through everything that comes upon us. Because He went out before us, and He will surely finish what He started, to save us eternally. For the honor of Shabbat, and because the ink is not coming out well on the paper, I must cut this short. If God is with me and sends me more to say after Shabbat, God willing, I will write more, as God in His mercy desires. This will suffice for now. Be strong and determined, and make yourself happy in the joy of being a Jew. With thanks to God, Sunday, Vayetze, 5594. My dear son, may he live. I received another letter from you today, and they all speak the same language. I already have a letter here that I wrote for you on Friday, and I do not have time to write any more right now. But what can I add anyway? Surely the Holy One, blessed be He, does not rule over His creations like a tyrant. Everything is surely for the best. Today, too, you have to know and remember as well that God is very great and that His mercy up to now has helped you very much indeed. Believe that God's kindness never ends and that His mercy never ceases. Believe that everything will soon turn into good with God's help. Do not allow your pain to affect you so much. Get into the habit of diverting your mind and of forcing yourself to forget your pain, especially the needless fears and downheartedness that all your troubles have given you. It is all folly and foolishness. The main thing is to forget about them and put on a pleasant and happy face. If you act happy, you will really come to be happy. You really don't have that much time to think about this anyway, since you need to pray, study quite a few things, express yourself before God, conduct your business, and eat and drink. Try to give yourself no time to think about sadness and fears like these. A person really can choose to divert his mind, even from actual pain and suffering, God forbid. Certainly, when a person diverts his mind and forgets about things such as these, they vanish completely, as you can understand for yourself. It is not necessary to go on about this because such things do not need repeating. Push these thoughts from your mind and brush them away completely. Do not pay them the slightest attention and don't worry about how they may be affecting you. Rely on the power of the Holy Elder who can turn everything into good. You should know that I spoke this Shabbat about stories from primeval years and how they awaken people from their slumber. Who has heard things like these? Who has seen them? Let us be glad and rejoice in His salvation that He has helped us thus far to hear wonders such as these to inspire us forever. Do not forget all that has been spoken between us concerning each and every story. We still have much to say about this with God's salvation. Just be strong and determined. And always be happy. All will be well with God's help. Wednesday, Vayitze, 5594. My dear beloved son, may he live. I received your letter just now, and it encouraged me, for after all the pain that I had from your previous letters, anything is good news with his kindness. Everything you wrote me about Reb Nachman, may he live, Reb Zev of Petersburg, and about Reb Mordecai, heralds sprouting of salvation through God's amazing kindness. May God grant His salvation and quickly bring everything to a good finish. Your letter reminded me to add something that I left out from the little book I am putting together right now, and to copy what is written at the end of the stories. Good news can enable you to say psalms. I therefore give you a blessing right now that from now on you may say psalms every day, with true emotion and concentration, and that you may thereby be worthy of truly returning to God. I very much want you to copy this book soon because it is extremely wondrous and precious. I just recently finished it, with God's help, but it still needs binding and some editing. I trust God that it will encourage you greatly. May your eyes see and your soul rejoice. Look and see, my dear son, the sprouting of salvation every day. Without a doubt, the one who has begun will bring everything to a good finish. Understand well what I just wrote, because the one who has begun is the Creator. May He be blessed. The first and unique, may His name be blessed forever. He began by creating the world for His chosen people Israel, and He will surely finish what He has begun by bringing us close to Him as He desires, by removing our stone hearts from our bodies, and by giving us hearts of flesh. I longed very much to elaborate more, but the carrier of this letter is in a hurry. Monday, Vayishlach, 5594. Greetings to my dear beloved son, may he live. I received one letter from you on Thursday and another one yesterday, along with the 63 Gedolim for the redemption. May it be His will that the strict judgments be sweetened for them through a supernal wonder. Be sure to keep me informed about the salvation that you wrote about. May God bring everything to a good end for you in every respect, physically, spiritually, and financially. May you not have struggled in vain, God forbid. May you be able to truly come closer to God through all that He brings about for you every moment of every day. I really have no time to write at the moment because I am presently between my Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam Tefillin. God willing, we will soon be together during the approaching holy days of Chanukah. May God grant us in His salvation that we should receive these coming days of Chanukah in the appropriate joy, holiness, and purity. I cannot go on now, but you will probably hear some things that I have said from the carrier of this letter, words that will give life to your soul and strength and fortitude to your heart to always trust in God and to begin anew at every moment, literally like a small child in school. I spoke on Friday, Erev Shabbat, with the carrier of this letter in this vein, and if you remind him, you may receive some words from him on this topic. May God, who is good, guide you on the path of truth in every respect. May He give you success in this world and the next eternally. Extend greetings to all our comrades with a mighty love, particularly to my illustrious and cherished friend, Reb Nachman, grandson of our master, teacher, and Rebbe. Urge him to send me a letter at once and be certain to speak with him frequently. Rouse him and strengthen him, for this is highly beneficial both to him and to you. As you know, We were very strongly urged many times by our great Rebbe to converse with words of truth and faith, end quote, to receive from one another. With thanks to God, Sunday Vayeshev 5594. My dear beloved son, may his light shine. I received your letter just now, and you failed to mention in it anything concerning the salvation about which you said last week you would write me. I was filled all last week with pain and yearning, because not only did you not inform me about this salvation of yours, but I received no letter at all from you in 2 deliveries, Wednesday and Friday. I longed deeply today to see a letter from you, and it just now arrived. You failed to mention anything about the salvation, though, and it is replete with loud and bitter cries. I, too, am full of suffering right now, from my livelihood, which is tight beyond description, my health, and most important, from my religious devotions. On top of this, I must bear the onus of great numbers of the Jewish people, may they live. Every one of them is full of worries about all these things, and in the most important area, religiously, they are being attacked and assailed endlessly, particularly in the realm of thoughts, which are the essence of the impulses. The holy days of Chanukah are very close now, and I must prepare holy anointing oil, that is holy wisdom, for the public on Chanukah. This is in addition to those things which I cannot write about at all. Through all of this, I have no one at all to lean on but our Father in heaven, and on the power of the Holy Elder. Even though I do have tremendous pain and suffering from your letter, still, in suffering, you brought me relief. For I have found, through his kindness, a great bestowal of good, right in the middle of the pain itself. God save us in the future. For I see that my words, which are the words of our master, teacher, and Rebbe, are even now extremely helpful to you, and that they inspire and encourage you tremendously. Believe me, nothing that you wrote is news to me. I have experienced exactly the same things many times, and for long durations. At the time it seemed to me that I could not go on living even one more day, even one more hour. But I thought, in any case, I will keep making the attempt, and I will do my best all the time to divert my mind from what I need to forget. The main thing is, at the very least, to remain uninvolved in negative thoughts. If I can occasionally grab some good too, even better. The main thing is to get through the day with as little involvement in the thoughts as possible. Besides this, I still needed to cry out to God very much, and to put forth many requests. I also needed to pass many hours in various kinds of joking and silliness, and most likely I must have spent many hours studying, particularly my regular scheduled study sessions. So the day would pass, and so many days and many years. If I were to actually describe it, my dear son, even a small fraction of it, there would be no end to it. Thousands of pages would not be enough, so that while certainly no two people are exactly alike, and particularly with regard to nuances in character, there are a great many variations. Nonetheless, I myself experienced exactly all the things that you write about. Thank God for all you write about how you are encouraging yourself. This is good and firm and correct. I wish, however, that you would fortify yourself in this way even more. Gird your loins like a warrior, my dear son. Lift up your eyes to heaven, and gird your loins mightily. Trust the power of the Elder of Holiness, because he is always in front of us, in this world and the next. For God's sake, brother, steel yourself. The Rebbe has already said that even if someone is in his sickbed and terribly weak, lying there gripped by his illness, you should still tell him to be strong with words such as, "Don't let yourself slip, rouse yourself anew," and other such words of encouragement. For if he listens and fortifies himself, it is very beneficial in bringing about his recovery and in helping him regain his strength. This certainly then applies to you who, thank God, have someone to lean on through God's great loving kindness. This past Shabbat, I spoke a lot on the subject of Chanukah, how they are days of thanksgiving and how a person must follow this path and always thank and praise God's great name. Even amidst the sweep of pain and distress, God save us, a person should give thanks to God's great name for the great kindnesses that he has done for him thus far, and for all the great favors that he finds within the suffering itself, as in suffering you brought me relief. It is precisely this expressing gratitude for the past amidst one's suffering that enables one to cry out over the future. This would be the intent of the statement of our sages about prayer. Praise for the past and cry out for the future. Praise for the past allows one to cry out for the future. I have already spoken about this, and I am sure you have heard a lot from me on this subject. But it is necessary to repeat it very frequently, and really to practice it. I very often inspire myself greatly this way. Through all your letters and your pain, I encourage myself by this means alone, by thanking God for all the kindness He has done with me and with you, in that you at least cry out about your distance from Him, and I thank Him for the marvelous kindness He has bestowed upon us, that you are not a mitnagid, God forbid. As you wrote yourself in this last letter of yours, God has provided you with the cure in advance of the illness. Without a doubt, it is the dear, undeniable truth that God has provided you and all of us with a great and eternal cure in advance of the crushing blows which strike every single one of us. For this, we are obliged to thank God wholeheartedly every day for all the kindness, all the marvels, and all the favors that He has done with us, and that we are able to know about a light such as this, and of holy and awesome lessons in conversations such as these. The more the pains, sufferings, and troubles rise up against us, God save us, the more we are obliged to give thanks, that even though I am like I am, nonetheless, He has shown me such kindness that I know about the Rebbe and I do not oppose him. I am also privileged to travel for Rosh Hashanah, and to be included and counted among His precious followers. May they live long days and years. For our gathering is highly precious to God. You ought to know that, though all the followers go through what they do, and many of them go through what you do and more, God save us, not everyone comes through the same. There are among them many very fine and upright people, in whom God takes great pride and delight. And the truth is that God has great pride and delight in all the followers, and certainly in you as well. It goes without saying, then, that when the whole congregation of all the followers gathers together, there ascends incalculable delight with God's help. An understanding of this glimmers in my heart, but I cannot express it. I know that, with God's help, you believe and accept all this. So that, thank God, you have more than enough to inspire yourself at all times, no matter what happens. You also have enough to always give thanks for the past. Even in times of suffering, God save us. This will enable you to be truly alive at all times. And you will also be able to cry out for the future. You should also know that, even though you have endured all that you have, you nonetheless can control your thoughts, and that it is absolutely impossible to think two thoughts at once. Even if, nonetheless, you have already failed very often in this regard, as if you could not control your thoughts, God forbid, against this. You know the truth yourself, that you have already benefited tremendously just by knowing that you cannot think two thoughts at once, and that a person can direct his thoughts as he wishes. Likewise, and this is the most important thing, you can give thanks that you know about sitting and doing nothing as it applies to thoughts. And when you apply everything that I wrote you, begin constantly anew. The main thing is, make yourself happy. Even if it is not sincere, act as if you are happy, and you will eventually be worthy of true joy. Let joy in God be your fortress, so that you can skip over everything untouched, and it will all turn into good. Then we will offer complete thanksgiving for His great loving kindness and marvels. May God, in His tremendous mercy, make us worthy of receiving in joy the holy days of Chanukah, and may we always be worthy of gratitude and thanksgiving, which is the main delight of the world to come. May we also study every day many laws from the 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch, until the truth shines forth in the square of speech, and we will be able to extend the joy of Shabbat to the other 6 days of the week. Thereby, absolute unity may be revealed amidst all the world's diverse phenomena. Happy are we who can speak about this, especially since, thank God, we have in our possession this entire lesson and the awesome prayer which emanates from it. We also have many, many more similar awesome lessons, along with the prayers which emanate from them, and by which delights rise up before God that never before ascended. Incline your ear and your heart. Hear and understand well what is happening. For if indeed we are beset as never before, there is still a greater measure of good with God's help. He, in his kindness, provided cures in advance which tower above all else. For never before were there cures for the soul such as these, which work even for the mortally sick of these times, in the footsteps of the Mashiach. The word of our God will endure forever, and he will surely finish well with you too. He will not abandon you, and he will not forsake you, for the kindness of God never ends, and his mercy never ceases. We can see a little of this literally every day, and much, much more are we required to believe in his kindness and great, never-ending goodness. Just be strong and determined. With God's help, Wednesday, Vayeshev, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter, and I was really delighted to see the great inspiration that you got from my last letter. May God always make us happy with his salvation and his great, never-ending, loving kindness. Today, not long ago, Reb Mordechai, may his light shine, left here, and I sent with him 2 sections of the new book for you to copy. I am sure they will inspire you, with God's help. So I do not need to write very much here. How happy you made me with the good news that we have a new baby boy from the holy stock. May it be God's will that this will be a sign and an omen of good, for them, for us, and for all Israel. Through it may a tzaddik sprout, and may his branches spread out. May a tzaddik blossom as a date palm. Give a wholehearted mazel tov for me, with gladness and joy to my friend Reb Nachman, Rebbe Nachman's grandson. May his light shine. May God always give us good news until we merit the coming of the carrier of good news of all Israel, of our deliverance and the redemption of our souls, quickly, in our days. Amen. May God send your wife, may she live, a full and speedy recovery, and may there always be peace and tranquility in your home, that you may be able to serve God amidst abundant joy. Extend greetings to our illustrious friend Reb Nachman. May his light shine, the grandson of our pride and glory, our master, teacher, and Rebbe. Give him my blessing of Mazel Tov, that he may raise his son to Torah, Chuppah, and good deeds with length of days and years. Amen. May it be his will. With thanks to God, Sunday night, Mikitz, the 3rd day of Chanukah, 5594. My dear beloved son, greetings. Do not fear, and do not be afraid, because God is with you. I received your letter just now, but I do not have time to give you a lengthy response. I really do not know what to write anyway. Your efforts to provide what I need for next Shabbat are good and kind indeed. May God repay your deed, and may he give you full recompense. I do not know, though, why you so much want me to tell you precisely how much I need for Shabbat. The truth is that I do not know myself. You wrote that I can get flour and meat here, and this is excellent. If you can bring additional money, even better. You know that we need a great deal, and this week I have to pay for wood and candles. These too are also supplies for Shabbat. There are many other necessities, but I will not impose everything on you, God forbid. Just do what you can, and God will do what is good and finish for us. God willing, I will write you again on Monday. I can really write nothing more because the carrier of this letter is extremely pressured, as he has not yet received the letters. May God rejoice your soul and save you in whatever you need to be saved. Thank God, last Shabbat as well, there was more than a minyan's worth of guests. May God increase their numbers. I also had a number of guests remain in my home this week. May God help us provide what we need for them. And the main thing is to provide for their spiritual needs, which is the reason they came here. May God finish for me. With thanks to God, Wednesday night, the 6th day of Chanukah, 5594. May God shine his face upon you, and may he favor you with an illumination of holy Chanukah. I just now received your letter before the lighting of the Chanukah candles, and I was really delighted. especially with the good deed you did by writing to my friend R.S., may his light shine, in Odessa. You were more than successful, thank God. If you knew what a great mitzvah you did, and the great merit of your deed from several angles, both for me and more so for him, you would undoubtedly be full of joy. Thank God, who has helped me thus far. At the moment I have no time to go on because the carrier of this letter is very pressured, and I have people waiting for me to whom I must speak. May God bring us to joy with the miracle of Chanukah, and may He now too perform miracles and wonders with us, so that we may become worthy of truly knowing Him amidst great joy. God willing, you will come here safely tomorrow, and I will tell you what has been happening here face to face. With thanks to God, Sunday, 10 Tevet, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter just now with the folios, and I sent for the young men to send you more. I received the 2 gold pieces and the clock on Monday, I think it was, though I did not receive any letter that day. At the moment I am a little weak, and I was in bed all day. I even prayed like that. May God soon give me strength, for His great name's sake. You understand for yourself that I have no energy to write a long letter, but, God willing, when Reb Yaakov returns home, maybe you will hear from him some good discussions that we had. Thank God, yesterday on Shabbat we spoke a lot about how every person needs a great deal of advice in order to rescue his soul, and I went through the lesson. Rabbi Shimon rejoiced. I then spoke about the lesson and taught some amazing new ideas on it. Who knows, though, if he will be able to relate them properly to you. You are receiving 5 folios, 1 in order from the beginning, and 4 at the place where you've reached. It is impossible right now to send many that are in sequence, but it doesn't really make any difference. Do your best to copy them quickly and to send them back. May God help you to truly fulfill them and to derive true, deep advice from them on how to constantly fortify yourself in God and His holy Torah every moment of every day. With thanks to God, Sunday night, Vayeki 5594. Greetings to my dear beloved son, may his light shine. I received your letter and I was pleased. God helped me, and thank God, I recovered my strength. It is totally impossible to speak about the things that I must endure every day. It seems that the more people one has depending on one, the more one must endure. May God have pity on me and save me in all that I need saving. It is whom the verse is describing. I examined myself, and I saw that I am like a solitary bird on a roof. Psalms 102-8. Through God's great kindness and mercy, I know what I know, and the things that assail me are practically infinite. While they are all really wondrous acts of kindnesses, my capacity to endure them has failed me. I had guests last Shabbat, including my in-law Reb Shlomo and his son Reb Itzela from Heisen, as well as Reb Yaakov, may his light shine, who was already here. On Friday night I sat at the table, and we spoke lovely words of truth flowing forth from their source. Shabbat day, at the start of the morning meal, I got the pain in my abdomen. This is the ailment from which I was to pass away in the year 5605. Afterwards I said, the grace after meals, and, by God's kindness, slept a little. Immediately when I woke up, the pain flared up intensely. I sat there until very close to the afternoon prayers, as if in a stupor. I had no idea what to do. I had wonderful things to say, and the pain was trying to confuse me. But God, in His kindness, did not abandon me, and He bestowed His kindness upon me. Very close to evening, He gave me strength from heaven. He then added further to His loving kindness, and helped me speak in public all He had favored me with. And, thank God, they were most amazing things indeed. When I awoke in the morning, which was the 10th of Tevet, I was so weak that I had literally no strength at all. I could barely walk, and I was forced to pray lying down. Only with great difficulty did I manage to walk to the study hall to perform the circumcision on the son of Reb Chaim, the son of Reb Yaakov, the scribe. I came home and lay weakly in bed until evening. On Monday, thank God, there was some improvement. I altered my usual style just now to write you a little about my sufferings, since they are weighing on my heart. I thought that by talking about them, perhaps I would feel better. Maybe you can derive hints from them too, to strengthen yourself where you are. In spite of everything, God is helping me do good things. To write such holy books through His great kindness, and to talk to people and bring them closer to Him. Thus far, God has helped me. May He add to this thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions of times. Who has done amazing, unbelievable things like these other than He who sees from the beginning all generations? God is also shedding incredible kindness on you and on all those who stand there in the Rebbe's holy shade. Because I saw several times in your letter that, in spite of it all, you are expressing yourself to God with our holy prayers and other such activities, and that you are studying the holy Torah. Press on, my son. Press on. Do everything it is in your power to do. Do all that you can to strengthen yourself in joy. My real suffering is depression, but God has helped me, and He will help me to bring myself to joy over His salvation always. I do not have time to continue any longer. Sunday night, Shmot 5594. My dear beloved son, may his light shine. I received your letter. In short, I have not yet started to get ready to travel. I really do not want to go at all. But if I get another letter from there, and they force me to make the trip, then I will have to start thinking how to proceed. It does not look as if I will go this week. You may very well get further word from me on Monday, God willing, as to whether or not I have received another letter from there. For the time being, my intention is not to travel at all, just to Uman after Shabbat, God willing. If you can't come for next Shabbat, it would be good if you would come someday before that, since, shortly after Shabbat, I will travel to Uman, God willing. It would also be a good idea for Reb Nachman, the Rebbe's grandson, to come here for Shabbat, as I heard he would like to. May God help him accomplish his wish and overcome all the barriers. For, as we know, the barriers are always proportional to the loftiness of the goal. You just now gave me news about the will of Reb Yitzchak Isaac, of blessed memory, and I was quite pleased. Until now I had not heard a word about it. May God who is good guide me on the path of truth, and may He have mercy on me, and let things work out well, and save me the ordeal of having to make a trip there, which would be so hard on me. As you can infer from my last letter that I sent last week, I do not have the strength for this. I am leaning on God alone, and I will do as He wishes. I am quite pressured, and it is impossible to continue. The words of your father, the insignificant. With thanks to God, Wednesday, Vayera, 5594. My dear beloved son, you are receiving a letter which Reb Nachman, may his light shine, sent me. I am also sending you the letter to him, which you also need very much. Be sure to send it off to him quickly on the first express. The address is written on the letter. If you want to copy it, you may, only do not delay sending it in order to do so. The enclosed letter to Reb Nachman will be in place of the letter, which you are longing to get from me. Everything written in it is also directed at you, particularly the encouragement to speak privately with your Creator in Hitbodu, and to fortify yourself to be joyful. Write me immediately if you received this letter. May God always gladden our souls with His salvation. As I am sure you realize, you should also add some words to Reb Nachman, as he will be very happy to hear from you. I originally prepared this letter to send with Reb Yosef Breb Shmerel, the Rav's son-in-law, who is presently here, but he was delayed and did not go at all. The messenger was not here yesterday either. Meanwhile, a letter came from Kremenchug stating that I must go there, no excuses. So I am prepared to go next week, God willing, Torah reading Bo, either before that Shabbat or after it. I am not sure, since there is a delay with my travel permit. May God grant me a safe journey. I had already decided to send the letter to Reb Nachman in tomorrow's post from here, but it was by the hand of God that I just now got a letter from you. I was delighted to receive it because it has been several days now that I have had no letter from you. I then decided not to withhold the favor and to send the letter to him first to you. This is only on condition, though, that you forward it to him right away tomorrow, God willing. Do not hold on to it in order to copy it. Just read it carefully. Thank God, you already have many beautiful letters. If it does not involve any delay, though, you do have my permission to copy it. As you can understand for yourself, this is an extremely urgent letter because it has to reach him in time for him to come quickly to Uman to see me. God will do what is good, and he will accomplish his will and the will of those who fear him. I am too busy to write anymore. With thanks to God, Wednesday night, Shemini 5594. Greetings to my dear beloved son, Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. What can I tell you, my dear son? My soul was literally wasting away. So great was my pain all the days I was on the road, because I had no letter from you. I simply could not stop thinking about it, except when I was involved in some devotion, and I forced myself to remove everything from my mind. Afterwards, though, every time, my mind just could not relax due to my great distress, and it flustered me terribly through all the suffering and troubles that I went through during all these days. What can I say? How you cheered me when I found the letter that you did so well to write, waiting there for me in Uman. With God's help, my mouth will be filled with his praise that he has helped us to this point. In addition, I received a letter from you here yesterday, and today as well, through a carrier. I haven't time to respond to them, though, and besides, God willing, you will soon be at my house where, face to face, we will speak all that God places in our mouths. Now fortify yourself and bring yourself to joy mightily, because God is with us. Do not be afraid. Thank God, I brought a kosher and carefully inspected Torah scroll with me, the like of which is not to be found within 100 parsangs of here. The script is unbelievable. I also brought a decorative Torah crown with other splendid ornaments, a complete Talmud, and an Eyn Yaakov. It was all through God's salvation and awesome miracles. The poor man called out, and God heard him. Thus far has his mercy helped us, and he will never abandon us. If our mouths were filled with song, we would still be unable sufficiently to thank him. Warm greetings to all our comrades with a great and mighty love. Fortify your hearts, all you who hope in God. Strengthen yourselves determinedly to study Torah, to pray, and to petition God every day, because outside of this, everything is meaningless. Remember well the vanity of the world. Vanity of vanities, totally without substance. While everyone knows this, it must be repeated every single day, and we must snatch all we can every day. Maybe, just maybe, we will be able to rescue our souls from the great torrential waters, from the abyss of the vanity of this world. No matter what happens, the desire alone for holiness is also extremely valuable and good, and the effort to rescue oneself, even if one does not succeed as one might, is extremely valuable and good as well. No good effort, desire or wish is ever lost, but lasts for all eternity. In the end, all of a person's efforts and desires for good will join together to lift him out of the pit of destruction, from the deep mire, into light, where he will gaze upon the pleasantness of God. With God's help, Thursday, Metzora, 5594. My dear son, may he live. I just now received your letter, as I was occupied with some business. I do not know how to respond to it. For several years now, all your letters have been replete with great cries. What can I do? This is how God created human beings, to be constantly tested and embattled every moment of every day. I have already given you a lot of encouragement in accordance with what I received from the Rebbe. Study these lessons again and again. I have already told you as well that a great many things must come upon a person every day in this world. From this alone, it should be clear how many things a person must go through each and every day. It is good to thank God that you are nonetheless crying out to God so much every time, because no cry is ever lost. May you be worthy of fulfilling the Rebbe's words in their plainest sense, and express yourself before God every single day. Just as you scream to me in your letters, verbalize these words daily in speech between you and your Creator. Without a doubt, it will help you tremendously in this world and the next, eternally. Outside of this, I do not have a single piece of advice to give you, Just know and remember that, praise to the living God, we have someone to rely on, as you know, my dear son. With this power, you can constantly express yourself before God and pour your heart out like water before Him. You can also comfort yourself and bring yourself to joy over the incredibly great, holy, and awesome power of the Rebbe. If I had not had these things to console me in my desolation, I would have perished long ago, because you would not believe what I have endured. All my vitality and my hope each day derives from these things I just mentioned. I offer thanksgiving for the past, that, no matter what else, at least we have been able to be in the Rebbe's portion. With this, I have a small measure of strength to cry out, to plead, and to speak a little to God. Sometimes my heart opens up, and I can really express myself. Just when I said my foot has slipped, your kindness, God, sustained me, and I am worthy, at least, of feeling His great and eternal loving kindness. Finally, I dance for joy. This is how God helped me last Shabbat, when I danced, with God's help. It was the last thing I expected at the beginning of Shabbat. Thank God, who has helped me thus far. Know and believe that from the smallest of the small to the greatest of the great, every person, according to what he is, must suffer great bitterness every day in this world. If it were not for the salt, the world would be incapable of enduring the bitterness. How great is the loving kindness of God, that we are not opponents of the true tzaddik, the eternal covenant of salt, who sweetens the bitterness of the entire world. And they pay Him back evil for good by opposing Him. May God forgive them. Thank God that we have been saved from this. Javalt, you know nothing of what is taking place in this world. For we see that the more someone pursues this world, the bitterer is his life. And even if you are not entirely clean of desires for this world and its vanities, you nonetheless know well that it is all vain and empty, and you know about the true tzaddik, who sweetens the bitterness. All your hope is to Him, and your whole orientation is toward walking in His holy ways. You have been saved from unimaginable amounts of bitterness of all kinds, in this world and in the world to come. I have no time to continue. Let us be glad and rejoice in His salvation. I was delighted to hear how they are writing books in the house of Reb D. This is certainly a great salvation and wonder of God. Yet we still need further salvation and great mercy for the Rebbe's wellsprings to be spread abroad through the entire dispersion of Israel, to give them life forever. With thanks to God, Monday, 12 Nisan, 5594. My dear beloved son, you are receiving 2 letters, one to Reb Shimshon and one to Reb Hirschnemerover. I have left them unsealed for you to read. Seal them up properly so that outsiders cannot get their hands on them. Then send them off immediately to Odessa so that they will be delivered directly into their hands. It is time for the afternoon prayers, and I have no time to go on. Enjoy the happiness of the festival, and may you be worthy to welcome the approaching Holy Pesach in gladness and joy. The main thing is, regardless of where you stand right now, to view the entire order of devotions for Pesach and the counting of the Omer as completely new, because however you may feel, entirely original miracles will be performed with every single Jew on this holy festival, and you are certainly in their number, especially since we have been worthy of knowing about the Master of Miracles. For all the Rebbe's words and paths, so straightforward and so deep, which he left us as a good inheritance, are miracles, unfathomable, wondrous miracles. This should be enough for now to bring you to joy no matter what. I too have no joy or vitality, except through the things I just mentioned. The rest you can understand for yourself because we have spoken a lot about this. Thank God. The key is to remember them anew every day, particularly during special holy times such as these when we are commanded to relate at length the Exodus from Egypt, every year and every generation. My soul knows well that there is no one in the world who knows and experiences wonders such as the ones that we, in our poverty, have experienced. The mouth would grow weary of speaking, and the mind of trying to absorb the enormity of the wonders that the Master of Wonders did with us. in that we were privileged to receive such colossal and awesome lights from the light of lights. So far has God's mercy helped us, so we ought to pass our lives thanking, praising, and extolling every single day the one who did all these miracles for our fathers and for us in this generation, especially at this season at Pesach, when we are commanded to relate expansively the miracles that God did with us and that He does with us in every generation. Even the fact that I am writing you right now is also an open miracle. I never expected to find a traveler now so that I could write you words such as these. Blessed is the merciful one who has helped me thus far. With thanks to God, Monday, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter today and I really enjoyed it. I also received one in Hyson and, as a result, I did not travel by way of the village. At this point, I have no idea how anything is going to turn out. God will do what is good and bring everything to a good finish, in accordance with His will and the will of the true tzaddikim. May their merit protect us. According to your letter, you will soon be here, so I will not go on. It is time for the afternoon prayers anyway. Thank God, who had the carrier of this letter come my way. I have been waiting to write you this letter for 2 days now. I also received the letter from Petersburg, and I was pleased. God willing, we will talk about everything face to face. In all these things, you can see what is taking place in the world every day, and how it is impossible to have any life at all except through the holy words of our Master, Teacher, and Rebbe. From him alone derives the holiness of the salt that seasons the bitterness of the world. Without this, it would be impossible to live or exist at all. Happy are we to have at least been worthy of knowing the source of our vitality and who it is that animates us in all the worlds. Most of the world has not merited this. Waiting to see you soon in life, health, and joy. With God's help, Sunday, Naso, 5594. My dear beloved son, Reb Yitzchak, may his light shine. The carrier of this letter was at my house today. He is Reb Chaim from Lvov Lemberg, and he is your blood relative. His father was the brother of my mother-in-law, your grandmother. He ate at my home today, and he is an honorable man. He came to see you and me, since he is your flesh and blood. In the course of his journey to Kaminka, he will visit you at your home. Receive him properly, with an amicable countenance, and show honor to those whom I honor. Be sure to discuss with him how to send to him a letter in Lemberg by way of Radville, and in whose name it should be sent to Radville, and likewise, from Radville to him. Also find out how a letter may be sent to you from him, and give him your address so that we will be able to exchange letters easily. This is urgently important to us, because it could result in a great salvation regarding the printing of our books. Because from what he said we will be able to print there, with God's great salvation. He also bought a copy of Likutei Tefillo from me. You can understand for yourself the wonders of God which are occurring at every moment, every day. God will fight for us. We will remain silent and watch the great salvation which He in His loving kindness will do with us until the truth is revealed to the eyes of all. I do not have time to write any more. With God's help, Sunday Naso 5594. My dear beloved son, I sent you a letter today with a certain gentleman from Lemberg who is a blood relative of yours. I am sure you received it. I just received your letter along with the letters enclosed with it, and I do not know what to write you now. I do not have time to write you either, since I was occupied until midday entertaining my guest. I will tell you, my beloved son, the coming of this guest ought to be a great source of encouragement for you, because, even though we do not yet know what is going to sprout from it, the whole affair seems to me even now to be most remarkable. This was from God, and it is wondrous in our eyes. Every time a book leaves my possession and becomes the possession of someone else, it is something extremely precious. I know that it is very great. It is something I cannot explain. It is all the greater when a book is taken to some faraway place. He took the prayers from me just now, and he gave me a Kerbal. I made an arrangement with him, whereby we will be able to send him letters and to receive answers from him. Judging from what he said, we will be able to print there easily, with God's help, if we have the money. Salvation is in God's hands, because whatever of the Rebbe's work we have been able to complete up to now, it has all been accomplished in the most miraculous ways. I therefore believe that this whole incident too, which God in His kindness has sent our way today, represents a sprouting of salvation. For it is surely not for nothing, God forbid, that 3 times a day we make the blessing, who makes the horn of salvation sprout. We have had glimpses of it with our own eyes many times. It is impossible to articulate all that I feel about this. Just fortify yourself determinedly, and fill your soul with joy that we have the merit of being counted among this holy gathering, which is called in the Rebbe's holy, awesome name. I trust God that even in this world we will see more great miracles and awesome displays of salvation in connection with the Rebbe's holy work. And this certainly is true after good long years in the eternal world. There, every person will see the incredible gifts of salvation and the amazing, exalted, eternal kindnesses which God did with all of us as a group and with every single one of us individually. Every moment of every hour of every day. How great are the deeds of God! His thoughts are very deep. Then we will sing Him a new song of thanksgiving, and will say with joy, "What can I give back to God for all the favors He has done for me?" Right now, wherever we are, we ought to fortify our souls in this expectation. Because, thank God, we have someone to lean on, and much, much more, with God's help. The holy days of Shavuot are rapidly approaching. May the Master of Compassion have compassion on us, and let us complete the days of the counting of the Omer in holiness and purity, that we may, at least from now on, prepare ourselves as we should for the receiving of the Holy Torah on this approaching holy festival. And if we still need to break our hearts very much over this, to plead very much with God, if we still need to weep profusely before Him as a child cries before his father, that He will also bring us close to Him among the righteous of the Jewish people who are worthy of receiving the Torah on Shavuot, then even more than this must we fortify ourselves to be happy every day, because joy is the essential vessel by which we receive the Torah. This lesson speaks about the glimmering of godliness and nullification to the infinite, until the residual illumination shines in the intellect. It speaks about how Torah is brought forth from there through an abundance of joy, which is the vessel for receiving the Torah. All this is the underlying meaning of Shavuot, the time of our Torah. What can we say? What can we utter? If we entered the world only to hear this, it would have been enough. Enough and more than enough. So it is with every single lesson. Blessed is the Master of Compassion, who does incredible kindness in every generation. The words of your Father, who gives thanks for the past, and who is waiting for great acts of salvation in the future. Let us be glad and rejoice in His salvation. With thanks to God, Sunday, the day after Shavuot, 5594. My dear son, joy of my heart. I received your letter just now, as I was preparing to get some much-needed sleep. Many of our comrades are also waiting here to bid farewell and to go home. So you can imagine how busy I am now. Nonetheless, your intense love compels me to give you some response. As far as the kaftan is concerned, my dear son, you have acted well and out of sincere goodwill. May God repay your deed, for you have a great desire to support me even beyond your means. I cannot, however, accept your favor right now. Besides, I do not have the ruble for the strake and the other necessary accessories. Just now the group from Teplik promised to make me a garment, and I told them to make me a good kaftan. It may take some time, but I just cannot force the matter. God will do what is good. May He clothe me in garments of honor and salvation. May He wrap me in a cloak of mercy. How happy you made me with what you said in your letter. How good it was to hear. May you be worthy of fully putting into practice what I say, all of which emanates from the Rebbe's holy books, until you fulfill the desire of our master, teacher, and Rebbe by really and truly carrying out his teachings, to spend your days in Torah, prayer, and in teshuvah. to fill yourself anew every day with strong, good yearnings, longings, and desires, and to bring them from potential to actual. To articulate the longings verbally, to cry out, to languish as a heart for streams of water, until from heaven God will have compassion on you, and you will constantly be able to come to great joy through a broken heart, and to rouse yourself mightily at all times to be happy. For joy in God is our fortress. I do not have time to go on any longer. With the help of God, Monday, Naso, 5594, Breslov. From afar I will call greetings to my beloved in-law, my friend whom I love as myself, the learned, distinguished and famous, of illustrious descent, Reb Chaim HaKohen. May God be with him, and may he elevate him ever higher in Torah and dignity, until the coming of Shiloh. Amen. May it be his will. Your lovely words cast their light before my eyes, and I rejoiced over your words as one who finds a great treasure. I request of his honor that upon his safe arrival at his dwelling place, he will not delay in fulfilling his promise to write me immediately how he is doing, and especially with regard to the printing, to speak with the printers there, about whether or not I will be able to print our books, how much they want for them, how they like to print, and if there are in the vicinity people who would be likely to purchase them. About all this, he should inquire, as his wisdom sees fit, and send me his findings immediately to the community of Tolchen, by way of my son, Reb Yitzchak Sternhartz, with whom his honor is acquainted. Time does not allow me to continue any further. May he please be well, and may God grant him success in all his endeavors. May he continue to thrive to a ripe old age. May he flourish as a watered garden. With thanks to God, Wednesday, Naso, 5594. My beloved son, I received your letter just now, but the one you sent yesterday never reached me, and I do not know whom to ask about it. It was not good that you neglected to mention in your letter the name of the person with whom you sent it. I am upset about this, and especially about the letter from Petersburg. Let me know immediately with whom you sent it. Most likely I will get it. I do not have anything to write now, since you were just here, and I also wrote you a letter last Sunday. When I receive the letter you sent yesterday, I will be sure to respond further, God willing. Now, be strong and determined. Be glad, and rejoice in his holy salvation. That we have been able to draw water in joy from the well springs of salvation, whose holy waters, as we see for ourselves, never run dry. For even now his holy words flow forth like a gushing spring, as you are constantly seeing with your own eyes. May God make us all worthy of fulfilling the Rebbe's holy teachings at all times. You are also receiving a letter for Reb Chaim of Lemberg. Try to send it immediately to Kamenka. If you do delay and you find out that he has already left there, do not send it at all. But make every effort to send the letter to him right away, because you realize for yourself how hard we must work on something like this. Perhaps some great salvation will grow out of it. This is the way that God deals with us in his constant loving kindness and wonders. Everything that we have been able to accomplish in the Rebbe's holy efforts, and this especially applies to the printing, has come about through wonders such as this. We are obligated to make the effort, though, and to do what is incumbent upon us. Then God will do what is good. He has begun and will finish. May God finish for me. With God's help, Saturday night, Shalach, 5594. Warm greetings to my dear beloved son, Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. I received your letter Wednesday night, and my heart rejoiced over your salvation. Praise God. Through his kindness you bought a nice house. Even though I do know that the matter is somewhat burdensome for you, still you were right not to let a beautiful house like this go by. From what I have heard, and from what I can gather for myself, a nice, spacious dwelling like this does not come along every day for such a price. May God help you pay it off easily, and in his compassion may he give you in your house twice as much bounty, good, blessing, and great abundance. Be sure, as you know, to recite the entire Pentateuch before you move in. Also do what is written in the Alphabet book, and bring in a sword or knife before you move in. May you be worthy of studying Torah in your house with all your offspring. For many good years to come, amen. May it be His will. It would no doubt have been appropriate for me to assist you with a purchase like this, but as you know, I am not able to help you with money, even one pruta. This is especially true now, since I have to complete the construction of my own house. The only way I can help you is with prayer. As the sages said, He helped with prayer. Even more than this, the way that I encourage you to pray and to express yourself before God will help you and give you success. For this is the essential source of help and great salvation. It is just after the end of Shabbat, and I usually do not write now, right after Havdalah. But love overpowers all, and I have written you these brief words now, few in number but containing much. I do not have the energy, though, to go on any longer. With God's help, Sunday, Erev Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, 5594. My heart rejoiced at your lips' worthy utterances. My soul was sated as with marrow and fat when I saw your words, more precious than gold, which I just now received during my morning meal. I heard your words, and they were lovely. With what can I meet God, who has helped me thus far with His mercy and enormous wonders? That I have been able to speak such words and to have them enter the ears of my offspring. May they live. The truth, as you wrote, is that it is impossible to express these things even to oneself. This in itself displays God's greatness and the wonders that He does in every generation with every single Jewish soul. That He has bestowed His kindness upon us to such an extent that we are even able to discuss such matters verbally and in writing. These are things which stand at the very pinnacle of the universe, stretching up to infinity, and they extend down to the abysmal depths to inspire even me and you with the lovely pleasantness of their sweet, desirous glimmer of godliness. It is our duty to praise the Master of all, who has helped us in this orphaned generation, amidst such lowliness and destitution, to know and believe and speak about such holy things. What can we say? What can we utter? What can we give back to God for all the good He has given us? We must therefore fortify ourselves to be happy and joyful at all times, every moment of every day. We must constantly remind ourselves about these kindnesses, such wonders, that God does with us daily, and we must thereby fulfill. I will exult and rejoice over your kindness. Now I will relate to you, my dear son, the specific acts of salvation by which God has helped me these past days. After you left on Monday, near evening, after the afternoon prayers, they erected the building, setting the pillars and roof beams in place of my house. And it was no small task to erect the building so quickly. There were a great many impediments, but God helped me. On Thursday there were only 3 Gentile laborers working on the building, because it was a holiday for the people of Poland. The officials wanted to dismiss these 3 too, and they did. But after a lot of urging and a little bribery, they returned to work. Last Friday, we wanted to work on the building with a number of Gentile workers, but the officials suspended work on the building and told us not to begin again until we request permission of the governor of the city. We were a little upset about this, and work was off all day Friday. God helped us, and today Reb Nachman Yosef was able to get the governor to grant us permission to go on with the work. Blessed is God's great name, who has helped us thus far. So may He be with us, and send us money and all that we need for the construction, so that we may be able to complete it quickly and successfully, and to engage there in Torah, prayer, and in relating His might and the miracles that He has done with us from Egypt up till now, up until this generation and this hour. Know, my beloved son, that it was the money that you had ready to give me then, when you were here, that elicited those awesome words from my mouth, as they said, "With your mouth." This refers to charity, because speech is created as a result of charity. We saw this now for ourselves, because I had no idea that you would give me the money then. nor did I have any intention of speaking these words. I was extremely preoccupied at the time with such engrossing business as beginning the construction of a building such as this, but it was through the hand of God that I spoke those words, as a result of your great desire to hear, and of your kind and generous donation. May God repay your deed, and may your reward from God be complete. May the offerings of your mouth be pleasing to God. May He teach you His laws and guide you at all times on the path of right and good, that you may have eternal success. I am too busy to continue. I did not sleep all night and prayed early this morning, which I do not usually do these days, so you can imagine how much I need to sleep right now. But my love for you compelled me to write you these words right away to inspire you forever. Warm greetings to all of our comrades with a great and mighty love in this world and the next forever and ever. Strengthen and fortify your hearts, all you who hope in God. Accustom yourselves to speak with one another every day about the eternal goal, and to speak, each one of you, with his Creator. Thus you will receive from all the good points. Do not be ashamed in the slightest before those who mock you, because, praise God, we have nothing to be ashamed about in front of them. I do not have time to go on now. You are receiving a letter for Reb S. It was also through the hand of God that I wrote these words to him now. With God's help, Tuesday, Chukat, 5594. My dear beloved son, I just now received your letter and I was pleased. May God help you soon to enter your house in life and peace. May He provide you with a good neighbor, and may each one of you live peacefully in his section of the house. May you and your children for generations to come be worthy of engaging in Torah, prayer, and good deeds in your home, and of receiving worthy guests for many long good years until the temple is rebuilt on its mount. Amen. You should know now that the idea arose in my mind last week to travel to Uman in the near future, God willing. I intend to go either this Thursday before Shabbat or shortly after Shabbat to think about the completion of the building. For it is necessary to think and to pray about this a great deal. I raise my eyes to the mountains. From where will my help come? My help will come from God. Besides this, I also need to tend to the building of my own house this week, and my pockets are empty. But salvation belongs to God, and He will help with everything, for He has a great abundance of relief and deliverance. It might have been opportune for me to press you as well for what you still have to pay on the building in Uman, but I do not know if you can make the outlay right now. If, however, you can afford to give any sum, great or small, it would be very good. May God bless you and give you success, blessing, peace, and life twice over, as both you and your Father wish. Your Father who desires and yearns to rejoice over you, that you may fulfill, your father and mother will rejoice. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love. I request from Reb Mordecai and from all our comrades to send as much as they possibly can for the holy building in Uman. They should be sure to send it this week so that they will have a share in the completion of the holy, awesome edifice. With the help of God, Sunday Pinchas 5594. Warm greetings to my dear beloved son Reb Yitzchak, may he live. I have received 3 letters from you, but until today I had no one with whom to send a response. How very happy I was about the letter from Lemberg. Even if we still need great salvation and mercy for the good dividends that we are waiting for today, nonetheless, in a matter like this, it is good to thank God for the initial glimmer of the sprouting of salvation too. Regardless of what happens by His loving kindness, it is still no insignificant thing that letters are now coming from there concerning this matter. May God have pity on His people, and may He finish for us in accordance with His will and the will of those who truly fear Him. May God finish for me. Concerning the house that you bought, you also cheered me with the news that you dismissed the tenant. Judging from your letter, you prefer the second one to the first. Thank God you have already come to a fair compromise with him and have taken possession of the part that you wanted. In all this, it is good to thank God for the past and to make requests of Him for the future. My hands, too, are stretched toward heaven, that you will enter your house for a long life of good and peace. May you be worthy of engaging there in Torah, prayer and good deeds, you and your offspring, for many long years, for generations to come. May there be peace in your home and flourishing in your sanctuary. May you flourish to a ripe old age, and may you thrive as a watered garden. Amen. I have, praise God, a nice piece to say on the subject of the house of Israel that relates to the true, eternal goal, but I do not have time to explain it now, especially not in a letter. Our honorable friend Reb Naftali is here now. He is leaving today or tomorrow, and I have to talk to him, so I cannot go on any longer. May the Master of Salvation save you and grant you success in all your endeavors, and may the plans of those who rise up to harm you quickly be foiled. May you always direct your thoughts to the world to come, with every thought, word, and deed that comes to you each day. With the help of God, Friday, Erev Shabbat, Torah reading Pinchas, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter from Reb Pinchas Henyes, but I already knew from Reb Tuvia of Teplik that you had moved into your dwelling. May it be his will that you and your family will live long lives of good and peace there, and may you be worthy of engaging there in true service of God. May your house be a meeting place of scholars, a house wide open for bounty. May it be a house in which Torah and prayer are cultivated. Noon has already passed, and the holiness of Shabbat is rapidly approaching, so I have no time to go on. It appears that I will do no traveling at all, with God's help, until after Shabbat Nachamu. The words of your father looking forward to seeing you on Shabbat Nachamu. May we prepare ourselves from now for Shabbat Nachamu, that we may be worthy of being fully comforted from all our souls, pains by no longer retreating from him. This, above all else, is the essential comfort and salvation. With thanks to God, Monday, Menachem Av, 5594. My dear beloved son, may God quickly send you full recuperation, and may he give you a complete recovery. I just now received your letter with the 240 kopecks. In addition, there were a number of the small tin coins. I do not know how many. They are not mentioned at all in your letter, and I do not know to whom they belong. You can imagine how pained I am by your suffering. I do not know what to respond to you now in such a rush, because the carrier of this letter is very pressed. It is late in the day, almost time for the afternoon prayers, and the letter has still not reached me. I will be sure to inquire after it. I am surprised at you, my dear son, that you still do not know that every new day brings new and different barriers and confusions, more than can possibly be imagined. And it is all included in what the sages said. A person's evil urge is renewed in him every day, and if the Holy One, blessed be he, did not help him, he would not be able to prevail. The Rebbe also taught that every person must necessarily have some suffering every day, and that a great sweetening is needed if it is not to become overpowering. What's new about what you're going through now? You have to go with the words of the Rebbe, there is really nothing to do. Believe me, my dear son, some time ago you yourself wrote and reminded me of these words in your letter, that a person does not really have to do anything. You inspired me with them tremendously. Even though you originally heard them from me, still, at the time they had slipped from my consciousness and you recalled them for me. Then I saw the great value of our discussions where we receive from one another. You already know the most important thing is desire, and praise God you have good desires that are very strong. With them alone you accomplish tremendous good, with God's help. And in the meantime you snatch numerous acts of holiness. It is God who saves, and with God's help you will be able to study and pray more, for one who comes to purify is helped. But he is told to wait, so that even though a person has to have great eagerness and zeal, he also has to do a lot of waiting. I am sure you have already heard a great deal about this from me. Beyond all this is the most important thing of all, the power of the elder of holiness, the elder of elders, upon whom we lean. Praise God! We have someone to rely on, and a lot more, in this world and the next. Fortify yourself determinedly, my son, because God is right there with you. Do not fear, and do not be afraid. God will quickly come to your aid. You will recover your strength and, like an eagle, you will gain renewed vitality to begin afresh doing all that is in your power to do. As you wrote, there are presently all kinds of ailments and illnesses going around here too, and in the other towns. As for what you wrote, though, that you came down with this as a result of pain and worry, for this you must repent. This is no way. It is wrong of you to allow your pain to affect you so. You need to remind yourself as soon as something happens that everything that happens to a person is for his own good, and you must carry out the words of our sages. A person should always say, "Everything that God does is for the best." I can continue no more. My hands are stretched forth to God. May the Almighty give you compassion, great and pure compassion, with no admixture of judgment at all. May the compassion be in your hands, that you may merit all good in this world and the next, forever. With God's help, Sunday, Rie, 5594. My dear beloved son, I received your letter just now. If I am distressed that you suffered so much on the road for a prophet like this, nonetheless, I do have consolation in what you wrote, that you were reminded of the words of our master, teacher, and Rebbe, that travel is a rectification for the covenant, and that you were reminded of the mystical meanings of the month of Elul. You probably had many thoughts of Torah then, and should have expressed yourself before God about them, as we have spoken about many times. I assume you carried this out to some extent. As a result of what you did, we can hope to God that all will turn into good. You should keep in mind, too, that when a person is engaged in business dealings, all his effort and toil are considered to be toil for the sake of fulfilling a commandment, and this is extremely precious. Thank God they worked on fixing up the sukkah at my house all day Friday, and, God willing, we will work on it tomorrow and the days following. But there is just no money. I will let you know through Reb Nachman what is happening with this. God will do what is good. May He supply our needs honorably, and may He help us to be as He, in His good, truly wishes us to be. May He help us complete the work of the Rebbe and benefit the public eternally, the words of your father, who is rather busy. God helped us to be very happy at the third meal, which was the last thing I expected. On the contrary, I was feeling rather down and broken-hearted at the time. But God helped me with His wonders to turn everything to great joy until it reached my feet. Thank God who has helped me thus far. Reb Nachman can tell you more, God willing. We must remember all this. Everything that happens to each person, and especially all that happens in my house, is through God's kindness and wonders. For all that happens with us in this passing world is no insignificant matter. It is necessary to put the past out of one's mind so that it does not bother one in one's prayer and devotion. As our master, teacher, and Rebbe said, in this respect, forgetfulness is a wonderful trait. Nonetheless, everything has its time, and one must be constantly vigilant to remind oneself about what one is doing in this world. An intelligent person will understand how to apply each trait at the correct time. May God guide me at all times on the path of right and truth. With thanks to God, Saturday night, Shoftim, 5594. Congratulations and Mazel Tov to my dear son Reb Yitzchak, may he live. Praise God, my daughter Chana Tzirel, your sister, may she live, labored and gave birth to a daughter this past Friday, Erev Shabbat. We were filled with great, bitter pain over her labor, which was extremely difficult, and lasted from Thursday night until about 2 hours after the morning prayers on Friday at approximately 10 o'clock. You already know, my dear son, the interpretation that God is good to all, that God is good for all, for everything in the world. This belief is the basis of all prayer. Praise God, we have precious treasures in our storehouses, awesome prayers for a woman struggling with a difficult birth, and they came to our aid when she was practically drained of all strength, as it says, and there is no strength to give birth. But the knower of secrets heard our cry, and she gave birth safely, with God's help. With what can I come before God? I will bow down to God, the Exalted One, for all the miraculous favors He has bestowed upon us, that we know such awesome lessons about every subject in the world. The page is too short, and there is not enough time to go through all the places that the Rebbe speaks about the topic of birth, and each lesson or conversation can bring a person to awe of God, to true piety, and to become a true tzaddik. How great are the acts of God which He has done for us in this generation! Who has performed such deeds? After God helped me and she safely gave birth, through His compassion, they began pressuring me for money to cover the remaining provisions for Shabbat and to get what was needed for my daughter, may she live. I did not have a single prutah to give, and I was worn out and weary from not sleeping the whole night with the pain and distress I had over the birth. What's more, it was Erev Shabbat. Just then Reb Isaac, the son of Reb Yudel the Cohen, arrived bringing me your letter with the 2 rubles. Now I don't have to tell you what you gained for yourself by coming through with the money just then. It was certainly God's hand that sent me His agent at just the right time, but it was your desire to do good which gave you the merit of doing it. Because a person is led in the direction he wants to go. It is now close to midnight, and I have still not hired a coach, but because of my love for you, I took the opportunity now to prepare you this letter. When the messenger comes, I will certainly not have time to write. All this is to encourage you and give you fresh inspiration with my words, as your heart desires. God helped us in His kindness, and we were extremely joyful this Shabbat with God's help. The Chassidim and distinguished guests danced a great deal. The baby has already been given a name, Esther Shemal. May she live. May it be His will that they be worthy of raising her to marriage and good deeds, and may she live a long, good life. May she be a source of blessing, gladness, and joy for us, and for all the Jewish people. May we usher in this awesome month of Elul in holiness and purity. Everything I have said in this letter relates to the month of Elul, which is alluded to in the verse. She is clothed in might and splendor, and she will laugh to the very last day. Because the letters Eluel appear in an acrostic in this verse, this has brought in a lesson which speaks of women giving birth and of the phrase, "Hear our cry, knower of secrets." You can look up what is written there, see and understand how you can find whatever you need in the Rebbe's holy teachings. For this Shabbat was the blessing over the arrival of Elul, and it was amazing the way it was connected to all that was happening here. So it is every single day. You can find in the Rebbe's holy teachings the most incredible references to whatever is happening with every person on any given day, as you have heard, seen, and understood from me on many occasions. And this is only what we can make out with our own tiny intellects. What is contained in all of his teachings, hidden meanings must be absolutely infinite. If all the seas were ink, it would be impossible to explain all the wondrous and awesome new ideas contained in every single lesson. As for your immense, sincere desire to draw closer to God and to His holy Torah, while it is extremely precious, you must still keep in mind the lesson, He made them a tent for the sun, which teaches that the enthusiasm of the Jewish heart is infinite, but that it is impossible to serve God with such great enthusiasm. It is therefore necessary to contract the enthusiasm. You can see what is written there. Even if you think that this lesson must have been said for people greater than you, the truth is that you too must be aware of this. For even someone on a low level needs to restrict his zeal so that it does not burn excessively and end up simply confusing him. Then he will be able to do nothing at all due to excessive desire and yearning. There is much to say about this, but it is not possible in a letter. Besides which there is no time. May God truly awaken your heart, and may you be able to feel the truth and pleasantness of the Rebbe's holy teachings. May you truly apply every one of them at all times wherever you are. May you truly fulfill the verse, "If I ascend to heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, here you are." This verse contains the mystical meaning of the month of Elul. May you really put it into practice simply and truthfully and fulfill what is written. Know today and put it into your heart that the Lord is God in the heavens above and on the earth below. There is no other. The words of your Father, who is very busy right now, who desires your eternal good and is praying for you. With thanks to God, Sunday Tavo 5594. Greetings to my dear son Reb Yitzchak, may his light shine. I received your letter just now. I was happy to see your handwriting, but very pained to learn that you are still sick in bed. May God heal you and cure you quickly, and may He speedily give you back your full strength. For God's sake, my dear son, please, stop all the worrying and dejection. Be fearless and undaunted. Depression and fear, God forbid, are extremely harmful to the body, and even worse for the soul. Fortify your heart fearlessly, and place your hope in God, who has helped you thus far. He will not abandon you. He will cure you and soon give you back your strength, and you will be able to be with us on Rosh Hashanah. As for your fervent desire that I come visit you again, while the trip is extremely difficult for me, out of love for you, I will make sure to get there this week to see you, God willing, in life and good health. But, my dear son, do not spend a lot of time yearning for me to come, because it is impossible for me to be there every day. I am very busy with many different matters, as well as with my work for heaven, as you know. My hands are stretched forth to God day and night, that He will have pity and compassion on us, and let you quickly recuperate and involve yourself in Torah and devotion all the days of your life, for many good years to come. With thanks to God, Wednesday Tavo, to Uman and Joy, 5594. My dear beloved son, I am very distressed that you have not yet recuperated, and even more distressed by how eager you are for me to come visit. It is really not possible right now. I have considered it very carefully, and I see that it is not God's will for me to travel now, and to lose all the time from Torah and prayer. In addition, there are other factors that I will keep to myself. Nonetheless, if a coach were going on a round trip, from here to there and back, I would be forced to give up one day and go. But seeing that coaches are going only there, I would have to hire another one to come back, and I would want to return immediately. It might turn out that your suffering from my departure would outweigh the pleasure of my visit. So I have decided that it would be better to stay home and not make the trip, to help you from the city as much as I can, with prayers and supplications, that God will have compassion on you and on me and give you a speedy recovery. He will heal you from Zion, and you will soon be able to go the Rebbe's holy gravesite in Uman for Rosh Hashanah. Let us be glad and rejoice in His salvation. I may be able to visit you next week, God willing. I hope to God, though, that in the meantime you will recover, and we will thank His blessed name for your salvation. Let it be soon. The words of your Father, waiting to hear all good from you. I ask you and warn you to stop yearning to see me so much, and in particular to put aside the downheartedness, the worries, and the fears. They wear out the body terribly, God forbid, as you know. There is always free choice, even for the sick. So fortify yourself determinedly every way you can, because God is with you. The merit of the Tzaddik, our splendorous pride, will protect you every moment of every day. This is more than enough reason, with God's help, to constantly be happy through everything that happens to us. Everything is for the best. May God grant salvation, and may He give us the compassion. With thanks to God, Monday, Nitzavim, 5594. My dear, beloved son, I cannot tell you, my son, how much suffering and pain I have over your suffering and weakness, and how very much I desire and long to come and see you. More than the calf wants to nurse, the heifer wants to nurse him. But what can I do? There are many barriers. Until now, there was just no way I could take the time out, and now I am delaying on purpose and not coming right away. For I want to come in another day or two, when it is closer to Shabbat, in the hope that I will be able to rouse and to strengthen you, through God's great loving kindness, to travel with us to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. God willing, I will come on Wednesday. May God grant His salvation, and may you get stronger in the meantime, so that I can come, encourage you with words, and bring you to joy over God's salvation, until you will be able to travel, God willing, to Uman after Shabbat. Before dawn this morning, my heart's pain grew so intense that I cried over all your suffering, and I prayed to God with a broken heart. May the Lord of compassion hear our cry and save you soon, so that you can be in Uman for Rosh Hashanah. I intended today to send one of our comrades specially to visit you and give you encouragement, but afterwards, during the prayers, our friend Reb Nachman, grandson of our master, teacher, and Rebbe, the carrier of this letter, came to my house, and I changed my mind. But I ask you, my dear precious son, apple of my eye, put the worries and longing out of your heart. Trust God that it will all turn into good for you. Not long ago I received your letter from Reb Leblay, and I was really uplifted to see your handwriting that I so longed to see. But I am extremely distressed by your great pain and weakness, and especially by your tremendous longing for me. Honestly, I would leap over the mountains to come see you immediately, but I have considered it carefully, and it is just not possible for me to spend the week with you. So we will have to wait until Wednesday. Then, God willing, I will come as I said above. Please, my dear son, you have to remember that we have already talked a lot about how man was born to suffer, and how it is inevitable that a person will come up against many problems which it is impossible to foresee. We have to accept them all with love, and know that everything that happens to a person is all for his good. If you do this, it is a lot easier to pray to God to take away our illness and suffering. Because even though it is all really good, we do not possess the capacity and wisdom to receive the good. For this reason we ask, may the Almighty give you compassion. That is, may He give you compassion, dear son. May God grant His salvation and cure your illness completely. May you recuperate quickly and come, with God's help, amidst singing to Uman for Rosh Hashanah. I do not have time to write any more. Peace, life, health, and all good, as both you and your father desire, your father who is praying for you. With thanks to God, the second day of Selico 5594. My dear beloved son, I am standing with one foot on the coach for Uman, that I remembered my love for you, so I have delayed myself to write you these few lines. I sent you a letter yesterday with Reb Moshe, son of the Rav, which I am sure you received. I subsequently received your letter, but you do not mention that you got mine. I am so pained and upset over your illness, and particularly over the fever. God save us. May the Master of Compassion awaken His enormous mercy for you and for us, and may He remove all illness from you quickly. May you soon return to perfect health. Amen. May it be His will. You can rest assured, without a shadow of a doubt, that you will not leave my thoughts, and I will ask all of our most outstanding comrades to pray for you. You should send a redemption to our honorable friend Reb Yudel. It can even be a small sum, and God will hear our prayers with compassion. May you be written and sealed for a good, long life and peace. Letters from 5595. The year in review. In the years leading up to this year, the Breslover Chassidim faced steady, ominous antagonism from other Chassidic groups in the Ukraine. Principal among the opposition were the Savraner Chassidim, headed by Reb Moshe Zvi of Savran. The contributing factors to the strife, exacerbated by slander and jealousies, are enumerated elsewhere. Early in 5595, the conflict exploded into a full-scale battle. Encouraged by their own false impressions that their battle was for the sake of heaven, bands of ignorant Chassidim began a progressive campaign of oppression against the Breslover Chassidim, which began with a financial boycott and escalated to physical beatings and other cruelties intended to coerce them into renouncing Reb Noson and Breslover Hasidut. The suffering was so intense that some succumbed and left Reb Noson, others were forced to flee their homes, and still others were subjected to daily torment and other forms of brutality. Reb Noson himself was in grave danger and suffered terribly. He became a target of public humiliation and even had stones thrown at him by hostile youths and older men as well. His enemies raged with such evil passion that an attempt was made on his life, with the hired murderers killing another Noson who lived in Breslov. On Shabbat Chanukah 5595, during the third meal, he gave a discourse to his followers, including guests from out of town as well as from Breslov. His detractors saw this as a golden opportunity and informed the authorities that he was leading a seditious group. His house was surrounded by the police. Many of his followers were arrested, and nearly all his writings were confiscated. That night, Reb Noson, in fear of his life, fled Breslov eastwards to the Churin area, where he remained most of the winter. Before Purim, he traveled to Uman, staying there until Rosh Chodesh Nisan, when he received notice that it was safe to return home. But even in Uman, he was subjected to ridicule and attempts to harm him physically. Upon his return to Breslov before Pesach, he found that his enemies had suggested to the government the requisition of part of his home, where they temporarily set up a boot factory for the platoon of soldiers who were in Breslov. After Pesach, seeing that their attempts to be rid of Reb Noson were not succeeding, they hired false witnesses, and Reb Noson was denounced as a revolutionary against the government. Reb Noson was placed under arrest, jailed during that summer, and subsequently exiled from Breslov to his birth town of nearby Nemirov. That same summer, his travel permits were suspended, and he was ordered to remain in Nemirov until his case was reviewed by the High Court in Kamenets. This is a general review of the incidents of the year 5595. In Breslov writings, the years are referred to as the years of oppression. At each letter where Reb Noson refers to an incident that took place, we will describe the circumstances with enough detail to understand what was then taking place. For full details, the reader is referred to his biography. The following historical review of this period was written by the compiler of Alim Literufa, presented here prior to letter 160 in the text. Generations to come should know that during this year there was very great strife. It started between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and continued throughout the year. It remained in full force throughout 5596, as will be evident to anyone who reads the following letters, and carried on until 5598, when the slanderers, who insidiously shot their arrows at innocent people, met ignominious and unnatural deaths. Among these slanderers was the respected man of standing, Moshe Chenkes from the town of Sherovitz, who returned evil for good. In his early years he was childless and extremely poor. But he held vigil at the doors of our master, teacher, and Rebbe Nachman, hoping to arouse his pity and secure his help. The Rebbe had pity on him and promised him that he would be very wealthy and have children. So it was. The entire story is too long to relate here. But many years after the passing of our master, teacher, and Rebbe Nachman, Moshe became filled with resentment and jealousy until he actually turned into an enemy and persecutor. He was the father-in-law of the grandson of Rebbe Nachman, Reb Avraham Dov, son of Adil, and he forced him, because of the strife, to divorce his daughter. It is a very long tale, but the essence of it is that he repaid evil for good and turned into a pursuer. He persecuted our teacher and Rav, Reb Noson, all through the years 559, 5559, 8. He incited enemies against him, had Reb Noson imprisoned, and afterwards had him exiled to Nemirov from his home in Breslov. There too he incited enemies against him on several occasions, until before Shavuot, 5598, when our teacher Reb Noson was in Breslov, taking counsel with his friends there about how he could return to his home in Breslov. He had no home of his own in Nemirov, and, among many other hardships, he was forced to live there in rented quarters. When Moshe found out that Reb Noson wanted to return home, he stood in the middle of the street and said, "He wants to move back here? As long as I'm alive, he's not going to live here. All I have to do is to go to the governor." And so he did. He went straight from the street to visit this official. When he arrived, the governor was with a Jew who was ordered to wait outside. There he indeed heard Moshe talking about Reb Noson to the official. Suddenly Moshe fell to the ground unconscious. There was a tremendous outcry, and the official ran outside screaming because he couldn't revive him. They poured whiskey, perfumes, and the like on the fallen man, but nothing helped. The official shouted that they should take a cart and transport him to his home. Not finding a cart, they took a large carriage used for carrying refuse and manure from the street and from horses and laid him down in this. The Jew who had previously been with the governor, along with a number of Gentiles, brought him to his house. There was a huge commotion. Just half an hour before, they had seen him strong and in good health, and now he was dead. But their shouting did nothing. He lay there, unable to speak, sweating profusely from his belly, and after about 24 hours he died. Subsequently, many opponents and enemies regretted what they had done and became friends. They even took pains to bring Reb Noson to his home in Breslov. In 5599, between Yom Kippur and Sukkot, Reb Noson left Nemirov and returned to Breslov. With that, the strife died down. From our youth many have tormented us, but they have not overcome us. God has not abandoned us to their hands. The fire of the Torah and of the holy fear that he worked to instill in us, so that we would fear the Master of all, will never be extinguished. As the Rebbe himself said, "My fire will burn until the Mashiach." I have stated all this so that the person who reads the following letters carefully will be able to understand and interpret them correctly. With thanks to God, Friday, Erev Shabbat, the 10 days of repentance, 5595. I arrived yesterday evening and found your letter. It uplifted me tremendously, but I am still terribly pained that you have not yet recuperated. I hope to God that you will soon have relief. He does not stay at odds forever, but he afflicts and then he heals. For God's sake, fortify yourself. Push yourself to get rid of your downheartedness any way you can. May the Master of Compassion have mercy on you, and may he cheer you with his salvation. May you quickly recover your strength, and may everything turn into good, and may you be sealed for a good, long, and peaceful life. There is a lot going on here right now. It is also time for prayers, and the carrier of this letter is in a rush. Please write me on Sunday too, God willing, and also after that, because I wait all day just to hear good news from you. May God have compassion on us and let us hear gladness and joy from you soon. I gave 2 gold coins as a redemption for you to our friend and teacher, Reb Udel. With thanks to God, Erev Yom Kippur, 5595. My dear beloved son, there are tears in my eyes as I write, and I think about your anguish at not being able to be with us this past Rosh Hashanah. You can be absolutely sure, though, that this too is really for the best. God's ways are very, very exalted, and his thoughts are extremely deep. Just now, God had the carrier of this letter, my friend Reb Isaac, present himself at my house. This was one of God's wonders too, as he will tell you. Please, my dear son, be sure to write me about how you are right after Yom Kippur. May the Master of Compassion forgive your sins. May he cure your illness, and may you recover completely. Our rabbi said, a person doesn't recover from illness until all his sins have been forgiven. How much more does this apply to you, who have also gone through Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur? Without a doubt, all your sins have been forgiven, and you can walk in God's ways from now on. May you fortify yourself in devotion and Torah any way you can, and rejoice and be happy over God's salvation. May you be sealed for a good long life and for peace. I exult in God's salvation that he has helped you this far, as you wrote 3 times in your last letter. May God continue to be with you and give you a full recovery physically and spiritually. Begin anew with new determination to walk in the ways of God and to draw nearer to him through Torah, prayer, and good deeds for many long, good years to come. Amen. May it be his will. The words of your Father, happy over your salvation and hoping to hear all good from you always. Greetings to all our companions with a great love, particularly to my friend Reb Shimon. On the eve of Simchat Torah, Baruch Dayan and his friends, opponents of Reb Noson, had a drinking party to celebrate the festival. Already drunk on their way to synagogue, they passed the Breslover synagogue and began hurling insults at Reb Noson and his followers. Reb Noson urged his followers to remain silent, but several could not contain themselves and went out to protest. A fistfight developed and the police had to be called to stop the brawl. Wednesday night, Bereshit, 5595. My beloved son, I received your letter now, in the dark of night, and I was very happy. I cannot write you much right now, though, because the messenger came as I was composing Torah insights, and I really have to write them down immediately. You will also profit from this, though, with God's help, when in the coming days you will be able to see them through God's great mercy. You have already heard about the suffering and abuse we have had the last few days. Still, though, His compassion on us is strong, and with His amazing power of salvation, I was happier these days than in past years. Also, on the day after the last day of Sukkot, God, in His marvels, arranged that Reb Shmuel Zoref finished the Torah scroll he was writing and gave me the honor of carrying it into the synagogue. Praise God, we rejoiced that evening both outside the synagogue and within, and we joyfully danced a great deal. This, too, was by God's hand, because all our rejoicing is through God's salvation and enormous miracles, because rejoicing in God is our strength. And how you uplifted me, my son, when you wrote that you roused yourself to rise at midnight because of the abuse we received. This is the way. This is proper for us, that we should break our hearts as a result of this. But more than this, we need to overcome everything and rouse ourselves to be joyful almost the whole day over His great kindness, that we have been saved from being among the mitnagdim who oppose such a point of truth. Had God not helped us, God forbid, we might also have been with them. Thank God, who separated us from them, and who has illuminated for us pure truth. So may He be with us that we can fulfill the Rebbe's holy words and apply his awesome practices and holy advice, for they are the counsels of God, and they will stand forever. With thanks to God, Monday, Rosh Chodesh Cheshvan, 5595, Breslov. My dear, beloved son, blessed is he who is constantly doing new things. A person who pays attention can see the amazing new things that the Creator is doing constantly, every day, who in His good is constantly renewing the creation every day. How many new things originate every day? How many wondrous things are created anew? A few of them we can see. Many are hidden from us or occur in other towns. God alone performs great wonders all the time, and all to reveal His divinity and His great blessed name to the world's inhabitants, and so that His name should be talked about throughout the world. My dear son, whom I love heart and soul, what can I tell you about everything that has happened this month, according to the minuscule comprehension that our minds can grasp? There was Rosh Hashanah and the 10 days of repentance, Yom Kippur, and the 4 days between Yom Kippur and Sukkot. And there was Sukkot and Hoshana Rabbah, Shemini Atzeret, and Simchat Torah, and the days following. It was the month of mighty deeds, the month that is mighty and strong with its many mitzvot. This is for the holy people, Israel, as a whole. But what was done with each individual, and particularly with me, is absolutely inconceivable and inexplicable. Be sure to speak a lot with the deliverer of this letter, Rebbe Nachman. May his light shine. Perhaps he will tell you, according to what our minds can comprehend, all the kindnesses and wonders that God did with us during these days. It always seemed like just then it was impossible to be happy, impossible to utter a single word, especially with the great conflict and uproar of these days which so tried to upset and distract us. But His loving kindness toward us is great, and God's truth is forever, so that I was able to speak many amazing new Torah ideas that enliven souls forever. I also rejoiced and danced a great deal with God's help, more than in other years. Joy in God is our fortress. And then today I was able to write down a new prayer, as you will see for yourself, since I am sending it to you with the deliverer of this letter. May your eyes see it, your heart be stirred, and your soul rejoice. Look carefully at the wonders of God. It has been many years since I've been worthy of a new prayer, and you have a great share it in. Because you had a share in the new Sukkah, that through His great kindness I sat in this Sukkot. You'll hear a few amazing things on the subject of a new sukkah from the deliverer of this letter, because a sukkah has to be new and there are authorities that invalidate an old one. A new sukkah is the concept of a new prayer. Everything began anew this year when I merited to have a new sukkah. Thank God who gave you the privilege of having a share in this, and it was the largest share of all at that. Now accept my mazel tov. May it be His will that your newborn daughter will be a source of good fortune, blessing, happiness, and joy for you. May she become a God-fearing woman from whom good righteous generations will come forth, which will magnify His blessed name and increase Torah and prayer among the Jewish people. Thus may the new holy practice of making prayers out of Torah lessons spread and draw all of Israel closer to God. Everything else is vanity, as is written, "Charm is a lie, and beauty is vanity, but a God-fearing woman will be praised." This verse refers to prayer, and the ultimate prayer is one created from a Torah lesson. There is a lot to be said on this subject, but would that we were able to put this into practice. To relate the story of what has happened during these times up to today is beyond our comprehension, but each person, according to what is in his own heart, can vaguely see and understand from it the greatness of the blessed Creator and the greatness of what we are doing. Happy are we that we are the ones to be called in the name of our holy Rebbe. I don't have time to write anymore, but this letter also is one of God's miracles and acts of kindness. May God strengthen your heart and bring your soul to joy. May you truly walk in His holy ways, and may your feet remain strong. May you be among the people talked about in the verse, "Those who hope in God will renew their strength. They will raise up their wings like eagles. They will run and not tire. They will walk and not weary." May your feet run to serve God, and may they not tire. Greetings to all our comrades, with great love to each and every one of them. Everything I wrote here was meant for them too. You should show them this letter along with the new prayer. May God help us to add more new prayers as a group, and every one of us for himself, until He looks down from heaven and sees us, and makes us worthy of returning to Him in truth forever. With thanks to God, Wednesday Noach, 5595 Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter now along with the pen. It is time now for the afternoon prayers. You are receiving sealed up here another 2 prayers which will certainly arouse your soul. And you need them all. They talk about things which relate to you, about being rescued from fevers, not eating a lot, and about perfecting the mind. The second one talks about giving a lot of charity and about finding worthy poor people to give to in order to have a rectification through this. You need all of this, and I know that your thoughts yearn for these rectifications. May God soon allow you to receive them. Look at the great power of desire. All the prayers which were now born and came forth from God through amazing miracles only did so because of your good desires and yearnings. There is still hope that all of us will realize everything that we ask for in our prayers, because God is great and extremely exalted. His greatness cannot be fathomed. It is very late in the day, and I absolutely cannot go on. May God allow me, through the power of these prayers, to pray Minsha with concentration. The words of your Father, waiting to see you in life, health, and joy. Thursday night, Erev Shabbat, Noach, 5595, Breslov. My beloved nephew and dear friend, our learned teacher, Reb Isaac, may his light shine. It is after midnight, and God just put the idea into my mind to write you, so I won't be remiss and I'll write right away. I really don't know what to write you, though. My nephew, I'm upset about you. I brought you up, and my intention was to raise you to everlasting greatness and eternal life. From the time you entered my home, this was my only concern, and now, how distant you have grown from me. You distance yourself further each day, and who knows what the future will bring. In the past week, I have sent 3 new prayers to my son, may he live. Open your eyes. Open your heart. Look at them honestly and sincerely, and you will be able to understand the truth of what we are doing. Who would have thought that I would need to strengthen your belief in our holy, awesome, and exalted efforts? But I heard from your own mouth that what really kept you from coming for Rosh Hashanah was a lack of belief. Is it possible that after all you've heard from me, and after everything you've seen in his holy books, after you've already roused yourself many times in your youth with many good points, is it possible that you are still undecided, God forbid? My son and student, think about this now very, very carefully. This is no light matter. Your life depends on it. I don't have time to write a lot, so this comment will have to do. Strengthen yourself to come here for Shabbat soon. Maybe, just maybe, I will be able to talk from the point in my heart and arouse you anew. But regardless of that, every single minute that you spend here, every single word that you hear from us will be of true eternal benefit to you. For God is with us, to rouse the hearts of the children of Israel and to direct them on the path which our ancestors have always walked. No one in the world is doing this now except us, with God's help, with the heritage that was left us by our awesome exalted master, teacher, and Rebbe. If the truth is cast to the ground right now, and it is forbidden to reveal these words to anyone who is not with us, lest he oppose us even more, God forbid, it is nonetheless the truth. Because there is only one truth, and words of truth will endure forever. Pay careful attention to my words and think about them very well. I have done what I had to do by trying to awaken you just now. Do what you think is best. May the Master of Compassion take you on the straight path, and may he constantly bring you back to the point of absolute truth, so that all your efforts are not for nothing. Take pity on yourself. Do whatever you have to do in order to hold on to us, so that there will be hope for your future and you will escape with your life. The words of your uncle, writing from the heart and advising you for your eternal good and for that of your children and your children's children, for generations to come eternally. I received your pen and started writing with it. While I'm not entirely happy with it, I do need it very much. It even has a share in the writing of this letter, because I began the letter with it, so I fulfilled the verse. If the iron is dull and its edge is not sharpened, he will need to exert himself more. Take careful notice of how we find every single thing in the Torah and stir ourselves to God through everything in the world. And greetings to my dear beloved friend, Reb Shimshon, may his light shine. As I was writing to my nephew, I remembered you, my dear friend. You are closer to me than a brother. My love for you is boundless, just like a son or a brother. So I just couldn't restrain myself now either from reminding you, how long will you lie there, lazy man? When will you get up and start your life again? By coming close to us as you once were, or even closer. All the delights of our holy treasure houses are before you, stashed away in his holy books. It is impossible to imagine all the new insights that we discover every day, because the Rebbe is a flowing spring that gushes constantly, every minute, every day. Here is the book Likutei Eitzot for you to look at until which just came out. I also recently sent some new prayers. You've already seen the old ones. I know that you are strong in your belief with God's help, and that the truth is glowing a little in your mind. So that even if there are still many coverings and veils and several barriers, the truth is that, given even the small glow of truth that shines in your heart, you ought to be skipping over mountains to run to a source of truth such as this. Even if it were across the sea, for this it would be fitting for you to cross it. How much more so when it is really not far from you at all? I have so much to say, but the page is short and there isn't enough time, because the holiness of Shabbat is rapidly approaching. We must always think of the day that is entirely Shabbat. This is why I wrote you all this. But I can't spend all my time on you alone. If you want to listen, what I have said here is enough, because I have hewn your ears by pointing this out to you. You do what you think is best. Choose life, so that you and your children will live. With God's help, Sunday, Lech Lecha, 5595, Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter now with the 3 prayers. I won't write a lot now, since you will be here by tomorrow, God willing. Reb Isaac, my nephew, came here for Shabbat. It was really the hand of God that the previous night I prepared a letter for him, as he will tell you. I also included a note for Reb Shimshon. Therefore be sure to get the letter from Reb Isaac and give it to Reb Shimshon to read. Get it back from him, though, afterwards and return it to Reb Isaac, because I told Reb Isaac to save it. I just now received a letter from my friend Reb Naftali in Uman. He wanted me to explain fully to him the source of this whole machloket. I already wrote him a letter right after Yom Tov, but now he asks me to explain it in detail. I wrote him that it is rooted in the sin of the first man, and in our many sins and transgressions. May God have mercy on us and turn everything into good. Reb Naftali and our comrades also asked to know how you are doing and about your health. I intend to answer them right away, so I don't have time to write you at length right now. May God strengthen your heart for Torah, prayer, and good deeds for many good years to come. Monday, Cheye Sarah, 5595 Breslov. Greetings to my beloved son, our teacher, Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. I received a letter from you just now, in addition to the one I got on Sunday. What you wrote there about patience really inspired me. Thank God, who has helped us until now, that the Rebbe's awesome words are beginning to shine in you and to affect you positively. Even if it is still only in a very small and limited way, I was nonetheless extremely happy about this first great sprouting of salvation. Because this is exactly what the Rebbe wanted. His whole wish and goal was that you should live his teachings in practice and fulfill them according to their simple meaning. He wanted people to understand what was implied in his words and to constantly glean advice for themselves. Whatever is happening with a person at any time, day or night, when he lies down or when he gets up, when he is walking on the way, young, middle-aged, or old, from his beginning to his end, in personal matters, in domestic matters, in his behavior toward his wife, his children, those close to him and those distant from him, with his friends and with his enemies, God forbid. There is absolutely nothing about which we cannot find sound advice and direction for ourselves in the Rebbe's words, and this applies whether a person is down, God forbid, or up, on every level and in every place that a person can reach in his life. Someone who understands this to some extent, fine. One who doesn't understand, or even understands a little. When he reaches a point where he cannot understand, he must always believe, beyond a shadow of doubt, that whatever is happening with him and with the entire world, and everything that he hears people talking about, that it is all there within the Rebbe's lessons, stories, and holy conversations. Through this belief, a person will be able, according to his own mind and his own spiritual level, to find what he needs in the Rebbe's books. His thoughts are very, very deep indeed, and anyone can encourage himself with them for eternal life, forever and ever. Happy are we who have merited this. Today's letter also afforded me some pleasure and comfort from the great pain that I have over the machloket. For I see that you are taking in a little of what I said to you about how we have to really rouse ourselves and try to use the machloket to actually come closer. What greater mustering of inner strength could there be? Be strong, my son, be strong. Encourage and help each other, tell each other. Man will help his friend and say to his brother, be strong. Carry out the teaching, receive from one another. Each thing that happens to us at any time, both as a group and as individuals, even down to the smallest detail, is far from insignificant. Be sure to remember everything we have already gone through, and also what is happening right now, so you will be able to relate them to future generations, that children yet to be born may know. Because, as it appears, they too are going to experience enormous opposition, and it will give them strength and comfort to hear and to know that we already went through it all many times. How they constantly rose up against us, God forbid, and how each time God rescued us. For in every generation, the story of what happened with us will be told, even when Mashiach comes. Let him come quickly in our times. The whole thing is just unprecedented, that such revealed truth, in the form of original Torah teachings such as these, should be obscured, disgraced, and thrown to the ground in this way. But this is precisely the reason for it. Just because it is such truth, and just because these teachings are so totally original, people disgrace and obscure them so much. But the word of our God will endure forever. The truth is its own testimony. He who has started will finish, as is brought in the Midrash on the verse, I'll bestow kindness on my master Avraham. You started something, now finish it. In other words, he said to the Blessed Holy One, Master of the universe, you started to do miracles for Avraham, now finish what you began. Fortify your hearts and be strong. Don't be afraid of them, because God is with us. I don't have time to write anymore. Extend loving greetings to all our comrades. They'll understand by themselves that all these words were meant for them too, not just for you, but for those who are here with us now and for those who are not. Anyone who desires life needs to know everything I just said. With thanks to God, Sunday night, Toldo, 5595, Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter just now. I have some news for you. Thank God I am preparing to travel to Uman, God willing, on Tuesday / the first day of Rosh Chodesh Kislev, and I just hired the carriage. From the day all this upset began last Yom Tov, I have been longing to go. Now our distinguished friend Reb Naftali, may his light shine, has stirred me to undertake the trip, when he wrote and told me that the Rav there spoke out against us, saying things against the Alois in particular that he really ought not to have said. Savron was a city about 45 miles south of Uman. This placed the Savron Rav in close proximity to a center of Breslov Hasidut, where his influence could be very effective. Reb Naftali very much wants me to come, and though it is a tremendous burden for me to go there right now, I really must. May God have mercy on me and guide us in paths of righteousness for His name's sake. May He let me walk on the true path in every single movement I make, and may we be able to accomplish there the eternal good that we must. May God in His great loving kindness grant us relief in this world too. Those who hate us will see and be ashamed. I do not have time to go on anymore. May God give me a safe trip. Warm greetings to all our comrades. Thank God last Shabbat we danced very much, and I too danced a little, with God's help. I spoke on the lesson, and you will be a kingdom of priests for me, about the 3 holy points, how a person has to receive from the tzaddik, from his friend, and from within himself. In this way he nullifies his disgraced and shattered heart, which is the sight of holy love. Happy are the ears that hear words such as these. Happy are we, happy are we, happy are we, to have been privileged with every one of these utterances, not to mention every one of these lessons, which ascend to the loftiest heights and reach down to the infinite depths, inspiring and binding our souls and the souls of all Israel to their root. Who can express the mighty works of God and His enormous miracles and acts of kindness which we have experienced in this destitute generation? Happy are we! With thanks to God, Sunday night, Vayishlach 5595, Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter in the study hall between Minsha and Mariv. I read it right away. You really revived my spirits at this time, especially with the letter from Lemberg. God's deeds are great, and His thoughts are very deep. We really have no understanding at all. We just have to give thanks for the past, for every single expansion, every bit of relief that God in His mercy gives to us in our difficulties. For so great is the darkness and distress on every side, with such a machloket, with such humiliation, with our livelihood so strained, and most important, with our spiritual livelihood so strained, that it is impossible to pray any prayer properly. Nonetheless, God is constantly with us, and He alone is performing great wonders. He illumines our minds all the time, and constantly shows us the glimmer of the sprouting of salvation. What can I say? What can I say? It is this that enables us to wait constantly for complete salvation. For our God has already done so much, and His miracles and thoughts are for us. Our friend Reb Nachman from Tolchin, may his light shine, has already told you about my safe arrival home, thank God. You will hear more about this, and you will understand God's wonders. I don't have time to write any more now. Be sure to send me iron pens soon, and it will count as a great merit for you. My mind is still unsettled from the difficulty of the journey, so I'll keep it short and say goodbye. Greetings and great salvation to all our comrades. Fortify your hearts and be strong. There is only one truth, and there is no way in the world to destroy it. Words of truth will always endure, and God's truth is forever. Compiler's note: This is the letter which our teacher Reb Noson himself wrote to the Savraner Rebbe in order to calm the controversy and save his life and the lives of his followers, and to rescue them from the life-threatening attacks to which they were subjected. However, he was not successful. His words didn't penetrate the Savraner's heart because of all the slander and calumny that he had heard. Were it not for God who helped us and answered our cries from persecution, blessed is God who did not give us as prey to their teeth. Reb Noson's letter enumerates many of the abuses, physical and emotional, heaped upon the Breslover Chassidim, giving the reader a rough idea of the suffering endured. With God's help, Wednesday night, Vayishlach, 5595, Breslov. From afar I call in peace, from the moss on the wall to the towering cedar of Lebanon, the holy, renowned Rav, whose name, may its light shine, is known throughout the Jewish people, the mighty pillar, the great hammer, the holy man of God. Holy is said of him, his fittest praise is silence. Rabbi Moshe Zvi, may his light shine. I know it is not customary for the lowly to give initial greetings to the great, but for the sake of peace, whose enormous value our rabbis praised so highly, relating that God says, "Let my name be erased in the water of the wanton woman for the sake of peace." Along with many other similar statements, I have decided to overstep the bounds of convention. I write this letter with great trepidation. For who knows if my words will enter his pure heart? For a covenant has been made for slander to be accepted to the extent that our sages teach that even King David accepted slander. But I must do my part, no matter what. So I am sending these words in order to save my life and the lives of the good people who depend on me. You, my master, whose wisdom is like that of one of God's angels which know all that takes place in the world, will understand that these words come from my heart in sincerity and truth. My mind is really too unclear to compose a letter fit to be sent to one of the generation's greatest men. Because of the great controversy and suffering which attack me from all sides, waters surround me. They threaten my life. But who could remain silent at a time such as this? I shudder to think of it. But from what we hear here about statements which his learned honor has made, it appears that he has lent support to the people who are nurturing this machloket. Most of them, as his wisdom knows in his heart, have attacked you as well, my exalted, honorable, and scholarly Lord. Now let my Lord please remember the laws of the redeeming of innocent people, and do not allow innocent Jewish blood to be spilled. Because they are spilling our blood already with the greatest indignations, the like of which has never been heard. They pelt us with stones and dirt, and pity neither children nor elders. If God had not helped us, they would have swallowed us alive. So now let my Lord turn his pure heart to do what he has done so well in the past, and mediate a peace in Israel, a peace between fellow men. While conceding something to the guilty party is often unavoidable, a wise man knows the value of a compromise. How many thousands of times more valuable is it, and how much more is a person who has it in his power to make peace obligated to do so when he sees a machloket of these proportions, which involves a danger to life and God's holy name. For they have gone ahead and are tearing up the holy books that our master, teacher, and holy Rebbe composed. They tread on them with their feet and throw them into garbage dumps and unclean places. Has such a thing ever been heard? Has anything like this ever been seen? And they never think to open the book to see what is written there, and whether or not it deserves such abuse. And our companions who take shelter in his holy shadow and study his holy books, which have already circulated throughout the Jewish people to the ends of the earth, and we have been informed that they have already been reprinted in distant places. When they see the generation's impudent people so shamelessly disgracing the books, they are forced to remain silent and bite their tongues. But the opponents aren't satisfied with this, and they slander without restraint, going so far as to raise their hands and strike our poor persecuted comrades. Then our comrades can no longer restrain themselves, and they meet these attacks with all their might. For they are embittered men, and, having been persecuted to the breaking point, their counterattacks are that much stronger, as the wise man said, No one is braver than a desperate man. So that the quarreling and fighting have intensified and have broken out on many occasions in many different towns. Would it be conceivable to feed the fire of a machloket such as this and to inflame it even further? In his heart, my master knows that we are firmly committed to the point of truth, and that it is impossible to shake us from him, of blessed memory, and from his holy books. For we know in our souls the truth of his holy words which are founded, and stand upon the pediment of truth which we receive from our rabbis, in the Talmud, the codes, and in all the holy Musar literature composed by the holy tzaddikim who followed them. May their merit protect us. The entire house of Israel has seen this, at least anyone who wanted the truth and looked at them honestly and sincerely. How is it possible to deny words of truth such as these? If people do not wish to look at them, no one is going to force them. Those who wish to will listen, and those who don't will refrain. But what gives anyone the right to feed a fire which has already been burning now for many years? It is well known that I, poor destitute man that I am, have already put my life on the line and have given myself over completely, soul, body, and money, for the truth. God knows it is true that I spoke extensively with the great leaders and holy men of Israel, the tzaddikim, the foundations of the world. May their merit protect us. Even after I drew close to our master, teacher, and illustrious Rebbe, the holy Rav of sainted memory. All of them welcomed me with great love and warmth. This was especially so of our teacher, the holy and awesome Rav, Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, and after him, the holy Rav Avraham Ber of Khmelnik, and the holy Rav Shalom of Probisht, all of sainted memory, along with other great leaders, Rabbi Zusia of Anipoli and Rabbi Mordecai of Krementz, among others. Before I drew close to our master, teacher, and illustrious Rebbe, I was sitting in the dust at their feet. Afterwards, when they saw how I had changed for the better and was, with God's help, giving myself over with greater devotion to Torah and prayer, their love for me only increased, and all of them had me give him, of blessed memory, their good wishes. Today I am well over 50 years old and have endured much. All your breakers and waves have gone over me. I have been involved with his holy books now for over 32 years. I have had the merit of printing them many times, with the approbations of the great men of Israel, famous and brilliant writers themselves, and these books have been dispersed throughout the Jewish people, especially in Lithuania, Rysen, Greater Poland, and in the land of Israel. In all these places, people praise them and say that they are indeed awesome words of truth which open doors to all who come knocking into Shuvah, and that they direct people on the straight path. Only in our region is there so much machloket, because of the foolishness that left the mouth of his great adversary, Rabbi Aryeh Leib of Shpola, whom I totally and absolutely reject and do not want to discuss. You, my master, know too that it was not correct to oppose him, of blessed memory, and that he only increased machloket in Israel. So much so, that even if the greatest of the great wanted to set things right, I don't know if he could. For I know that what he has spoiled will remain so for generations, until a righteous teacher comes and reveals the truth. At the very least, though, the machloket must not be exacerbated. Please, my master, who loves the Jewish people and who works for their rectification, forgive me if my pen has written anything which affronts his great honor. Give me the benefit of the doubt. I am writing amidst great trials and pain, with a sincerely broken and downcast heart, downcast very much indeed. I am overwrought in the extreme. God, how much longer will this go on? My spirit has been torn apart within me. What can I say? What can I say? What can I say to justify myself? God has found my sin. He is just and I have done wrong. But God looks after the persecuted, even if the righteous are chasing the guilty. And this is certainly the case in this machloket, when their accusations are totally unjustified. For it is revealed and known before him who spoke and the world came into being, that our master, teacher, and Rebbe guides us on the straight path with his holy books, the path our ancestors have always traveled. Now I bow down and prostrate myself. I beg my master 1,000 times, please let him take to his good heart all my words which I have spoken in rightness and truth. Let him not brush them aside, and if something has affronted his honor, God forbid, let him not count it against me. I have not spoken out of rebellion or treachery. It is just that our suffering and persecution are overwhelming, and a person is not blamed for what he does in his anguish. Do not listen to the slanderers who are whispering in your ear, but rather let the righteous man adhere to his accustomed way and rescue the oppressed from the hands of the oppressor. Let him mediate peace in Israel. God, who knows each person's heart, knows that I very much wish I were able to go to his holy house and speak with his scholarly honor there face to face, and explain myself to him. But a mountain stands between me, the poor man, and his exalted honor. I have so many troubles coming at me from every direction that he would not have enough time to talk to me. For in order to explain fully and save myself, I would need his scholarly honor to speak with me many hours a day over many days. This is not possible when he is so busy with matters of heaven and of the community. In addition, I, poor man that I am, would be unable to remain there long, because many people come there who gnash their teeth at me, and with whom it is impossible to sit together and discuss anything. So I could certainly not stay there over a period of days, as my master, with his clear understanding, will realize. It is really for this reason I have refrained thus far from coming to see you. Now, in particular, it is impossible for me to pass from my home to the home of His Holiness, because I am afraid of my opponents, and especially of those shameless ones among them, to whom my blood is considered permitted. All these things form a great wall keeping me from His exalted honor. I even have doubts about sending this letter to His great, learned honor, but I could not restrain myself. In every move that I make, I give over my mind and my heart to God, and I will do what He wants. Though there are many things I would like to say, I will keep this letter short, so as not to burden the tzaddik with a lot of words. May he flourish, as both he and I, this trodden-upon doorstep, would wish. I stretch forth my hands, seeking peace and truth. With thanks to God, Thursday night, Erev Shabbat, Vayishlach, 5595, Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter from the carrier of this letter, our friend Reb Nachman of Tulshan, along with the pens and the 1 silver ruble from our friend Reb Shimshon, may his light shine. When Reb Nachman arrived at my upper room, our comrades were with me, and I was talking with them about the machloket that has recently flared up again. In the middle of this discussion, he walked in. I saw his letter and heard what he had to say. It may have been appropriate to burst out crying over such pain and suffering, but instead, marshaling my strength, I overcame it and kept myself happy. Joy in God is our fortress. The most important thing of all is to fortify yourself and be joyful. Only during a certain specific hour every day, my soul will undoubtedly cry privately over persecution such as this. Now, my son, my heart, and my soul, and all our dear comrades, attend closely to everything we have talked about. Because God has supplied us with the treatment before the blow in the form of the gems of wisdom, the holy words that you have heard from me and from the holy books. They have the power to inspire every single one of you even now. We see that the reawakening of this machloket has also reawakened most of our comrades. They are all saying that our opponents through the machloket have roused them from their slumber. My sons, do not be sad or angry. God is with us. Do not be afraid of them. As for his question about whether or not to pray in the alloys, I have told the carrier of this letter to pass on that I incline towards your not going there this Shabbat, and I think it might be best for you to choose a new place to pray in town where our comrades pray. I have spoken more about this with the carrier of this letter. Chatzot, midnight, has arrived, and it is Erev Shabbat. Besides, as you can understand for yourself, I have a lot to talk over and get straight between me and my Creator. Maybe I will be able to express myself fluently to him and really pray that he take pity on our disgrace, so I must keep it short. You are receiving a copy of the letter that I prepared to the Rav this morning before dawn. Advise me as to how you think I should proceed with it. You will hear more from the carrier of this letter. The words of your father, so persecuted, who flees every time to God. He strengthens me in his great mercy and saves me with joy. It is in him that my heart rejoices. Publisher's note: Reb Yitzchak's wife Chana was from a family who opposed the Breslov Hasidim. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities, the enmity remained dormant. But in the beginning of the years of oppression, she fought fiercely against Reb Yitzchak. This letter and the next refer to some of Reb Yitzchak's difficulties stemming from his wife and from the opponents in Tulchin. This letter also relates the murder of Reb Noson Apteker, who was erroneously killed instead of Reb Noson by hired assassins. With thanks to God, Sunday night, Vayeshev, 5595, Breslov. My dear beloved son, I received your letter tonight. I was sleeping when the messenger came and awakened me, and I read the letter carefully. What can I respond, my dear beloved son? It is good to thank God for every single expansion, every bit of relief that God in His enormous mercy gives us from within the pain itself, and particularly for what you wrote about your situation at home, from which I understand that God has helped you. This is the most important thing, and you needn't worry at all anymore. The main impediment, that can really be called an impediment, is in this area alone, and it is necessary to break this too for the truth, the tachlit. Regarding anybody who doesn't break it and swerves from truth in the direction of falsehood through his wife's influence, as is happening now with many, it is written, "A man who follows his wife's advice falls into Gehenna." His life in this world is extremely bitter as well, because it is certainly impossible to do exactly what she says. So he ends up bald on both sides, as we know. Therefore, a man must use his intelligence to overcome this, and not follow his wife's advice in spiritual matters. Only in worldly matters is it appropriate to listen to her, as is explained in that same teaching on this subject. If your wife is short, lean over to her, i.e., listen to her advice. The answer given is that the first statement refers to spiritual matters, while the second is talking about worldly ones. Thank God, we have already faced much suffering and many impediments, and God has helped us to break them and not be influenced by them. Ultimately, through His kindness, they came around to our way of thinking, as is written. When God is pleased with a person's actions, even his enemies will make peace with him. Since God has saved you somewhat in this, you need not look again at all the humiliation, even in the slightest. It is all a great favor. In my opinion, it would be good for you to select a place to pray with the people in the study hall of the new city. It does not look as if the mitnagdim have any power there to act against our comrades. Why go into a place when you may be humiliated? What honor will you gain if you pray in the alloys? You already have humiliation anyway, since they are talking about this, which in itself is a great embarrassment. May He who sees the disgrace of the shamed have pity on our humiliation, have mercy on us, and save us. As for what you asked about, it is presently nighttime, and it is impossible to investigate. May God have pity on the weeping and screams of Israel, and on the cries bitterer than death that are heard through the streets. Woe to our souls for what we have caused by our sins to see bitter sorrow like this in our generation. Woe and bitterness to the opponents and mitnagdim, when they can now speak arrogantly against truly righteous and God-fearing men, who cleave to the true tzaddik, who sweetens the world's bitterness, and in whose hands rests the continued existence of the world. What can we say? How can we justify ourselves? The tears drop from my heart and eyes as I have to answer you about this. I just heard out of the darkness of night a loud, bitter cry. Woe, woe, and bitterness, wailing on every street, a bald spot on every head. Who could hear this and not weep? At least we have this to comfort ourselves in our destitution, that we do not oppose the point of truth. With this alone we have the energy to console ourselves, and even now to make ourselves joyful, and turn all the groans and sighs into joy. I am sure you have heard about the bizarre, terrifying event that took place here last Friday night, how everyone in the home of Reb Noson, son of Reb Zvi Apteker, was killed. On Shabbat morning, during the time of morning prayers, this Reb Noson, his wife, his brother Rebbe Aharon Moshe, and the maid were all found murdered in their house. Only 2 children were still alive. The older one, a girl aged 4 or 5, is now lying in bed, bruised and beaten from the murderers, cruel blows, and the younger one is still a nursing infant. The victims were just buried today. May their deaths be an atonement for the Jewish people, and may their souls have eternal life. The murderers have not been found yet. Just one Gentile has been caught. I do not have time to go on anymore. It is just like prior to the miracle of Chanukah, when the Jews had enormous suffering on every side. That's exactly how it is now. On one side, there is what we just told you. We were anguished at what we heard. On the other side, a machloket such as this, with such abuse and hatred. Above all is the great enemy within the person himself that arises against him constantly every day, and every moment launches a new attack. The rabbis teach that this is what is referred to in the verse. The evil man waits for the righteous, seeking to slay him, but God will not abandon him to his hand. They said too that the verse, he rescues the poor man from the one who is stronger, is also talking about this. The truth is that all these sufferings fuel each other, but God's kindnesses never run out. They are new every morning. Rashi explains on this verse that loving kindness is created anew every morning. And through this we have the energy to look, hope, wait, and yearn constantly for his salvation. For he has finished, and he will finish everything for the good. For you, God, are eternally exalted, and he always has the upper hand. It is written, God's right hand is exalted. God's right hand does mighty deeds. These are the mighty deeds of the Tzaddikim, i.e. the righteous people who are attached to them. They will return to us, not we to them. As the Rebbe of blessed memory said, I have finished and I will finish. We have seen a little of it with our own eyes. His mercy has helped us until now, and his kindness will not abandon us. So he will continue to save us with his miracles, kindnesses, and great acts of salvation, because the truth endures. Greetings to all our comrades with a great and mighty love. All these things were said to them too. My beloved son, give this letter to all those who are bound by the chains of our true love to read. Maybe all of them, or some of them, as a result of my words, will wake up and think about their eternal purpose. This is my reward for all my labor. Everything else is vanity, as is written, do not be afraid if a man grows rich, and the honor of his house increases. We have to remember and take at face value the words of our ancestors and rabbis, when they said, when a person dies, his silver and gold, gems and pearls do not accompany him, only the Torah he studied and his good deeds. But now, in these generations, a person must look and search in the books of our master, teacher, and Rebbe, and among his students, students, for true advice on how to escape all the twistedness and confusion of this world, which so flusters and twists the heart. May the King of the world bless them. With thanks to God, Wednesday night, Vayeshev, 5595, Breslov. I received your letter just now. You can understand yourself the pain I had. But I didn't let the pain overwhelm me, because I knew that this was going to happen. That is why I thought that you ought not start going there last Shabbat. Then you would not have been disgraced like that. But this is also for the best. Please remember, my dear son, the great kindness that God did for you by allowing you to stay alive and to recover. Instead of mortal danger, you got as a punishment this humiliation, which atones for sins exactly like death. So this is certainly a great kindness from God. It would be appropriate for you to speak with your wife and ask her what she wants. Are you going to stop being my son, God forbid, or not come to see me, God forbid? Didn't she know beforehand that you were my son and what that meant? But if you must suffer from this, then it's all for the good. You already know that the world is full of suffering, and that happy is he who suffers for the sake of the Torah. Most men suffer from their wives over mundane things. I hope to God that through your determination to attain the truth, with God's help, You will win her over, and she will come back to you, to fulfill. When God is pleased with a person's actions, even his enemies will make peace with him. We do not know what to do, but our eyes look to you. We have no one to lean on but our Father in heaven. As for what you wrote about how people are saying that God forbid they will obey him when he gives the order to set fire to the study hall in the new city, this they cannot do. It seems to me that, with God's help, our comrades are strong there. Since our opponents know this, they will not start up there, realizing that they cannot succeed. God has not decreed that the name of Israel should be obliterated. And in our hardship he sent us relief. He will surely leave you a place to pray, with God's help. He has helped us already, and may he continue to help us and save us more and more from now on. May everything turn into great good, that we may be worthy through this of awakening from our slumber. Everything that is presently happening to us is intended to arouse us from our sleep, to begin to renew ourselves, to walk in his holy ways, and come close to him, so that we will return to God from wherever we are. Just a short while ago I decided to send the letter to the Rav. I immediately sealed it. You are receiving it enclosed here and should send it on to him. I did what I had to do to save myself. May God do what is good and turn his heart to look at the real truth. The Lord, our God, is truth, and in his enormous mercy he has helped us to this point. We trust in him alone, that he will not abandon or neglect us now either. His miracles and thoughts are for us. Publisher's note: this letter alludes to the police activity around Reb Noson's house on Shabbat Chanukah, the arrest of his followers, and the confiscation of his writings. This precipitated Reb Noson's flight for safety eastward to the Cherin area, Kremenchug, Medvedevka, etc., and the reader will notice the different cities Reb Noson writes from in succeeding letters. With thanks to God, Sunday night, Miketz, Chanukah, 5595, Breslov. My dear son, you have already heard about our troubles, and yours I have no doubt that you're aware of. But it is also impossible to relate or explain the miraculous expansions within the straits themselves that God has performed for us, and for me especially during these days. Even what I can perceive myself I cannot express, let alone what is beyond my perception. God's intention is undoubtedly to give us great good and awesome salvation. And his primary intent is to awaken and rouse us and the whole world from sleep, so that we should wake up in the morning the way that they said, "Rise mightily in the morning like a lion. Arise, the morning star." I have explained in an exceedingly beautiful discourse that the essential meaning of this dictum is that we go with the teaching of, "I will sing to God with what I have left." This Shabbat, we spoke at length on the lesson, "In suffering, he gave me relief," and about how Chanukah embodies this teaching. It is very closely related to everything that is happening with us now. We are waiting constantly to leave the straits completely and to come into great expansion. Our enemies will see and be ashamed. The carrier of this letter, as he will tell you, is very pressured, so I cannot continue. The words of your father, full of great joy and happiness, especially in a time of trouble and pain, God save us, because of the great, amazing, and infinitely awesome kindness that God did with me and with all Israel by bringing us near to a holy, awesome light such as this. This is impossible to express. It is, for each person, according to his own heart's understanding. It is Chanukah now. Who knows how deep the mystery of Chanukah runs? I well know, with God's help, that it shows those who dwell below and those who dwell on high what they need to be shown. I really cannot continue. With thanks to God, Friday before dawn, Va'era, 5595, Kremenchug. My dear beloved son, you revived me with the news that, thank God, through his loving kindness and miracles, the books have been returned. I have been pining away about this until now. I arrived here at nightfall from Cherin, tired and weary, hoping that maybe I would find a letter here from you. And by the kindness of God, before entering the house I received your letter from Reb Ephraim, may he live, who had got it yesterday. I read it immediately. I am surprised at you, my dear son, for not telling me right at the beginning of the letter about the great salvation that we had. Instead, I had to read much of the letter and hear about our great pain and disgrace, God have mercy, all the while longing to hear this report. Not until the second page did I find the heartwarming good news. How great are God's kindnesses and wonders! What can we return to God for all the kindnesses He has done for us? As for all the humiliation that you wrote of, while I am pained by it all, it really is insignificant. Our lives are like a passing shadow, and the time rushes by. Soon it will all be gone and forgotten. Happy will be the one who held his ground, who continued to dwell in the shade of the Rebbe's holiness and to work with his holy books. One who did the opposite, God forbid, will certainly be ashamed of himself and feel great remorse in this world and the next. Humiliations such as these have already occurred in past generations, when the Baal Shem Tov, of blessed memory, shone his holy light in the world. I too and all our comrades went through all this. If the humiliations now are greater in some respects, this is only in proportion to the consequence of what we are doing. Look and you will see miracles. Even now God steers a straight course with his anger, and the barriers and humiliation which deter a person, God forbid, all come carefully measured to the one on whom they have been decreed. Everything is precisely calculated. Even if we do not know the exact reason for everything, it is still beyond question that God is just in everything he does. For his thoughts are very deep. The entire world is full of trials every day. Surely Reb Itzik, the son of Reb Avraham Dov, ought to have stood up to the test and let himself be purified by what happened to him. He acted foolishly at the beginning, doing what he did, at a time when a wise person would have remained silent. Then he added to his mistake by subsequently separating himself from us, as he himself knows in his heart from the point of truth. I am sure that at any rate he will not be a mitnagid, and if he gained only his from all the times he traveled, good enough. Extend greetings to every one of our comrades. It seems to me that any one of them who has a real brain in his head will fortify himself on his own and will fulfill, hide for a moment until the fury passes. For God will certainly not abandon us. He will show us a good sign, and our enemies will see and be ashamed. They will come back to us, and not we to them. The words of the Rebbe, of blessed memory, will undoubtedly come true when he said, "I have finished, and I will finish." I wrote you a letter from Cherin and sent it to Tolchin. I told you there that I had sent you from Uman a number of letters for Breslov, and to you specifically. I am very surprised that not a single one of them reached you, and I am pained about this. But the salvation that you told me about is more important than anything, and my hope is in God that everything will turn out well. As for your own situation, you already heard my response above. The world is full of tests of all kinds every day. But we already have for all of them a strong foundation, which is firm and endures forever. This is the tzaddik, foundation of the world, the undivided foundation. Every one of us, in whatever happens to him, has aim to lean on. For we did not come to this world to eat, drink, and satisfy our cravings, God forbid. Nor did we come here for money and imaginary status of this world. We came here to suffer toil and struggle in order to know our Creator and Maker, may His name be blessed, in accordance with the Torah that Moses placed before the children of Israel, and with the direction that the true tzaddikim give us in every generation. We must suffer bitterness again and again, and afterwards God in His kindness helps, as we have already seen many times. This is the verse. For the sake of peace I have great bitterness, as explained in His holy books. The way it appears now, you needn't send another letter here, because it is unlikely that I will be here long. From now on, be sure to send me a letter with every post to Uman, and let me know precisely everything that is going on there, so I will know what to do. That way, when I get to Uman shortly, God willing, I will find your letters waiting for me, and they will inspire me, with God's help. It looks as if I will be in Uman, God willing, 2 or 3 weeks from now. May God in His good will direct me on the true path. In every move I make, I rely on Him. At present, every place I come to, I greatly inspire all our comrades there. Here as well, they receive me with great love and eagerness. They joyfully came out to welcome me, more than ever before. Never have they received me with the love and joy that they did now. But the suffering that I have had thus far from the traveling itself is beyond description. The roads here are in terrible condition, and the horses are weak. For a man getting on in years as I am, my ability to endure the difficulties of travel is just about finished. Even so, though, there have been an endless number of expansions to alleviate the hardships. If only God will give me the opportunity to tell you everything so that you will understand the miracle of God's supervision. How He in His goodness is constantly renewing the world every day and contracts Himself from His absolute infinity down into every act, word, and thought of every person according to the place and time, and gives him hints. Javalt. Why are we silent after we have heard things such as this? About every single word of them we must say 1,000 times. If we had come to the world only to hear this, it would have been enough. And they are ripping up and desecrating these books. Woe to them, and woe to their souls. May the Master of Compassion return them to the truth. May He return us to truly fulfill the Rebbe's holy words, spoken with truth. And they happen on a general level, on an individual level, with every person, at every time, and it is carried down to the smallest details every moment of every day. What can I say to you, my dear son, and to all our faithful comrades? Pay close attention to what is done with a person in this passing world, this fleeting shadow. Everyone knows that this world is complete vanity. Vanity of vanities. And if they aren't able to right their deeds and even commit wrongs, as every single one does in this place of vanity, and as they themselves know, may God pardon them and return them to the truth. They are further impelled to go against the point of truth, who is worthy of leaving the vain wind of this world completely, and who did not want to leave any vanity in this world at all. Ashreinu, happy are we! How good is our portion, that our souls have escaped this like a bird from a trap. Thank God, the merciful one who has rescued us from this. May He go on to rescue us from all the vanities of this world and to engage all our lives in Torah, prayer, and good deeds. Amen. As it appears, I will not stay here long. I have only been here a short time, so I cannot tell you what is happening here now. In addition, it is now time for the morning prayers. May God send forth His mercy and allow me to pray with great concentration, to acknowledge this day's complete renewal of creation, and to speak of His loving kindness in the morning. Greetings to all our companions with much love. With thanks to God, Wednesday night, Beshalach 5595, Krakow. Greetings to my honored beloved son, Reb Yitzchak, may he live. I already wrote you that I reached Kremenchug on Thursday night, Parashat Va'era. There I found your letters telling me that the holy books had been returned, thank God, and this greatly encouraged me. On Friday, the following day, I sent you my letter, and until yesterday I was in Kremenchug. All that time I did not receive a single letter, neither from Breslov nor from Uman, and I do not know what to think. It must be that during a time of suffering such as this, God have mercy, we need to have this pain as well. But my consolation amidst my destitution is that by God's kindness and enormous miracles, they succeeded in getting out the books. What can I give back to God? How good is the lot of Reb Shmuel Weinberg that he was able to have a redemption of captives such as this accomplished through his agency. Ashreichem. Happy are all those who took part in this. Happy are all those who gave money for this redemption of souls and of the Holy Torah. Woe to them, and woe to the souls of these informants, with their false charges. They have rebelled and sinned against the honor of God, the honor of the Holy Torah, the honor of the Baal Shem Tov, of blessed memory, and the honor of our Master, Teacher, and Rebbe, of blessed memory, all of whose holy books were impounded as a result of their treachery. May God pay back the evildoer according to his evil, and in his great loving kindness let him have compassion on us poor, persecuted paupers. May he quickly save us for the sake of his great and holy name in which we hail. For his great name is found in the name of the true tzaddik, as explained in the lesson, in the beginning, in the sight of all Israel, which I spoke about last Shabbat Chanukah, and to which I added a few finishing touches here. I was already prepared to go today, but God in his compassion arranged that I should be extremely busy, and so ended up traveling past the post office with Reb Ephraim, may his light shine. Reb Ephraim went in, and there he found 2 of your letters. One was written on Sunday Bo, and the other on Thursday Bo. I was quite overwhelmed by God's enormous loving kindness, and I quickly went to Reb Ephraim's house. I read each letter carefully through twice. I do not have to tell you how your letters affected me. Distress and comfort, weeping and song. You can grasp only a little of this, but not all of it. At the time, I was extremely preoccupied with crossing the Dnieper River and preparing to spend the night. It is 2 or 3 hours after dark, and I just arrived here in Krakow. I am writing this letter immediately upon my arrival, and I am extremely busy and preoccupied with a number of things. Your letters in particular. People are also coming here to welcome me. Still, I have postponed everything and am making myself write you immediately whatever response God puts under my pen. Your letters encouraged me enormously, even though you told me how intense the machloket still is. May God have mercy. Nonetheless, my hope is in God that the whole thing will turn into good, especially since we see his tremendous miracles and kindness within all the suffering. God save us. For God is still with us, and near us, and right by our side, as you wrote, that our comrades in Uman have seen the beginnings of salvation in a number of areas. We see in this the greatness of God's deeds, how deep are his thoughts, and we see the great power of the Holy Elder, the Elder of Elders, whose power is still with us. Even to ripe old age, it will never abandon us. As for encouraging you, you already wrote to me, thank God, that you are, as you should be, adamant in the truth. I was really pleased by what you said in your letter, that you inspire yourself with the various things that you've heard from me. In my opinion, God has provided us with the treatment in advance of the blow, with the many holy conversations that I have been having with you for many years now, and with all the holy lessons and stories, and the holy prayers which God gave me the merit of composing. These contain more than enough to inspire yourself even during troubled times such as these. So much so that you ought to be dancing now every day over the greatness of God's salvation and enormous miracles, in that he saved us from being opponents to a point of truth such as this. What can I say? What can I say? With what can we come to meet God after all the good he has given us? At present I am suffering because I have not yet received a single letter from Breslov. In addition, I have yet to get my visa. My mind is really not clear at all right now. Fortify yourself and be strong, for God is with you. There is reward for your work, and there is good reason to be hopeful about our end. If you look closely at one holy lesson out of his holy books, you will be able to comfort yourself for all the troubles that come upon us. Salvation is in God's hands. May he rescue us from them in the Rebbe's great merit. I have much to say, but time just does not permit it. Send greetings to all the inhabitants of Breslov who have risen to help us. May God be with them. May he repay what they have done and give them great reward. May they merit every good in this world and the next eternally. Amen. Through all the suffering and turmoil that I have gone through, and that we all have gone through as a group and individually, especially throughout the enormous distress and fear that we have experienced this year from Rosh Hashanah until today as a result of the tremendous awakening of the machloket and of those who hate us. Through it all, I only encourage myself with what the Rebbe, of blessed memory, said on the verse, "The evil man waits for the righteous, seeking to slay him, but God will not abandon him to his hand." Look up what he wrote there. but they conceal the righteous so much that a person can't even breathe, God forbid. But God will not abandon him to his hand, which we see for ourselves. We have to believe that the machloket is undoubtedly very good for every single one of us. However, in that which they desire, to uproot everything altogether, they will not be successful. Anyone who really wants to be a good Jew, the way that our master, teacher, and Rebbe of blessed memory taught us to live with true, simple purity and sincerity, in accordance with the Torah that our teacher Moses commanded us, and that our rabbis of blessed memory passed down to us. Without a doubt, no barrier in the world can stop him. For the rule already stands: a person is never faced with a barrier that he cannot break. So that if you need to pray alone, well, so did many of the pious of earlier times. They did not want to be disturbed in their prayers by praying with the community. I already wrote you that you should fulfill. Hide for a moment until the fury passes. You can rest assured that not so long from now you will be able to pray in whatever study hall you want. This sort of thing has to happen to all the tzaddikim and to all the good Jews attached to them, because at first they have suffering, and in the end, contentment. I have no time to continue. With God's help, Motzei Shabbat Shira, 5595, Tehran. Greetings to my beloved brothers and companions, my kind and faithful friends, my teachers, my rabbis, my friends and my students, my children and grandchildren, may they live. May you all enjoy blessing, life, peace, and all good, in this world and the next, eternally. Amen. May it be His will. Listen to me, and God will listen to you. I just recently received all your letters. My friend Reb Shmuel Weinberg's with the visa, my friend Reb Avram Bear's, may he live, and the greetings from Reb Yosef, the son-in-law of Reb Zalman. They are all full of loud and bitter screams and cries over the enormous persecution that we, and especially I, are suffering at the hands of those who groundlessly hate. In return for my love, they hate me, but I am all prayer. Amidst the enormous sufferings, though, we have had miraculous and awesome shows of salvation and relief. For, thanks to the living God, through His great kindness, we were able to recover the books. What can I give back to God for all the good He has done for me? We should be making a huge Purim over this, because it was no small miracle. Ashreika, my friend Reb Shmuel. Happy are you that the miracle was performed through your agency. Ashreikem, happy are you, my brothers and friends, and anyone who had a part in rescuing these souls in the Holy Torah. Any efforts that anyone has made, physical, financial, or both, will all be counted in His favor on high. Every step taken, every word, every movement, every small coin that was expended for this effort until the desired outcome was achieved, their righteousness will endure forever, for them and their children for generations to come. The visa that you sent was also immensely encouraging. I have been yearning to see this from the day I separated from you. God arranged things that I would stay in Krakow until that Wednesday, and so I received it there, though I was already set to travel here. It was all with God's amazing providence, as I will tell you, God willing, when I arrive safely home. Thank God I arrived here safely for Shabbat, as I said, and thank God everything here is all right. In all these districts, no one makes disparaging remarks. There is not even the slightest mention of the machloket raging in our area. You hear nothing about it at all. From what I hear, there is no talk of it in Zlatopolia and its environs either. The real machloket is in our area, because it is there that His holy words have started to enter the hearts of a number of kasherim, good Jews. As a result, there is a great deal of antagonism. I have so much to say to you, but I do not know where to start. I have already talked to you so very much about how you need to break down barriers, and how the entire world stands up against anyone who wants to come near us and to hail in His great name of blessed memory. Every one of our comrades, young and old alike, has already suffered enormous sorrow, bitterness, and pain from the very beginning, right up till today. Many were deterred by it. God save us. But the ones who stood their ground, Ashrehem, happy are they and their portion. You, men of Breslov, have not even begun to taste sorrow, bitterness, and barriers. But what can I do, my brothers and friends? Everyone has to face many barriers and trials right into old age. Happy will be the one who stands up to them, as you can see from the case of Moshe Chenkis. See the year in review. Everybody, even the mitnagdim, wonder at him and laugh at the way he has slipped and fallen, like an ox snared in a net. May God have mercy on him. May he put him on his feet and bring him quickly back to the truth. At the moment, though, his pain is real, and it is many, many times greater than all of ours. Woe to his old age, the loss of each day in all that he does. There have always been such cases, as our rabbis of blessed memory said on the Mishnah, "Do not believe in yourself until the day of your death." Because Yochanan the high priest served 80 years in his position, and in the end he became an agnostic. In more recent years, as is well known, the same thing has also happened with the Rav of Balfour, who waned at the end of his life. He succumbed to a test, and after failing he abandoned religion. With what can I come before God, after all the good he has bestowed upon me, that I have been able to escape this? May he not abandon me, even in my old age, so that until my soul leaves me, I will speak of his might among true Breslover Hasidim, who are attached and close to his holy name of blessed memory. For the tester of hearts knows that our holy Rebbe of blessed memory guides us on the straight, true path in purity and simplicity, with amazing wisdom and with advice of great depth, to adamantly hold our ground always and to fulfill all the words of the written and oral Torah, as explained in his holy books. For he speaks in them about all the commandments, all the character traits, and all the pathways of holiness in a way awesome in its truth. I will not go on about this now. What can I say? As you know, I have already spoken at length about how the entire world is full of suffering and pain. For man was born to suffer. His days are short and full of pain, as I have already spoken about extensively. Through all the places I have traveled here, there is not a word about our controversy. Nonetheless, everyone is full of pain, troubles, suffering, and worry, and is under stress about their livelihood, mitnagdim and our comrades alike. What do all the poor and destitute do in towns where they do not distribute flour, where there is no allocation at all? They are all still there and alive. Who would think that after all the talks I have had with you, that their cutting off the flour allocation from the poor would constitute any test at all? I am quite sure that anyone with even a small amount of intelligence is, without a doubt, adamantly holding his ground, and for him it is no test at all. There may be some fools who have lost their minds. May God have mercy on them and bring them back to the truth. Publisher's note. The reference is to the community leaders in Breslov, headed by Moshe Chenkis, using financial pressures against the Breslover Hasidim to desert Reb Noson. Those who received a charity allowance for flour and other basic necessities were in jeopardy of losing their allocation. The next paragraph speaks about the demand of the enemies of the Breslover Hasidim to dismiss them as teachers, ritual slaughterers, and other providers of communal services. As for the situation of the teachers, you already know that the Rebbe did not want a single one of his followers to work as. Our friends Reb Yudel from Dashef and Reb Shmuel Isaac, of blessed memory, as well as many other comrades, suffered extreme poverty in their youth, and no one in their towns helped them at all. But they survived, thank God. The same for me, poor man that I am. I gave up my livelihood when I drew near to the Rebbe, and thank God, I have lost absolutely nothing because of it, not even in this world. With regard to your worrying and suffering over my pain and the way they are boasting and frightening me, the truth is that you do need to suffer with me and pray and cry out to God very much that He rescue me from my enemies and pursuers. You must employ every strategy and all your strength, body, soul, and money to enable me to dwell safely in Breslov. But still, judging from your letters, you are becoming overly upset over this, and you are completely ignoring the tremendous acts of salvation, the miracles and the wonders that He has already done with me and with you. This is especially true of the enormous miracles, wonders, and favors that God has done with us during these very days amidst this sweep of pain and sorrow. For we were able to retrieve the books and to rescue those souls from prison. This is in addition to the other individual miracles and acts of salvation that God has done for me personally during these days that I have been traveling. Practically every day, I have encountered trouble and danger on the road, and God has helped me every time. The poor man called, and God heard him. My hope rests on His great kindness that I will surely live, God willing, in Breslov, and they will not be able to do a thing to me. There is no need to worry too much about the rock throwing. They have windows too. If people start breaking windows, there will not be a window left in Breslov. But in truth, the Tsar's law has jurisdiction in such cases. Our rabbis of blessed memory already said, were it not for fear of the government, people would swallow one another alive. These evil stone throwers really do want, God forbid, to destroy Breslov, which is the exact opposite of stones. I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh, and I will give you a heart of flesh. They and their like will perish, and Breslov will not be destroyed, God forbid. The word of our God will stand forever, and this verse will be fulfilled. I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh. Hear this and understand that God is right there with us, especially since the Rebbe of blessed memory said to me explicitly, God is right there with you. He's right next to you. Do not be afraid. I think that I will soon travel home. I may be in Uman next Shabbat, and I will confer there briefly with our comrades. When I get there, I want to find letters from all of you. If one of our comrades from Breslov can go there himself, even better. That way, I will be able to hear precisely everything that has happened there from then until now. Salvation is in God's hands. May He soon bring me safely home. I will trust the God of my salvation and will not be afraid. I trust in His kindness that I will not become drunk, God forbid, from all the waters that I drink every day. The slanderer accuses his victim of the fault that he has himself. I have said enough for the wise to understand. The truth is that we feel the suffering of Israel more acutely. She is drunk, and not from wine, and they reel and stagger like a drunkard. But how great are the kindnesses of God, who has given us the merit to fulfill, to some extent, the following verse. And they cried out to God in their pain. On whom else can we lean but our Father in heaven? You want to see miracles right away, but you know already that the Rebbe did not practice this. I have already spoken about this extensively. He reveals godliness in the world only through the awesome Torah lessons that he revealed. And even if we did see many awesome wonders from him during his life, and even more after his passing, still, it is not his way to punish immediately. Because even for a tzedek to punish, it is not good. When it is absolutely necessary to weed out the thorns from the vineyard, and there is no other way, then he clears them out in their proper time. And he has already weeded out a lot. God will help, and now as well the Rebbe will weed out and do away with them, as is necessary, if they do not repent. No matter what, though, of this I am sure, that with God's help, He will certainly rescue me and all our comrades from them. Just as His kindness has not abandoned us thus far, and He helped us to retrieve the books, so will He continue to help us, so that I can live in peace and quiet in Breslov. God is with me, I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? But you still have to do your part and employ every strategy you can, particularly the petitions for which you are gathering signatures. Keep on with this determinedly, and God will help you finish it. God will finish for me. And you, my friend, Reb Shmuel Weinberg, my loyal friend, do not be afraid, because you stuck your neck out for me. Ashrecha! Happy are you that you were worthy to do this. My son, Reb Yitzchak, may he live, already wrote me how you publicly sanctified God's name. I am surprised at you, my brother, that you are feeling frightened about this. On the contrary, you should constantly be joyful that you had the privilege of doing this. I cannot go on about this in writing. Thank God that He provided the treatment in advance of the blow, in that we were able to speak so much about the greatness of our holy master, teacher, and Rebbe of blessed memory, and about his incredibly holy Torah lessons, conversations, and holy stories. All these give every single one of you good reason to hold firm and not to look at or to be afraid of anything. You just need to employ whatever strategy is required in this situation. and to cry out very much to God every day. Then strengthen yourself adamantly in the belief that they will not be able to defeat the Rebbe of blessed memory. They will fight against you and will not prevail. All this commotion is just to awaken me and you to study Torah and pray more, especially private prayer with our Creator. We need this kind of prayer now most of all. Everyone should express himself before God concerning himself, me, and the whole group. May God, who hears the prayers of every mouth, hear this, and have compassion and save me quickly for the sake of his great name in which we hail. I do not have time to write any more. Greetings to my modest wife Dishal, may she live. To her sons, may they live. To my daughter Shanat Siral, may she live. To my son-in-law and learned friend Reb Baruch, may he live. And to his daughter Esther Shindel, named after Reb Noson's first wife, may she live. So they are throwing stones at her too. May God make us worthy, and may generations of God-fearing men and men of truth come forth from her. This is everything to us. Compiler's note: the incident involving the little girl is as follows. That year they had a practice of throwing rocks at the house of our teacher Reb Noson, and the situation had become life-threatening. Towards nightfall, his family would immediately close the shutters, even while a little daylight still remained. On one occasion, they forgot to close one of the windows in a small room called the Acre, in which his daughter Chanat Sirel was sitting with her daughter, an infant of 6 months who was lying in a cradle. The cradle was hung in front of the window and the baby's mother was sitting by her side. At one point, the baby began to cry the way infants do, and her mother lifted her from the cradle. She had not even completely removed the baby all the way out of the cradle when a huge rock came crashing through the window and landed right in the cradle. If the little girl had been in the crib, it certainly would have killed her because the rock was very large. It was only by a miracle that she narrowly escaped death. The reader will now understand the greeting that he gives to his daughter Chanat Sirel and to her daughter. He will also understand the intensity of the persecution and danger that he faced throughout his holy life. His will was literally like iron to have endured all this. But it never entered his mind to become discouraged and slack, God forbid, in his devotions which he practiced all his days. He only drew himself closer and closer to God. He studied, taught, worked, and encouraged others to strive for the betterment of the community. And he did it all with enormous energy and enthusiasm. This was what he did publicly, what we ourselves saw. Beside this are all his inner, hidden achievements, which would be impossible to express verbally or to describe in writing. But as a person peering through a small hole, though he only sees a little, may infer much more, so a person with wisdom and intelligence was able to understand what a tiny fraction of the whole picture these hidden achievements must have been, when he looked at Reb Noson's shining visage, or when he spoke with him face to face. For his face would literally burn like a torch as he became completely lost and absorbed in Torah and prayer. Many, many times tears would stream from his eyes through his great cleaving to God. Everyone who heard him would feel such a tremendous awe and fear and humility that they would hide their faces from the great fear, awe, and shame that fell upon them. What can we say? What can we say? Woe for the catastrophe that has befallen us, for the blow we have suffered. May God comfort us soon. Amen. Greetings to my son David Zvi, may he live, and to my stepson Shmelka, may he live. Don't worry, God is with us. God willing, everything will turn out well. Many Jews have already gone through suffering such as this, and they were saved. In the end, our enemies will suffer a great defeat, and God will have compassion on us in the great merit of the Rebbe of blessed memory. We will have a place to live yet. And right there in Breslov, with God's help, our enemies will see and be ashamed. Greetings to my beloved and learned son, Reb Shechne, may his light shine. My beloved son, I am a little irritated that you have not sent me a single letter thus far. You did not even add on greetings at the end of someone else's letter, such as Reb Yosef, the son-in-law of Reb Zalman. You have acted foolishly, my dear son. And you still have not started to take time every day from your busy schedule to think about your end and your ultimate purpose, You see what happens in this world, and many of your years have already passed. Our days are like a passing shadow. If not now, when? What good is all your worrying about your livelihood going to do you? What would really help you is if you would steal and snatch an hour to cry out to God over your physical and spiritual livelihood. This would certainly help you in this world and the next. This same applies to snatching fixed times for Torah study, as our master, teacher, and Rebbe of blessed memory wrote about the rabbis. Dictum: did you steal sessions for Torah study? My dear, beloved son, I feel terrible for you because I know the good in your heart, but your worrying and anxiety so preoccupy you, and you keep putting things off until tomorrow. When are you going to do something for your eternal house? God should give you a long life, but all our days will never be enough to accomplish and rectify what we must in this world. For the day is short and there is much work to do. You do not have to complete it, but you are not free to sit idle either. Just do everything that it is in your power to do. Particularly with all the holy conversations we have had, you ought to be drawing inspiration, encouragement, and advice every day that will enable you to snatch all the true, eternal good that you can each day. Be sure, in any case, to write me a letter and send it to me in Uman immediately. Tell me in detail about my wife and my son and daughter, may they live. Tell me how each one is doing and about everything that is going on there. I trust God that this is all for the good. For a person must know and believe that everything that happens to him is for the good. Publisher's note: Reb Avram Dov, or Ber, was Rebbe Nachman's grandson and was married to Moshe Chenkis' daughter Miriam Reitze. At the outbreak of hostilities, Moshe Chenkis pressed for a divorce for his daughter, which was given. The divorce was so bitter that Moshe demanded that the talit, which is customarily given to the groom on the wedding day, which had taken place 4 years earlier, be returned. As we will see in later letters, Reb Avram Ber married the daughter of Reb Ber of Tehran, one of Rebbe Nachman's earlier followers and a staunch supporter of Reb Noson. Greetings to my very dear friend, our great and illustrious teacher Reb Avraham Dov, may his light shine. My friend Reb Avraham Dov, may he live. I received your letters in Uman and in Kremenchug, and they really encouraged me. Even though you reported a lot of troubles to me, I applaud you for your letter, and especially for all the effort you have expended on my behalf. On this merit, may God allow you to spend many good years devoting yourself to Torah and prayer. Amen. May it be His will. I already wrote above about how I am doing, and the rest you will infer for yourself. Thank God what I said was right. God will help us, save us, and protect us from them, and we will be worthy of returning to God and of truly drawing close to Him. For this is why we were created. The words of your true friend, your forebearer's servant, who is ready to serve you, as the Rebbe of blessed memory, would wish, until the soul leaves me. God, who is good, will do what is necessary to finish everything well for me, for His sake, not for mine. Do not give honor to us, God, not to us, but give it to your name. My beloved friend, Reb Chaim, son of Reb Yaakov, the scribe, I know you have worked very hard in this effort, but I am a little irritated that you have not written me a single letter. Now, be sure that all our comrades sign the letter that you send to Uman. For my soul is bound up with theirs, and I expect to hear from each and every one of them. Extend my greetings to all our comrades from the greatest to the least. Be sure to put proper shutters up on my windows from the outside right away. If you cannot collect enough money to do it, borrow in my name and I will pay it back immediately upon my arrival, God willing. Do exactly as I ask, and no differently. The rest I have already written. Tuesday, Mishpatim, 5595, Uman. My dear beloved son, and all our faithful beloved companions who suffer torment and pain, and who submit themselves to the sanctification of God's name. Peace to you and peace to your souls. Be determined and strong, and do not be afraid, for God is with us. He will surely not abandon us for the sake of His great name. Know, my friends, that I arrived here in Uman yesterday, completing the journey safely. I spent last Shabbat in Terchovitza. I was happy and danced a little, and our comrades there were happy and danced a lot, with God's help, especially on Motzei Shabbat, when they danced to an awesome, heart-rending melody in a great cry to God, singing repeatedly the verses, "Pure and clean of hands, favor those who spread forth their wings. Redeem your people from the arrogant, your flock from the hands of the shearers." I weep copiously when I recall this. Be gracious to us, God, be gracious, for we have had our fill of shame. I do not know what to write you. I found more than 10 letters waiting for me here from Breslov, and also from you, my dear son, from Tulchin. The bitter laments they contain, you know better than I. God have mercy. I was already at the Rebbe's holy gravesite yesterday, also in the mikveh, and, thank God, they did not kill me. I did not even get hit with a single rock, God forbid. I was in Zlatipolia as well, where I prayed the morning prayers and was in the mikveh. I got out of there safely too, while in the mikveh in Uman. Someone tried to take Reb Noson's clothes and destroy them. He was caught in the act and was stopped. Who can relate God's miracles and great kindnesses that appear within the sorrow itself? Who can declare His mighty and awesome acts? For, thank God, we have survived thus far. I trust in God that He will never, ever leave or abandon us, and that He will save us from our troubles. Our holy and awesome Rebbe, of blessed memory, will certainly finish everything the way he wants to, as he said, "I have finished, and I will finish." I hope to God that I will soon come to Breslov, but I am staying here a little longer in order to go to the Rebbe's holy gravesite, to express myself there before God, and also to give our companions from Breslov a chance to come and meet me, as I already wrote you. If it is possible for you too to come here right away, so much the better. I do not have time to continue. It is time for the morning prayers, and I am presently very busy. May God have mercy on me and on all of you, and may He soon have us rejoice in His salvation. Even now, as I tearfully write this letter, I do so amidst joy, that within such a hiddenness of hiddenness, we are able to know about the point of pure truth, who is our life eternally. For this world is nothing but vanity, and our lives are like a fleeting shadow. Many days and months of this winter have already flown by, with all that it has brought us. And what have our opponents accomplished through their evil? They conceived evil and gave birth to falsehood, and have added to their own hellfire. A raging hot wind is their inheritance. But on us, God has had compassion and has rescued us from people who have so fallen into error that they tear up holy, awesome books such as these and desecrate them so, and who inform upon and spill the blood of righteous people such as these. Without a doubt, not a single drop of our blood that they have spilled or a single Jewish coin that they have had confiscated has been lost. Without a doubt, they are among those who go down and never come up, while God's loving kindness will shine upon us. Without a doubt, this is all atonement and forgiveness for our sins. For God knows that we walk with true simplicity, the way our sages of blessed memory taught us. We must joyfully accept the past as atonement, and we must cry out to God over the future, that He will act for the sake of His great name and rescue us from them. May God hear our prayers and our pleas and say, "Enough," to our suffering. May He soon have us rejoicing in His salvation. Reb Nachman of Tulchin sends his greetings. It really uplifted me to find him here safe. It is all God's salvation and wonders. Every minute of every day, I see the Rebbe's holy words, "Amidst suffering you gave me relief," and those words are keeping me alive right now. With God's help, Tuesday, Teruma, 5595, Uman. Warm greetings to my honored and beloved, my dear learned son Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. I received your letter of last Friday yesterday, and I was overjoyed, even amidst pain and suffering such as this. For I see that, thank God, my words are fixed firmly in your heart, and that they are inspiring you, even at such a time as this. This is the way. To carefully remember every single word, so that you can stand up to the test, fortify yourself constantly, and give your soul new life every time, through everything that comes upon a person in his life. Especially a person who wants to come close to an amazing, awesome, and unique figure such as the Rebbe, who is our life eternally. A person has to fix these Torah lessons and holy conversations so deeply in his heart that, after 100 years, when the time comes to lie in the grave, even there he will give himself life with the Rebbe's holy words. Similarly, at the time of the revival of the dead, and for all eternity, to fulfill, when you are walking in this world, she will guide you. When you lie down in the grave, she will guard you when you wake up. You know, my brothers and friends, that all the work we do for our livelihoods and all the business we conduct is not to make a profit in Odessa or Brody, but rather it is only for the sake of the eternal goal, and God knows our true intentions. Thank God, no matter what, and even if you are not what you should be, given the holiness of these conversations and awesome Torah lessons, you have still greatly succeeded and have truly gained very much. Ashreichem, happy are you, my sons, my brothers, and my friends. Now especially you can understand a little of the importance of what we are longing to do from the intensity of the many barriers we are encountering, the like of which we have never faced. May God guard us from now on. Remember well every single word, every single lesson, every single prayer, and every single discussion. Remember their amazing depth and the flashes of godliness and of the greatness of the Creator that they contain. Remember how they radiate with the greatness of the Torah, the mitzvot, and the true tzaddikim, and remember the encouragement, inspiration, and simple, clear advice that is contained in every single one of them. Remember how through his incredible pathways, he enables every single Jew, great or small, to carry out what is written in the Torah. He awakens the sleeping, rouses the slumbering, and literally enlivens the dead. He lifts up the souls of Israel from the depths of hell and even lower, reviving them and allowing them to earn eternal life. Even if you already know all this, each one of you must now review it mentally and verbally by yourself and with your comrade. All this and more, each one according to his understanding. There is no way to explain, either in writing or in speech, exactly how each person should do this. It depends on the individual person. But what is critical is that each one should do this so that you will be able to strengthen yourselves now as well. For our lives are like a passing shadow, literally like blown dust, and there is no such thing as time. Soon it will all be past, and those of us who stand up to the test and endure the purification will joyfully talk about all this. For God will certainly save us and rescue us from their hands. He will not be at odds forever. You wrote that you are encouraging yourself with the lessons Azamra, and in suffering you gave me relief, and if so, you are right with me. Because most of the vitality I have at any time, I gain through these lessons, and especially now, during this time of great distress. If our mouths were filled with song like the sea, it would still be impossible to utter even 1,000th of the incredible expansions, gifts of relief, that appear amidst the suffering every minute of every hour of every day. How great are God's deeds, how profound his thoughts. For most of our holy gathering are more steadfast in the truth than before. I arrived here on Monday of Mishpatim, and God in his compassion arranged it that I immediately met someone to bring the news of my arrival to Teplik. I sent them a letter with him that arrived there last Tuesday night. They all immediately were roused and did not sleep the rest of the night, which they spent talking about my situation. 2 carriages left for here on Wednesday, and they arrived Wednesday night. 2 more men from Terchovitza came on Thursday, as well as Reb Zalman, the Shoshe, from the village. So all of us, along with our comrades who live here, were ready to go today to the Rebbe's gravesite, downcast, anguished, and broken-hearted. Then we received 2 letters, one from you and one from Breslov, from Reb Avraham Dov. There was also another letter from Reb Shmuel Weinberg to his father. All of them, as you know, were replete with bitter, bitter cries. We went to the holy gravesite, and there we cried out in prayer to God, loudly and bitterly crying and weeping very much. The praying there was louder than on Yom Kippur, and our plea certainly went up to heaven. But we still need to pray a great deal, and each one of us must talk privately to his Creator very much. For we are in dire straits indeed, and we need great salvation and compassion. Even without this, every person needs much salvation to cure his soul's spiritual wounds and pains, which, as you know, are what a person really suffers from, and what is really to be pitied. All the uproar and trouble has only come in order to awaken us and to rouse us from our sleep, as I have already written you, and as you know for yourselves. The men from Teplik, my friends, Reb Meir and Reb Nachman, the son-in-law of Reb Netanel, were here over Shabbat and stayed here until yesterday. We naturally spoke a great deal, and Reb Meir said that he has experienced a real arousal to God as a result of the machloket. And it is really true, for, thank God, he has changed for the better in a number of areas, and, thank God, I inspired him with what I said. He and his friends also inspired me a lot. Here we can see the wonders of God, for the Rebbe's candle will never go out. They will perish, and 1,000 like them, and not one of his holy words will miss its mark. He has finished, and he will finish. He even said, God is finishing all the time. So even now, we must thank the Master of all that we have merited to be in the Rebbe's portion. My lots have landed in pleasant places. We must strengthen ourselves to be happy every day and to turn groaning and sighing into joy. The more troubles, abuse, and embarrassments attack us, God save us. While they are no doubt extremely painful and bitter, the more we must strengthen ourselves adamantly and turn groaning and sighing to joy over the fact that we have been worthy of escaping such wickedness. We have been rescued from ripping up holy, awesome books with teachings such as the story of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yehoshua and Chanukah, Psalms and Repentance, the sayings of Rabbah Bar Chana, the recountings, the hidden book, the elders of Athens, and the list goes on and on. Like a bird from a trap, we have escaped. The trap has been broken, and we got away. Help us in the name of God. I have decided, for a number of reasons, to stay here until after Purim. Therefore, my beloved, my son, may he live. If you can come here next week, it will be very nice. If you can come here for Purim, God willing, we will celebrate and rejoice even more. From what I hear, your job at the post office is also in jeopardy, and they are also gnashing their teeth at you. If so, there is nowhere for you to flee to, except here. We will cry out to God and take counsel together. What God wants is what is going to happen. Publisher's note: Reb Mordecai of Tulchin was detained by opponents of Breslov Hasidim, who beat him brutally and led him through the town of Tulchin, demanding that he stand up publicly in the market and denounce Reb Noson. Reb Mordecai stood up and said, "And Mordecai will neither bow nor bend." The community leaders mentioned here were Hirsch Ber and Moshe Landau, as well as Reb Avraham Weinberg mentioned earlier. Hirsch Ber and Moshe Landau were leaders of the Enlightenment movement and were on extremely good terms with the Russian Tsar. Rebbe Nachman befriended them, or they Rebbe Nachman, before he passed away in Uman in 1810. Opposed to religious teachings, as much as Reb Noson was opposed to the heretical teachings of the Enlightenment, they nevertheless remained friendly throughout the years. During the years of oppression, they offered to intervene with the authorities on behalf of Reb Noson and could have had all their opponents constrained in several ways. Reb Noson refused, as Rebbe Nachman had promised him that he would overcome all his opponents, and he also wished to rely solely on prayer. There will be mention of these people further on, and Moshe Landau even came to Breslov in the spring to calm down the campaign against Reb Noson. Reb Mordechai, may his light shine, would also do well to come here. For a number of reasons, all his sins were unquestionably forgiven as a result of the great humiliation that he suffered. And he stood up to the test. All of us have certainly obtained much atonement for sins, but the more one suffers, God save us, the greater the reward. Thank God! The community leaders here are with us all the way. Thank God! God will save us. Your idea that you wrote about traveling to Latazin is pure foolishness, and I am surprised you even considered it. But we cannot change the past. We have no one to lean on but our Father in heaven. The time for the morning prayers has arrived. Last Shabbat I spoke about the teaching. Conceptions of godliness can only be obtained, and for this you must have a Rebbe, who is very, very great indeed. Ashreinu! Happy are we that we have merited to hear all this. This is what comforts us in our destitution. What can we return to God for all the good He has given us? Rejoice in God. Fortify your hearts mightily, all you who hope in God. Greetings to all our comrades, and in particular to Reb Shimshon. May his light shine. You will realize that what I said above is intended for all of you as well. Take careful notice of everything that happens to a person in this world. There are troubles and tribulations without number, overall and for each individual. This evil is different from that evil, for man was born to suffer. And the Shelah wrote a verse on the same theme. There is no moment without flaw, no hour without evil, no day, no week, no month, no year. Look it up. So then, hundreds of years ago, the world was also full of suffering. For from the day the Holy Temple was destroyed, every day is more cursed than the previous. It is only the Holy Torah that gives us vitality and that allows us to survive, especially when the true tzaddikim, pillars of Torah and prayer, develop new Torah insights. Ashreinu! Happy are we that we merited to know about the true tzaddik who was here in our time, the foundation of the world. Were it not for the salt, that is the light of the true tzaddik, the world would never be able to endure the bitterness, and God with His miracles revealed all this to us. I cannot go on about this any longer. Fortify yourselves determinedly. Do not fear them or be intimidated. Do not be afraid of their many chariots and the shouts of those who imbibe their intoxicating wine, their drunken shouts. The Lord, our God, is with you, and He will save you. This is the camp of the Holy Ark, the Torah that He in His abundant mercy and loving kindness revealed to us. These very books, the ones they are ripping up, disgracing and trampling upon so much, are going to save us. From the dust of our destitution and lowliness, they will pick us up and raise us up high. Through them the world will be saved. They are our life and the length of our days, in this world and the next, forever. With God's help, Wednesday, Tetzaveh, 5595, Uman. Greetings and great salvation to all my brothers and friends. I received your letter today during the morning prayers, and I also received one last night after the evening prayers from Reb Yosef, son-in-law of Reb Zalman. Everyone is expressing, quote, satisfaction, delight, and joy. And without a doubt there is cause for delight and joy, when amidst such a concealment we have merited to know about truth such as this. The greater the uproar and concealment, the greater our joy should be. For if we had not drawn close beforehand to know the absolute truth the way it really is, not only would it be totally impossible for us to do so now, but worse, God forbid, we too would be doing what they are to these holy, amazing books. How can we ever thank and praise God enough for all the miracles and wonders that He did with us when He rescued us from wickedness such as this, from such hell and perdition? Anyone with a modicum of true intelligence in his head will know and understand that no suffering in the world is greater than the suffering of someone who tears up and desecrates holy books such as these, who so groundlessly sheds Jewish blood and who keeps so many from Jewish holiness. They want to completely undermine Judaism, God forbid. Here too there is a mitnagd, opponent, whose son started to draw a little near to us and was studying a lot of Talmud and codes. The scoundrels, who call themselves Chassidim, are now forcibly preventing him from studying Talmud and codes, saying that it is better that he talk with them. The father of this young man shouted at him, "I am feeding you on the condition that you learn only 1 page of Talmud a day and no more. Anyone who studies all day is a Breslover." The bottom line really is that the mitnagdim are not just trying to stop people from studying the Rebbe's books. Their real evil intent deep down in their hearts is to abolish the entire Torah from Israel. For you are aware of the ways of the young, in this generation in particular, and the Torah is the only means of salvation. There is no one who can bring the study and practice of Torah into the world like our Master, Teacher, and Rebbe through the holy pathways that he revealed through me and in his holy books. This is why they harass us so intensely, saying, "Come, let's destroy them, God forbid." The fact is that if events were to just take their natural course, we really do not know how we could stand up against them. Even through praying and crying out to God, though we do engage in this a little, not one of us with his prayer could stand up against an attack such as this, in which Satan himself has girded his loins and is gnashing his teeth at us. All the same, we still have to do our part and cry out, scream, and supplicate the best we can, for God hears the prayers of every mouth. What we are really relying on, though, is the power of the prayers of the Elder of Elders. For he is engaged in the work we are doing of bringing souls truly close to God, and it is for his holy name that we are called Breslov Hasidim. He has begun, and he will finish, as he said, "I have finished, and I will finish." He spoke many other holy words such as these, and now too I believe, with total faith, that he will undoubtedly finish everything as he wishes to. In the end, our persecutors' memory will be utterly blotted out. Woe to them! Woe to their souls forever! In the meantime, though, each one of us must go through trials such as these. I believe, however, that even now there is not a single one of us who is faced with a test which he cannot overcome. The greatest barriers are in the mind. But since, thank God, all of you are strong and steadfast in faith and in the truth, I am confident that, with God's loving kindness, I will not be ashamed of you, nor you of me, not in this world and not in the next. Each person must apply to himself the teaching, Abraham was one. I inspire myself with this a lot right now. What would I do if all of you, God forbid, were also throwing rocks at me, God forbid? This is what happened to our father, Abraham. He was one, alone in the entire world. Thank God that you have been saved from this. You too, every one of you, must think to himself that, even if he were the only person in the world who knew this truth, he would have to fortify himself to stand up against the entire world. But God does not send a person a test he cannot overcome. Thank God that we have at least the small holy gathering of sincere, good individuals that we do, who do not opt for ideologies of lies, mockery, or for any of the confused pursuits which are so popular now. Rather, they walk with sincerity, truth, and integrity on the holy path which our ancestors have always traveled. We would never have merited this, were it not for his holy, awesome words of truth which are the deepest of the deep, and honest and pure as can be. Ashreinu! Happy are we! How good is our portion that we have merited to hear all this? Ashreinu! Happy are we for every single teaching and every single conversation that we heard from the Rebbe of blessed memory. God's compassion has helped us until now so that we merited to hear lessons and stories such as these in the midst of the fierce machloket that raged in the Rebbe's day like a fire stretching up to the heavens, as they tried to swallow him alive, God forbid. But God had pity on his people, and we were worthy of having him settle in Breslov, where all his holy books were composed. Who can express God's mighty deeds? Who can utter all his praises? Tzaddikim are greater after their passing than they are in their lifetime, and since the Rebbe's passing, we have seen totally unprecedented wonders and enormous miracles, even more than we did when he was alive. For the Rebbe has given strength to an exhausted, relentlessly persecuted man such as I, to write and publish books such as these, to compose and publish prayers such as these, and to assemble a gathering such as this for Rosh Hashanah in Uman. The list goes on. You have done much, Lord my God. Your miracles and thoughts are for us. None can compare to you, for they are too many to enumerate or express. We were also worthy of building a study hall here, and of praying in it several times on Rosh Hashanah. The God who has girded me with strength, and who has helped me until now, not on my merit or power, but on the Rebbe's great merit and power. He will also help me now to complete the study hall here this summer, God willing, and to soon return safely to my home in Breslov. For even if I am a great coward against this, God has also made me worthy of having a great deal of holy boldness, and he has established my audacity against theirs. Thank God, I am as resolute in my opinion about what I think is a pillar of iron and walls of bronze. With God's help, I am readying myself for them with gifts, prayer, and battle. For in his great power, God will help us. I have already spoken extensively with our friend, the bearer of this letter, Reb Shmuel Weinberg. I am waiting for his quick response telling me the good report. I hope to God that I can gradually make my way to Breslov safely. It is impossible to understand what the Mitnagdim hope to accomplish by banishing me from Breslov. Anywhere I go, I am going to tell people about the truth of the Rebbe's holy teachings. So the people there will also become Breslover Hasidim, the true Kasherim, pious among the Jewish people. In fact, I have considered the possibility that this is precisely God's intention. But it would be a great pity if I become separated from you so suddenly, God forbid. With God's kindness, I am confident in the Rebbe's great power, and that for his sake, God will surely not do this. Rather, he will help me with his miracles to return safely to my home in Breslov soon. Purim is almost here. May God hear our cry tomorrow on the fast of Esther, and may we merit to pour out our hearts like water before him. Just as he performed awesome deeds during these days in the past, may he likewise bestow his loving kindness on us and give us eternal salvation. May we be worthy of soon rejoicing in his salvation on the coming holy days of Purim, and may the glory of truth rise higher and higher. Let us always be glad and rejoice in his salvation. Rejoice and be happy, my brothers and friends. Thank God you merited to be in the Rebbe's holy portion forever. Give thanks for the past that God has allowed you to hold on to the truth through hardship and suffering such as this, and cry out over the future. Make a sincere effort to supplicate and plead earnestly before God, from the very depths of your hearts. Cry out and beg God every day that each one of you will able to hold on to the point of his Judaism, and that we will be worthy of escaping our enemies and pursuers. They will stumble and fall, and we will rise up and take heart. May we soon see each other face to face. Let us be happy and rejoice in his salvation. Greetings to my illustrious friend, Reb Avraham Ber. May he live. Trust God, my beloved son, for he will certainly not abandon you. Everything will turn into good, peace, joy, and life. The words of the Rebbe are alive and enduring when he said, God is very great, we know nothing of it. God is finishing constantly. I, poor and destitute, so pursued as I am, will walk in simplicity, to believe the Rebbe's holy words simply and straightforwardly, and to tell anyone who wants to hear all the great things that God did with us, returning us to him and bringing us near to him and his holy Torah. May God finish for me. Even when I am old and gray, God, do not abandon me until I declare your strength to the generation and your might to all who are to come. Your righteousness, God, reaches unto the heavens. Warm greetings to my friend, whom I love as my own heart and soul, the Rav and great luminary, our teacher Reb Aharon, may his light shine. Greetings to his sons. May they live, and to his whole family. Greetings and great salvation. I already expressed myself a little above. What should I add? His scholarly honor knows everything. His heart is as my heart, and his soul is as my soul. All of us are one, and we take refuge in God. He will not abandon us in our old age. Let our enemies see and be ashamed. When our time comes, after many long years, let our souls be taken from us still among the Rebbe's followers. May we never be ashamed or humiliated. With God's help, Thursday, the fast of Esther, 5595, Umon, my beloved son, my dear son, apple of my eye. I just now received your letters of Monday, Parashat Tetzaveh, and Friday, Parashat Teruma. When I came back from the holy graveside with a number of our comrades, we cried out there, weeping before God over what our souls have suffered in the past, and in particular over the enormous suffering that we have now from our enemies, and from those who groundlessly persecute us and denounce us for seeking good. The illustrious Reb Matityahu Leib of Bophilia, may his light shine, was in my house at the time. He also fled from his home over the machloket. He has been living here for about 2 weeks now and does not know when he will return home. Reb Heschel from Teplik is also here. While the machloket in Teplik is also intense, it is mixed there with a little more kindness, because, thank God, our side is quite strong. I also received a letter yesterday from Breslov with that good news about how they searched my house there to see if I had already arrived. I am sure you have already heard about this. In all these things we have no one to lean on but our Father in heaven. You should know, my dear son, that Reb Shmuel Weinberg was here from Friday of Parashat Mishpatim until yesterday, when he set off for home. I spoke with him briefly about how I should proceed. Right now, after all the tumult, and with all their railing at me and frightening me, I am still determined to return safely home, God willing, in the near future. For the time being, though, I am waiting for a response from Reb Shmuel Weinberg. Salvation is all in God's hands. Thousands of pages would not suffice to describe to you what I have suffered. But God's kindness is endless, and He gives me the strength to go on, enduring hardships, suffering, and humiliation such as this. What is more, His kindness is allowing me to even be a little happy that I was able to be in the Rebbe's holy portion, which is, God's portion is His people. The mitnagdim's mouths should be filled with dirt for slandering us with what is well known to be a lie, that, God forbid, we do not believe in the oral Torah. Let their souls leave them. We learn in the codes and in the 4 sections of the Shulchan Aruch every day. This is one of the holy practices that the Rebbe advised us very strongly to adopt, as is well known and printed in his holy books. Who revealed the hidden significance of the oral Torah the way our Rebbe did? It was he who said that the essential difference between Israel and the nations of the world is the oral law, and that this is how you can recognize a Jew. What can we say? God has found our wrongdoing. But in this matter that they are slandering us, we are not culpable in the least. May He pay back evildoers according to their evil. May He quickly subdue and put down all our enemies and pursuers. Let Him take pity on us, for the sake of His great name. My pain is so great that I do not know what to write. Concerning your traveling here, in most matters you came to the right conclusion as far as the few thoughts I had on the subject were concerned. You certainly cannot just abandon everything right now, and the Rebbe does not want this either. But I am surprised that you would even consider going to Ladizin, as you wrote in your last letter. May God have pity and compassion on us, save us and protect us, and have events work out for the best. We trust God that in His great kindness He will give us the place and the counsel that we need in order to escape now with our lives, as He has in the past, through His many miracles. Now especially we need to go with the teaching today, if you will listen to His voice, which teaches that a person has nothing but the present day. If one looks at things this way, one can endure the hardship and pain that one must for the sake of the Torah and the truth. We also have to adhere to what the Rebbe said about Avraham was one. This will enable us to endure the abuse. We must resolve in our minds to remain fast in the truth. No matter what, God forbid, until I expire I will not give up what I believe in, nor should we be looking around waiting for God to immediately perform miracles in this matter. God's ways are extremely wondrous, and the power of free will is very great indeed. Nonetheless, I trust God that our enemies will not succeed against us at all. For no matter what, God will help us and rescue us from them. Ultimately they will perish and be uprooted, and in the end their memory will be excised from the world. God will shine forth His light and His kindness on us, and without a doubt all the humiliation, pain, and bloodshed that we suffered at their hands will turn out to have been a great and awesome good for us. We have to remember well what the books teach, and the Rebbe spoke about it further, that one burn in Gehennom is worse than all the suffering in this world. He also spoke about the pain that a dead person has lying in the grave, and how he lies there listening to the sound of each crawling maggot. Surely this is worse than the sound of voices of the mitnagdim abusing us. Their words really do bite like the pierce of a sword, but the pain of the maggots, Gehennom and so on, are much worse than this. If you are unsure whether all this has released you completely from the pains of Gehenna, you can rest assured that it has released you from most of them. I trust God that anyone who really stands up to the test now will certainly not see Gehenna at all, especially since at any rate we have been saved from the additional severe punishment of Gehenna which awaits the persecutors and mitnagdim who rip up holy books such as these, trample them in mud and filth, and spill so much Jewish blood. They will certainly go down to the very lowest level of Gehenna. Woe to them and woe to their souls. I hope to God that we will be able to rejoice very much during the coming days of Purim. This, in addition to the fact that we were worthy of hearing such awesome, wondrous teachings about Purim and Chanukah, Shabbat and Yom Tov, and the list goes on and on. Ashreinu, happy are we. How good is our portion. No one in the world can say Ashreinu over his lot the way we can. Thank God, we have already been able to rejoice many times over the Rebbe's holy Torah lessons. This is especially true now that the concealment has spread so extensively. For, as if from a trap we have escaped. We know about pure truth such as this, that leads Israel with such simplicity and straightness, yet with such magnificent intelligence. Go and see the great might of your Master who, in order to allow free choice, has so concealed a truth such as this, and our souls he has rescued. You should know, my son, that even here I have no peace except when I am in the house of Reb Naphtali. May his light shine. Even when I go to the mikveh they lie in wait for me. Thank God I have escaped them so far. This coming Shabbat, and on Purim too, God willing, I will not eat in Reb Shmuel's house. May his light shine. He just made a wedding for his daughter, may she live, and the groom from Zlatopolia and his teacher are eating with him. My niece Lana was just at my house here at Reb Naphtali's, may his light shine, and she appealed to me to please not be angry at her, and she gave money to Reb Naphtali to have me eat with him. In every move that I make every day, the suffering and humiliations are very great, but the expansions, the shows of relief within the suffering, are wondrous indeed. For God has had pity on me and arranged things well for me, so that I have a nice private room here with everything I need, thank God. Tea, coffee, and everything that a person needs to live. People are attending me with great love, Rebbe Nachman from Tulchin, and others of our comrades. Thank God, I have people to talk to about our holy efforts. And, thank God, we go to the holy Rebbe Nachman's gravesite almost every day. How great are the kindnesses and wonders of God, so we must trust God that he will surely rescue us from them. Then the verse will be fulfilled. They will fight against you, but will not defeat you. Just fortify yourself, be strong, and trust God. He will not abandon you, nor us, and we will be able to talk face to face again soon. Let us be happy and rejoice in his salvation, especially on the coming holy Purim. Do not be afraid, for God is with you. They and 1,000 like them will perish, and not one word of the Rebbe's holy teachings with be nullified. I wrote all this yesterday when I received your letter. It is now Friday, Erev Shabbat, and I was already at the holy gravesite today before daybreak. It was your letter that impelled me to do this, forcing me to go there today and express myself. I took out your letter on purpose to recall what was written there, and I was overcome with weeping. Then, God helped me, and I was able to express myself before him a little. I also read 2 letters before God and before the Rebbe, and it was certainly impossible to keep from crying. Now too, as I write this, though I am somewhat happy, I am still crying as I remember your pain, because I suffer more over your pain and the pain of our comrades than I suffer from my own pain. Yesterday as well, one of our comrades read your letter, and he started weeping too. May the Master of Compassion see our tears, especially those of the righteous Adel, the Rebbe's daughter. May she live, and may he have compassion on us and save us quickly. I have deep trust that God will certainly save us from their hands, and he will likewise rescue anyone who is strong and stands up to his test. As for those who succumb and who promise to cut themselves off from their root, their life and their eternal hope, even though in their hearts they are with us, these people I really feel sorry for because they end up bald on both sides. For until they say lies about us, their capitulation will not be believed or accepted, and they are unwilling to uproot themselves from the truth as much as that, because they are afraid of the day of judgment. The best thing would have been for them to put themselves on the line from the start, and it would have been better for them in this world and the next. But I certainly judge them favorably, and I really do feel for their suffering. All the same, I believe what the Rebbe said, that no one is given a test or barrier that he cannot overcome. Most impediments are really in a person's mind, and the present situation is no exception. Think back on even a tiny fraction of what has been spoken between us, of the marvels that we have seen in his holy books, and of the flashes of godliness and of the Rebbe's greatness that I put into you, with God's help. You will then certainly stand up to the test, or else you will endeavor to flee beforehand, and thus avoid being tested and subjected to abuse, God forbid. This is what Reb Nachman of Tulchin did. He fled from his home, and is staying here. Rebbe of Breslov did likewise. I trust God that they will certainly return safely to their homes, God willing. Nonetheless, you should not flee right away, but only if you see, God forbid, that the situation really demands it. I hope to God, though, that it will not come to this. You must, however, still long and yearn and try with all your power to come here. Salvation is all in God's hands. Even though I wrote earlier that you should not expect to see miracles on demand, the truth is that I see amazing miracles practically every day. For it is not a simple thing that by God's loving kindness we, and especially I, have escaped them thus far. If our mouths were filled with song, so similarly I trust God that He will always rescue us from them, and that our enemies will not overcome us. Without a doubt, God will perform miracles in heaven and on earth, in order to subdue our enemies and rescue us from their hands. Not for our sakes will He do it, but for the sake of the one who is working to plant the vineyard of the house of Israel, to bring fulfillment of the Torah into the world. My meaning in what I wrote above was not to force the issue. One with faith does not rush, but no matter what, He will surely save me and anyone who will stay with us to hail in the Rebbe's name. He will surely rescue us all. Our enemies will not celebrate over us, but rather they who gloat over us will don humiliation and shame. Lovers of our righteousness will exultantly rejoice. I have said enough for those who desire truth. Your desire for my words is so strong that I cannot restrain myself from writing a little more to encourage you and all those who desire truth on the topic of holy boldness. For right now we require it very, very much and must fulfill, be bold like a leopard, to do the will of your Father in heaven. The Torah was given to Israel only because they were bold. The Rebbe also spoke about this very much, and it is discussed in his holy books. It is true that at present it is definitely impossible to really face them with boldness, and to say what we really want, since now is their hour, and, because of our many sins, they are extremely powerful. Nonetheless, even amidst your silence you must still be very bold. The main thing is to be bold at least in your hearts, and not, God forbid, to be embarrassed of yourselves. As the Rebbe said, what do we have to be ashamed of? The whole world was created for us. For even though each person should be embarrassed about his own wrongs, as far as our group is concerned, since we are called after the name of the Rebbe, of blessed memory, we have nothing at all to be ashamed of. This is what we have for all our labor. This is our hope and our comfort. This is our salvation in this world and the next forever. The person who is strong-hearted and who is not ashamed in his heart will have God's help to know how to act properly in his boldness against them, so that he can answer them back peacefully, and yet still pierce their hearts. Thus they will fall before him in their hearts. A person must ask God to help him know how to respond to them properly in order to know what to answer a heretic. With God's help, Monday night, Tisa, 5595, Uman. Warm greetings to my honored friend whom I love as myself, the learned Reb Shmuel Weinberg. May his light shine. We received your letter on Sunday, after the reading of the Megillah, and it gave us great pleasure and joy. It was through your letter that God gave us the additional strength we needed to fortify ourselves and rejoice on Purim, amidst sorrows such as these. God save us. Especially after what happened to us last Motzei Shabbat, the first night of Purim, when a group of scoundrels got together and arrayed themselves against our study hall. They destroyed the door, ripped out 4 windows and broke off the shutters and threw them outside. A few of them have been recovered. They took out the chandeliers and the rest of the smaller lights which had been put away inside the lectern. They destroyed the lectern as well, and removed all these things that night. We immediately informed the leaders of the city about all this, and they were extremely angry at the perpetrators. They all said that we must file a legal complaint with the governor of the city. But we could not do it yesterday, and today his father, may his light shine, sent for the scribes. However, the day passed, and they never came. We know, of course, that everything we need is always attended by great barriers, but still, tomorrow we will try again, with God's help, to file the complaint. We hope to God that it will all turn out for the best, that this very event will cause them a great downfall, and they will not be able to terrorize us anymore. For the moment, though, we are in need of great salvation and mercy. Our many sorrows have surrounded us on all sides, and each one of us is afflicted, as well as the group as a whole. You can imagine our great delight on Purim morning, when I wept out of heartfelt grief and pain. But God's kindnesses never cease, and He gave me the strength to fortify myself in the holy ways that the Rebbe taught until I turned some of the groaning and sighing into happiness and joy. I went with simplicity and said, "Thank God that I didn't break windows in a holy study hall such as this, which is named for our master, teacher, and holy Rebbe." Then I set out to tell his father, may his light shine, what had happened. It was then that I received the aforementioned letters. I was a little afraid to read them. Who could know what was written in them that might, God forbid, taint the joy of Purim for us? But God had compassion on us, and the letters contained news about a few acts of salvation. Thus we gained a little strength through His great kindness, and, thank God, we were very happy indeed for many hours on Holy Purim Day. We danced a great deal, and I too danced a great deal with God's help. Our joy on Purim now is something altogether new, and is a real show of God's salvation for us. That evening we went to the authorities and, as you can understand yourself, Reb Naphtali, may his light shine, and I waited there to speak with them. I have written this account so that you will have a record, and will be able to relate to future generations everything that happened to us this winter, and especially these days of Purim. No doubt, it is all for the best. I was all set to travel home today or tomorrow, but because of the breach that they made in our study hall, I am forced to stay on here a few more days. It looks as if I will be here until after Shabbat. Be sure, therefore, to write me by post and tell me everything new that has happened since you wrote that last letter. Also write me explicitly about the days of Purim that just passed, and whether or not there was, God forbid, any damage done to my house or to the property of any of our companions. Give me a detailed report on everything. Also give me an answer regarding that matter that you are worried about, that the young men, Reb Yosef, the son of R.Y. and Lazer, may he live, who came here last Erev Shabbat, told me that the city official Tomaszewski and his men came looking for me at the house of Reb Yisrael, the son of Itzi Pitcherer. See if you can find a way to ask the governor whether it was done with his knowledge. If it was not, let him warn Tomaszewski and all the minor officials under him to beware of approaching me, God forbid, without his permission, and of harassing me, God forbid. You will understand for yourself how to go about this to my advantage. Write me immediately and tell me clearly with what kind of authority they came looking for me. May God have pity on me and on all our companions in our environs. May He rescue us soon from all our troubles, and may He speedily bring down our enemies beneath us. May I soon be able to return home safely, at the very least after Shabbat. May we merit having our study hall stand on its site and finishing the building completely this year. We must do everything we can to receive the protection of the Tsar. May His Majesty be exalted. The royal law surely does not condone the robberies and murders they are committing against us. Our main hope, though, is only in God. For we have no one to lean on but our Father in heaven. So you from there, and we from here, must call to God and seek Him out. With weeping and with pleas we will come before Him, like a son before his father, like a slave before his master. Whether as sons or as slaves, we must make an effort to beg and petition God very much until He looks down and sees us from heaven. Furthermore, we must strengthen ourselves and bring ourselves to joy every day. This war is not just for one day, even when God helps us escape them, and I am quite confident in the power of the Holy Elder that they will not defeat us. Still, no one can escape impediments, suffering, and battles. May God have compassion, and may it all be with great kindness. It is therefore essential for each person to do what the Rebbe taught us, and to designate an hour or two a day to express himself before God. The rest of the day he should be happy, for joy in God is your fortress. In these times it is especially necessary to practice this. As for all this commotion, it is all meant to repel and drive off the person who does not stand up to the test, and to bring even closer those persons whose hearts have been touched with the point of truth, so that they will strengthen themselves to stand up to the test in everything that has come and that will come upon them. They will be further awakened to follow all the Rebbe's holy teachings, and to receive advice and inspiration from all his holy words as explained in his holy books, particularly in the way that I clarified and explained them to you in all the conversations and discussions that we had, through his great loving kindness and enormous miracles. For the words that passed between us were of no small import. Think carefully and remember well everything that we discussed. The Rebbe already hinted at everything that is happening to us now. Recall how I told you in our discussions beforehand that enormous barriers will inevitably face everyone. Come now and gaze upon the works of God. Who would have believed that Reb Shimshon ben Mordechai would go through everything that he is presently facing? He was the apple of his father's eye, and his father-in-law's as well. Not a single barrier stood in his way, or in the way of any of the young men in Breslov. I talked with them about this so many times that a few of them were inclined to face obstacles. Well, they got what they wanted, and more. May God say enough to their suffering and to ours, and may it all turn into good. May God send salvation, and may I return safely to my home next week. For God's sake, write me a clear response regarding all the above immediately. Do not forget to write the letter to Cherin that I talked to you about. Do it right away, if you have so far been remiss. Do not delay any longer. Tell me of the welfare of my whole family, as well as that of our comrades. Tell me in particular about the righteous Adil. May she live, and about her son and daughter, may they live. Tell them to be sure to send a letter to Kremenchug at once. Peace, life, and great salvation for you and for me, as you and I, your true, eternal friend forever, desire. Writing tearfully, but also a little joyfully, and waiting for God's salvation at all times. I see His miraculous acts of salvation every day, but I await complete and total salvation very, very soon. Greetings to my wife, may she live, to all my family, and to my son, Reb Shachna, may his light shine. I received your letter and was pleased, as I am with all those who have written to me. I thank them for the past, and I request for the future that every single one of them will write me in his own hand, according to the truth and good in his heart, until I am able to return safely home. Greetings to the house of the righteous Adil. May she live, to the house of the Reb, may he live. To all our comrades and to my friends, the illustrious Reb Yoel, the son of R.Y., and Reb Shmuel Zvi, may their lights shine, even though I heard that one of them signed something for the side that is against me. While he certainly acted foolishly, I know that he truly loves me, and my affection for him has not waned. God willing, when I return home, we will talk about it. Greetings too to the illustrious Reb Machiea, may his light shine, and to Reb Litman and his brother Reb Yakel. They too should regret what they did against me. But God is my hope that everything will work out, and that our covenant of love and peace will never be annulled. Be sure to send this letter with a trustworthy person directly to my son, may he live, in Tulchin. For I do not intend to write him this post, and you know that his soul yearns for my words. Therefore, be sure do as my son Reb Yitzchak wishes in this matter. With thanks to God, Friday, Erev Shabbat, Vayikra, 5595, Breslov. Warm greetings to my honored friend, the learned, illustrious, pious, and renowned Reb Naphtali, may his light shine. On the day that I arrived safely home, I immediately wrote your learned honor a letter and sent it with the carriage driver. You surely received it. On Friday, Pekude Reb Shmuel Weinberg also wrote you a letter, though I did not have time to write you myself. As yet, I have not received a single line from you. Is that proper? Please, my dear brother, remember our love. Write me a letter immediately and give me a full report on everything that is happening there, in particular about our cloys. Has there been any kind of legal action against any of them yet? Or have they at least been frightened? At the very least, have they refrained from making another breach into our holy cloys? May God make breach after breach into all those who break into our holy building. May their arms wither, may they fall and never get up. May God awaken His enormous compassion on us, poor and persecuted as we are. May He rescue us from the sword, their mouths, and may He save the poor man from a mighty hand. As for what is taking place here, I cannot describe it to you in detail. I do not need to tell you how they are gnashing their teeth and continually contemplating evils against us, and against me especially, poor, destitute, and relentlessly pursued man that I am, so as to uproot themselves from the world. May God have mercy. But so far His mercy and enormous wonders have helped me and rescued a poor soul such as I from the hand of evildoers. Thanks to the living God, I have been living in my house now for 9 days and no one has yet confronted me, God forbid, to abuse me to my face. Behind my back, though, they abuse me greatly. The influential Jews in the town, those scoundrels, and especially Moshe and P., are daily formulating and conferring about their evil plans to inform on me to the authorities, God forbid, on some false charge. May God nullify their designs and spoil their plans. Upon my arrival, a boot factory was immediately set up in my house. Moshe himself arranged this with the governor and gave him money for it. They were in my house from Thursday to this past Tuesday, Rosh Chodesh Nisan. In His mercy, God had them removed from my house after that Tuesday. Blessed is the one who released me from this as well. My eyes and the eyes of all those who are with us are lifted to God at every moment, waiting for Him to pity us, to ease this strife and to show us a favorable sign. Our enemies will see and be ashamed. I do not have time to go on any longer, but I repeat my request a second and a third time that you write me a letter immediately and give me a full report, especially about the building of the cloys. May God have compassion, and may we be worthy of finishing it this summer. May your learned honor sit in it in peace and quiet, engaging in Torah and prayer. May you hear Kaddish, Kedusha, Barku, and Torah reading there every day, each of them at its proper time, without the suffering and disturbances that you are subject to right now. Salvation is in God's hands. As He has helped thus far to build it to this point, may He add to His kindness and enormous miracles and soon finish it completely. May God finish for us. We do not know what we will do, but our eyes are upon you. In spite of it all, though, praise God, we were a little joyful last Shabbat, despite the disturbance of the bootmakers who were working on Shabbat. Nonetheless, the holiness of Shabbat stands in its place. May the Merciful One let us inherit the day that is entirely Shabbat. Then everybody will see the truth. This is our hope, our life, and our joy in this world and the next, forever. The words of your friend, more attached to you than a brother, wishing you well with love and waiting for your response. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love. Be strong and determined, for God is with us. Do not be afraid. Greetings to my honored uncle, my learned, illustrious friend. May his light shine, and to all the illustrious citizens there who support us. May God repay what you have done and give you full reward, for you have saved many Jewish lives. May God add to His kindness and allow you to rescue us from them and overcome them. Then our enemies will fulfill the verse, one who digs a pit will fall into it. They are just boasting that they will slander me to the authorities, God forbid. But falsehood does not endure. and truth is its own witness. God's plan will stand forever, and He will not abandon His righteous ones. With thanks to God, Saturday night, Tzev, 5595, Breslov. Greetings to my beloved, my dear son Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. Until now, I did not come across a traveler with whom I could send this letter. I received your letter last week through the carrier of this letter, Reb Liebel, son-in-law of Reb Reuven. The past is gone, and at the moment I have no news to tell you, but this I can tell you, and you should view it as new every day. By God's kindness and awesome power of salvation, I reached home safely, and, praise God, I have already spent Shabbat here in Breslov. Who can describe God's mighty acts? Who would believe this news of mine? Remember well all the enormous fears with which our opponents filled us, until many of our friends and comrades gave up hope, as if it were just not possible for me to return home. Come now and gaze upon the deeds of God, awesome downright miracles, this no insignificant event. It is one of the awesome, mighty deeds of our master, teacher, and greatly exalted Rebbe, of sainted, holy, and blessed memory. While they are still gnashing their teeth at us, at me especially, and want to find, God forbid, some false charge to press against me, I trust God and will not be afraid. What can flesh do to me? God gives me courage and strengthens me with holy boldness, which is drawn from the Torah and prayer of God, to pay no attention to any fears, and to return safely to my home. Praise to my God. He will help me and finish for me for the best. He will rescue us from the sword of their mouths. I hope to God that we will see them getting what they wanted us to get, and that the verse will be fulfilled. One who digs a pit will fall into it. God will not abandon His people for the sake of His great name, for God knows the truth, and the truth is one. Thank God, from the day I arrived here until now, God has helped me, and I have spoken a great deal about the holy lessons and conversations of the Rebbe, particularly about the lesson which talks about truth and how it is one. This is the lesson. Rabbi Akiva said, when you arrive at the stone of pure marble, thank God, we spoke about this a great deal last week. Fortunate is the ear that heard. Ashreinu, happy are we to have merited what we have, to know about a holy, true Rebbe such as this. A Rebbe for this world who teaches us lessons such as these, who conveys to us perceptions and knowledge of godliness such as these, wonders such as these. He also is a Rebbe for the world to come. For the essence we will know there, with God's kindness, each person according to how much he suffered and sacrificed in order to come close to the Rebbe's name and to his holy teachings. His holy teachings which guide a person on the true path, which put into him the will to truly fulfill Moshe's Torah of truth, written and oral, and to follow the ways of our ancestors, the true tzaddikim. Indeed, my lots have fallen in pleasant places. Now, my son, fortify yourself and be strong. Do not be daunted or afraid, for the Lord our God goes with us to save us. He will not neglect us or abandon us. The main thing is, do not be ashamed of yourself in front of them. You be as brazen as they are. Do not speak to them about this at all, but rather lead them off into something else. They will understand for themselves that we are laughing at them. With God's help, they will be ashamed and not we. For as far as our holy assembly is concerned, we have nothing at all to be ashamed of in front of them. Our master, teacher, and Rebbe himself even shouted these words, "What do we have to be ashamed of? The world was created for us." We must carefully recall these pure, holy words every day now. I do not have time to go on any longer. Write me a full account of what happened with Reb Shimshon, why he stood up to them in the beginning with holy boldness, and subsequently handed over to them all the books, including the handwritten one that they did not even ask for. Why did he not take pity on himself? He needs this book very much for his eternal goal, even though, after the fact, it will certainly turn out to have been for the best. He has nonetheless behaved foolishly. I know well that his soul is still bound together with ours, but from this you can get a glimpse of this whole evil drama that takes place here under the sun, and how the evil one lies there in ambush to attack a person all the days of his life. And even after he overcomes someone and succeeds in distancing him, he still pushes ahead and lies there waiting to knock him down again and distance him more and more. What can we say? Thank God that he helped us and saved us from errors and foolishness such as this. What can we give back to God for all the favors he has bestowed on us? That we merited to be in the Rebbe's holy portion. I have grabbed onto him and I will not let go. Even when I am old and gray, God, do not abandon me. Warm greetings to all our comrades with a great and mighty love. Just as in times gone by, our covenant of love will never be broken. Great waters could not extinguish our love. Rivers could not wash it away. Were someone to offer all his wealth in exchange for this love, he would be turned away in disdain. Please write me about every single one of them. What has happened with Reb Mordechai, may his light shine, and Reb Yaakov, the son-in-law of Reb Moshe Chaim Daina, his brother Reb Hinech, and Reb Itzi, the son of Reb Avraham Dov, Reb Levi Yaakov, and my nephew Reb Isaac, may their lights shine. I know that even the schoolteacher from Pincheri has not severed the bond of love which joins us, and that the chains of love are still holding Reb Nachman. If we could only gather together and talk again, not for the sake of honor, God forbid. You see the honor that I have from you and how people humiliate and curse themselves to hamper this, but only for the honor of God and his holy Torah, that we will be able to speak about the true, eternal goal. I am depending on God and on the power of the prayers of the Elder of Holiness that all the curses will turn into blessings, and the verse will be fulfilled. An undeserved curse will come home to roost. They will curse and you will be blessed. They will wake up and be ashamed, and your servant will rejoice. Thank God that we have reason to rejoice, more than enough reason. For it is fitting for anyone with a true brain in his head to say about every single word of the Rebbe's holy teachings, if we had come only to hear this, it would have been enough. How much more is this so when two ideas are joined together? How much more so when the discourse spreads out and progresses like a gushing spring, an endlessly flowing river? Who has heard anything such as this? Who has seen things such as these? In particular, there are the amazing and awesome combining and recombining of letters in anagrams and acrostics which the Rebbe employs in his lessons, the like of which has never been heard. Who can praise them? Who can extol them? You yourselves experience a certain remote beauty in these lessons. As for what you do not fathom, you can believe me, inasmuch as God has illumined my eyes to feel part of the splendor and profundity of the Rebbe's Torah lessons, which ascend to the heights of infinity and reach down to the lowest depths. But I also see with my mind's eye, and I believe with complete faith, that I have not started to understand a drop in the ocean of his holy teachings. It is impossible to talk about this at all, because it is something that depends on what each person perceives for himself. But due to the great barriers and persecution which are rising up to obscure the truth entirely, God forbid, I could not restrain myself from relating these few words of mine to my beloved friends. This is enough for those who desire truth and who sincerely think about their ultimate purpose. Upon them my words will trickle like cool water on a weary soul. Fortify yourselves and be strong. Fortify yourselves and be strong. Fortify your hearts and be strong, all you who hope in God. Monday night, Tzizav, 5595. Greetings to my dear son, Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. I received your letter today, and I am certainly very pained by the many hardships you are suffering. But thank God, I have already spoken with you a great deal about how man was born to suffer, how his life is short and full of grief, and how the entire world is replete with anguish and hardships of all kinds. And no one has anything with which to comfort himself except the little good that he is worthy of grabbing in these few evil days of his. For this purpose alone he was created, to toil and suffer for the Torah and devotion. But if he is not worthy, then he suffers and toils for Gehenna, God forbid. This is what the Tana cautioned. Please, do not inherit Gehenna twice. What can I tell you, my dear son, my soul's beloved? I have already spoken about this so much. Just now, too, I was discussing this with Reb Leibel, the son-in-law of Reb Reuven. We have to keep talking about it, though, and remember it every day, despite the fact that anyone with a brain in his head knows it, and wise men in particular. Even the sages of the nations of the world speak a great deal about how the world is full of grief and pain, and how a person's entire life is distress and woe. Since they do not have anything with which they can truly comfort themselves, though, after they finish talking about it, they return to their folly, and pursue only money and the vanities of this world. But thank our God who created us for His honor. He set us apart from those who err. He gave us the Torah of truth and planted eternal life in our midst. With this we can comfort ourselves and make ourselves happy. And even if we are not worthy of fulfilling the Torah as we should, God has already anticipated our ailment and provided us with its cure by allowing us to know about the truth of the exalted holiness of our Master, Teacher, and Rebbe of blessed and sainted memory. He gives us life and lets us be happy on every level and in every situation in the world, as you know, my son. It is said about Him, were it not for the salt, the world could not stand the bitterness. He will console us for our deeds and our sadness. The bearer of this letter is in a hurry, so I cannot write as much as I would like. This will suffice. Remember for yourself everything that goes in conjunction with this and view it as totally new. Give thanks for the past, that He has rescued you and your family. It is all certainly for good. From now on, may God guard you from all evil. May He guard your soul. With thanks to God, Sunday Shemini, 5595, Breslov. Warm greetings to my dear beloved son, the learned Reb Yitzchak, may he live. I received your letter just now along with the containers of wine and the 2 gold pieces from my friend Reb Yaakov, may his light shine. May God send his daughter a complete recovery. May He likewise send your daughter, may she live a complete recovery. For God is good for all the ailments and for all the aches and pains in the world, as you know. We have no one to lean on in anything except our Father in heaven. Particularly in the area of medications, the rule already stands that we should do nothing at all. Whatever treatments people employ are just as likely to do harm and exacerbate the condition as they are to improve it. We must therefore rely only on God, the free healer, the true, trustworthy, and compassionate healer. He has already helped us in this area very much, and sent us and our children, may they live, cures of all kinds for all sorts of ailments, and with no action or intervention on our part at all, as you know. If we had merited to receive this instruction alone from the Rebbe, it would have been enough, for it is a matter of a person's life. But now is not the time for a long discussion of this. My dear beloved son, through all the letters you wrote me this winter to Uman and Kremenchug concerning the many bitter hardships and suffering that we endured this winter, I always found great expansions in them, shows of relief, with which to encourage myself. It would be fitting for you to rejoice over this very much during the holy days of the approaching festival. For with your beautiful letters you inspired me, and you really fulfilled with them the mitzvah, honor your father. May God give you good forever, and may you live for many long years. May He give long lives to all your offspring, lives filled with fear of heaven, that they will merit to truly walk in God's ways forever. How much more did you uplift me now? For even if our suffering and humiliation are presently still very, very great and hard to bear, we nonetheless see His salvation and wonders at all times, that He has not altogether abandoned us. I knew all this already, and now I am seeing it every day. I already assured you that you would soon be praying in any synagogue you like, and now, thank God, salvation has begun to sprout, and they have explicitly agreed to allow you to enter the study hall. It is difficult and bitter to hear that we need to have their agreement on this issue after all the evildoers and sinners that they do not prevent from praying with them. Nonetheless, it is really just the other way around. These are God's mighty acts and wonders. For considering how the antagonism and denunciation against the point of truth has grown so intense that they seek to banish me every day, God forbid. And likewise to banish each and every one of us, God forbid. How great are your deeds, God! Who can express his mighty acts, his wonders, and his salvation? For, thank God, I have already spent 3 Shabbat here, and have gone to the mikveh every day, and thank God, not a single person has assaulted me. Now, they are also allowing you to pray in the study hall. God is our salvation, and our hope that it will all turn into good, and that they will be subordinate and subjugated to us. They will be ashamed and not we, for God's truth is forever. Things are so pressured and hectic that I cannot write very much. It is late in the day, and I must think about the afternoon and evening prayers, and particularly about the mitzvah of destroying the leaven. May God likewise destroy the evil impulse and the leavening in the dough from within us. May he also eradicate, destroy, burn, and uproot all those who hate and persecute us for no reason, or may we be able to destroy the leaven from within them, so that they all return to the truth. This is what I would prefer, as God knows my heart. There is no news here, just that every day they are contriving evil plans for themselves. Chaim Pius, may his name be obliterated, was here for last Shabbat, and today he exclaimed loudly against himself to uproot and banish himself from the world. May God nullify his designs and spoil his plans, and may everything speedily turn into good. You should know that yesterday, by God's enormous miracles, I was worthy of dancing joyfully at the Shabbat morning meal, and, for me, this constitutes a great sprouting of salvation. May God likewise allow all of us, here where you are, and in every place where our comrades are located, to rejoice very much and in great happiness that, in his compassion, he has helped us survive among evil beasts such as these. May he further bestow his kindness and miracles and allow us to survive forever, and to truly walk in the ways of God, the way our master, teacher, and Rebbe taught us. Even when I am old and gray, may he not abandon me, until I declare your strength to the generation, and your might to all who are to come. I forgot to add this at the end of the letter. In Uman, the clois is standing on its site. They have not broken in again, God forbid, as they have been frightened. Nonetheless, there has still been no legal action against them. Reb Avraham and Reb Naphtali, may their lights shine, as it appears from their letter, have already sent the matter on to Kiev. This Reb Avraham Weinberg sent me 3 silver rubles on Erev Shabbat. He is a great friend to us. Reb Moshe Fischel, who is an influential person there, sent a message to the study hall, charging them to stop their harassment and warning them not to do any more damage to the clois. In the end, they will suffer for it, he said. They also called the official in charge of placing soldiers in private homes to be fed, and so forth. And they pressured him to remove the soldier that he spitefully placed in the home of our comrade, Reb Avraham Yitzchak. They were going to add more! We were terribly pained about this, because he is extremely poor. So this Reb Moshe Fischel pressured him until they were forced against their will to remove the soldier from his home. Thank God, who has helped us thus far. In Terchavitza, the machloket is raging very intensely right now. Reb Yitzchak, son-in-law of the Maggid, of sainted memory, has fled from his home, and one of our comrades has received lethal blows. A doctor has gone there to make an inquiry. With God's kindness, this will be a great setback for them, but at the moment we need a lot of compassion. Salvation is in God's hands. I am writing all this after the search for leaven. May God obliterate the evil from our midst, and may he obliterate our enemies and those who oppose the point of truth. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love, especially to my distinguished friend Reb Yaakov, may his light shine. I received the 2 gold pieces, and I have already blessed you that you should enjoy a complete recovery. I am surprised at you, my friend, that you have been remiss about putting your hand to paper in a letter to me. While it is true that you do not know where to begin, failing to write altogether is no answer. I trust God that our covenant of love will never, ever be broken. Great waters could not extinguish our love. Rivers could not wash it away. Be strong, my son. Be strong and take a good, careful look at yourself. Consider your ways and look very closely at what is happening in the world, at this whole evil drama that is taking place under the sun, particularly in these last generations before the coming of Mashiach, when your enemies, God, are scoffing. If you cannot correct the world, you can certainly rescue yourself. Free choice is always granted, and there is no barrier in the world that we cannot break. Do not give sleep to your eyes. Flee, as a deer from its pursuer, and consider your ways carefully. Think about how can you rescue your soul from this world's flood of torrential waters. Is it by ripping up our prayers and holy books, God forbid, or by reading them? Remember and clarify in your mind the difference between these two paths, even if the one who rips and the one who reads are otherwise equal. Certainly we have some idea ourselves as to the difference between them. Beyond this, we ought to believe that there is no one who would tear a single page of these books who would not first commit a great transgression, God save us. And there is no one who would say one of the prayers or look into one of the books who would not have some very wonderful thought of repentance, as you know. The rest you will know about. If you merit in the future to meet with us and to hold on to the love which binds us together in this world and the next, eternally. With thanks to God, Sunday Tazria 5595. My beloved son, I received your letter just now. Thank God, Reb Chaim and his friends have been out of jail now for about 4 hours. This morning they sent after that young scoundrel to try to catch him. His mother implored them on his behalf, thereby allowing him to get away, so they put her in jail instead. She is still sitting there. The inquiry has been submitted, but there is no clear answer yet. They said they would investigate afterwards. Beyond this, there is nothing new to report. It is good to thank God for the past, that in His enormous mercy He has helped us thus far, and to entreat Him very much over the future, that He will bring down our enemies beneath us. As you know, they are still gnashing their teeth. May God destroy the teeth in their mouths. May He subjugate our enemies and break them. May they fall and not get up. Our souls will rejoice in God and celebrate over His salvation. Ashrenu, happy are we to be on the side of truth, the right side. Truly, for this we can really say, Ashrenu. I have no time to go on. It is time for the afternoon prayers. With thanks to God, Friday, Torah Reading Metzorah, 5595, Breslov. Warm greetings to those who love God's Torah. They will not stumble. Greetings to my honored friend whom I love as myself, the learned and illustrious Reb Dov Ber. May his light shine, and to his precious honored sons and all their offspring may they live. And to my honored friend whom I love as myself, the learned and illustrious Reb Zvi Hirsch, may his light shine, and to his precious honored sons and all their offspring may they live. May they all enjoy blessing, life, peace, and all good forever. Amen. May it be His will. I have already sent you 2 letters about our great troubles, and I am extremely surprised that, as if ignoring me, you have not given me the slightest response. You should know, my brothers and friends, that the controversy has not yet abated in the least. They gnash their teeth at us constantly every day, and they contrive and devise evil plans against every one of us, against me especially, to have me banished from here, God forbid, and from all the towns hereabout, God forbid. May God banish them and uproot them, were it not for God who has helped us and performed miracles and wonders for us constantly every day. The main instrument has been the judges. For even though our opponents are paying large bribes and we are penniless, God has pity on us and helps us effect more with a little than they can with a lot. Especially since they all know that truth and right are with us. But even for this little, we have a great many expenses, as you will understand for yourselves. On the accusations alone, we have already paid out a huge sum. Sometimes there are other expenses too, because to get off without paying anything is simply impossible. I have been living here in my house now for 5 weeks and I cannot go outside. If I do, the youths come out and curse and humiliate me with abuse of all sorts. One time they also broke a window in my house, on Chol Hamud Pesach, and I was forced to send to the local governor, who incarcerated the youth. Afterwards, Moshe, the turncoat, who has fallen to complete ruin and destruction, along with the other mitnagdim, succeeded in getting the youth out, and he subsequently returned to abuse me a great deal. Last Shabbat, Shemini, there was a big upheaval here. Young scoundrels entered our study hall, destroyed the door, and abused our comrades. It has already happened many, many times that they come into our study hall and rip up and desecrate our holy books in front of our comrades. This Shabbat, some of our comrades stood up against them and a fistfight ensued. One of the youths ran to his father, who then came with another man, and they proceeded to beat up our comrades. They also went to the local governor, and they came and took away 4 of our dear good companions. They stayed in jail all of Shabbat and Sunday, and there was a tremendous uproar. They also searched my house for Reb Mordecai of Teplik to see if he has a travel document, but they were not satisfied with this, and they subsequently informed on me to this same governor. He then sent investigators with some other government officers to look for me, and they wanted to take me to jail, God forbid. Meanwhile, men, women, and children had surrounded my house, and the whole street around it was filled with people. Were I to describe the humiliation and disgrace that I suffered, you would not believe it. But God still did miracles and wonders. There was no one willing to go to the governor for me. All the rich citizens and property owners are on their side. Though there are some who side with me in their hearts, they are intimidated by my enemy and by the wealthy people here and are afraid to take any steps to rescue me. Eventually, a few paupers and Reb Shmuel Weinberg's wife went to talk to him. At first he closed the door and did not want to admit them, but with God's compassion they pushed and got in, and they pleaded at length with him until his anger subsided a little. Even so, I still had to go to him. There were so many people surrounding my house, though, that there was no path for me to get through. Finally, the officers had to push the crowd away with their sticks and hit them in order to make a path for me to get out. As I was walking amidst such great humiliation, out came that witch Miriam Reitza, may her name be obliterated. She is the daughter of Elka and Moshe Chenkis, and wife of our friend Reb Avraham Ber, may he live, and she has turned into the most intense mitnagd of them all. So out she came and proceeded to insult and abuse me vehemently in public. I subsequently went to see the governor. Because they had appeased him somewhat, he spoke to me a little and let me return home in peace. That shrew also went to the governor and abused me in his presence. This actually worked a little to my benefit, though, since the governor and his wife treated her with contempt and disgraced her for being so insolent as to abuse an old man. She left there humiliated. So you can understand for yourselves the great suffering, upset, and humiliation that all of us have had, especially the righteous Adil, may she live. On this occasion, too, we were forced to put out money in order to placate the governor and to keep him from putting me in jail, as he originally said he would. Later on, after Shabbat, we had to file a complaint. On Sunday, he released our imprisoned companions, who were found to have wounds, and he ordered the doctor to apply dressings. This, too, I do not need to tell you, costs money. Afterwards, the mitnagdim beat another one of our companions, a poor, destitute man, and we had to file yet another complaint. There has not yet been a single investigation or trial as a result of any complaint, but they are nonetheless effective because they serve to frighten them. If it were not for this, they would be killing us in public, God forbid. For, as is known, it is now considered permissible to spill our blood. Later on that Sunday, all the mitnagdim gathered and raised a large sum for wickedness from all their group, and sat down to discuss what to do to me. They agreed on their evil plan and proceeded to bribe the authorities to have the state prosecutor file a complaint against me, stating that it has come to his attention that I am a false prophet, what they call synagogue, that I hold seditious meetings at my house, and other such treacherous testimony. The prosecutor has already submitted a document to the police to this effect, and they wanted the governor and the local area police commander to sign it as well. I do not have to tell you how upset, scared, and distressed we were about this. We were all too overwhelmed and dispirited to do anything. But, in His mercy, God sent word to our friend Reb Shmuel Weinberg and his wife. They spoke at length with the official and succeeded in preventing him from signing the document. They also spoke briefly with another authority, and he withheld his signature as well. Rumor has it that they have not sent the matter to Kamenetz, but we do not know anything definite yet. Our hearts, and my heart in particular, are trembling inside us. Oh, my brothers and friends, let the heavens look down and see if there is any pain, any shame and fear, such as ours. In particular, my life is constantly hanging in the balance. Blessed is the one who gives strength to the weary, who has given me the strength of iron to endure all this. Therefore, my brothers and friends, you can understand for yourselves how critical it is that you send immediately at least the sum that I have written, requesting you several times. I do not need to tell you that, considering the trouble we are in, it is really not much at all. And there is no one coming to help us. All the people with money are against us. All we are left with are poor people and a few property owners. And they also are too afraid of the enemy and the rich to help us. Nonetheless, they have already spent far more than 100 rubles on this business, in addition to what is required to support me, since my enemies have cut off all my sources of livelihood. For besides the fact that they do not give me or any of our companions flour or the wheat supplement for Pesach, Moshe the turncoat makes it his business to ruin the livelihood and sustenance of every one of us. Many pages would not be enough to describe to you what Moshe and all the mitnagdim do to all our comrades every day in connection with their livelihoods. But we are not even looking at this. It is just that they are setting out to inform against me, God forbid, with all kinds of false charges and fabrications, God forbid. May God nullify their designs and foil their plans. So for God's sake, do not hold back any more. Send immediately, without delay, at least the sum I referred to before. No excuses. So that you will not need, God forbid, to send many, many times more than this. And who knows if then it will do any good. Right now there is still hope that we can save ourselves with a minimal expenditure, though it is impossible to get by without paying anything. The horse may stand ready for the day of battle, but salvation is in the hands of God. I am too busy and overwrought to go on any longer. I have confidence in your benevolence, so that even though it may be difficult for you, you will nonetheless fulfill my request without delay. God forbid that you should delay even one day. For the mitnagdim are not silent, and the evildoers roar like the stormy sea. It is impossible to describe the great miracles and wonders that God does for us every day to rescue us from them, but He always employs some small vehicle or event, and money can accomplish anything that is needed, as you will understand for yourselves. There is no need to say any more to wise and generous hearts such as yourselves. For God's sake, do not hold your peace and remain silent. Be sure to pray every day for us, and for me especially, that we be rescued from them. This thing affects all of us. You have no doubt heard what is happening in Terhovitsa. We have just recently heard here that an investigator came to Uman in connection with the break-ins at our cloys. Many of our opponents were imprisoned and were forced to pay a lot of money to be granted bail. We do not yet know any details, though, or whether all this is actually true. In any case, we still need great salvation if we are to succeed against them in court. God have mercy. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love. Especially to my honored learned friend Reb Udel, may his light shine. I do not need to urge you to pray for us very much, since I am sure that you are certainly petitioning for us a great deal. May God hear your prayers and ours. Adil, may she live. All her children, the Rav, may his light shine, and all of our comrades send warm greetings. With thanks to God, Sunday Kiddushim, 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter last week. Reb Ephraim, the son of Reb Naphtali, and Reb Simcha Baruch came here this past Erev Shabbat. The influential Reb Moshe Landau, an in-law of the Otkapshik, also came here this past Erev Shabbat, and is still here. He is eager to help us and wants to meet with me and come to my house. May God have compassion, and may it all be for good. As of now, God has helped us very much. But I had a scare this past Erev Shabbat, when I suffered bitterness and fright, the likes of which I do not think I have felt since this machloket started to rage. My friends outside informed me that my enemies were intending to banish themselves from here on Shabbat. I cannot describe to you all that transpired that day in this regard. They literally killed me and revived me many times that one day. Blessed is he who gives strength to the weary that I endured all this. God helped me, and in pure simplicity I fortified myself with the fact that I was saved from opposing truth such as this, and that I also merited to write down the Rebbe's holy, awesome books of truth. Just then the people I mentioned arrived, and this too inspired me very much. Then I believed and saw with my mind's eye that this was from God. I saw that it was truly miraculous. How great are God's works! How very deep are His thoughts! Reb Nachman of Teplik also came with Reb Ephraim for Shabbat. Thank God, we had a beautiful Shabbat, and they also danced a little. It is good to thank God for having helped us thus far. They had already gone to speak with the Lord Governor and the city officials, and they all swore great oaths that nothing would happen to me. It appears, thank God, they were telling the truth. But what we were really afraid of was the police, whom the informers wanted to incite against us without the sanction of the Garadanchik, who is somewhat unwell. And the police were going to do it. But through God's mercy, they changed their minds. Because they were afraid of the castigation of their superiors, were they to get caught up in a scandal such as this? There were also people from the outside who talked to them and told them they should not do such a thing. But the evildoers, our enemies, intended the worst, and God foiled their plan. So may He foil them, destroy them, uproot, break, and bring them down beneath us, and may the truth be revealed in the world. Be strong, my son. Bring yourself to joy over God's salvation, and pray to Him concerning the future. With thanks to God, Sunday, Kiddushim 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter now, and just this morning I sent you a letter with Reb Motil. I have no doubt that you heard from Reb Motil as well about the scare they gave me last Erev Shabbat. May God have mercy on me and let it atone for my sins and turn out to be a great benefit. At the moment, the matter has quietened down. Thank God who has helped us thus far. The influential Reb Moshe Landau from Uman was at my house today too. I do not have to tell you that he serves our interests and is a thorn in the side of the mitnagdim. May they grind their teeth, and may their hearts melt within them. God rescues the pauper from the man stronger than he. May God pity us and grant us complete salvation soon, so that we will never again be frightened. Let our enemies see and be ashamed. May this month see the fulfillment of the verse, "My enemies will come back and at once be ashamed." I am surprised at you, my dear son, that you did not say anything about our friend Reb Nachman Tulchener. Please let me know soon how he is doing. May God send full recovery to your son, and to my son Nachman may he live. He too was weak this past week. It appears to be related to a severe flu, God save us. He is still a little weak, and he sat in his house at the beginning of the term. May he who creates cures send them complete recovery along with the other sick of Israel. A person can see constantly on every side that there is no such thing as this world at all. As our master, teacher, and Rebbe said, we have absolutely nothing except when God helps us prevail and grab any and all good that we can. Thank God one can see everyday wondrous expansions, shows of relief amidst the suffering. The sprouting of the seeds of salvation are visible at all times. But we still need prayer, and great outpourings of supplications that God will take pity on us and say, "Enough," to our suffering. That He will come back to us, pity us, rescue us, and save us from our enemies and from those who pursue us without cause. You should know, my dear son, that all our comrades accepted upon themselves to fast this Monday, Thursday, and the following Monday. It would be appropriate for all of you to participate with us. Maybe God will answer us and have pity on His great honor. Maybe He will act for the sake of His name and put down our enemies beneath us, so that they will no longer abuse us and the holy, awesome books. Truth will sprout from the ground, and give truth to Jacob will be fulfilled. If not now, when? My heart wails for every single one. My insides tremble. About our times is it said concerning the young, "The stones of holiness are poured out into the streets, and there is no one to gather them home." Even somebody who wants to flee and escape to a house where they cultivate Torah and prayer is chaste and persecuted in all kinds of ways. Who knows what will be in the future? For the evil one has spread himself out far and wide, inside and out. Outside, the sword and the fire of the machloket wreak destruction. God save us. At home, physical desires, bad thoughts and confusion. Financial problems and domestic disputes rise up. There is hardship and pain on every side. Upon whom can we lean? On our Father in heaven. My comfort amidst my destitution is that at least we know about the truth of the true tzaddik and of his holy teachings that give life and revive every single person, no matter where he is. This is what they are gnashing their teeth at and trying to distance people from, God forbid. But God's loving kindness is endless, and His compassion never ceases. In His enormous miracles, He has come to our aid to strengthen, to fortify, and to make us tougher, more so every time, so that we hold on with all our might and with all our senses to the true tzaddik, to His holy teachings, and to His holy name. I have taken shelter in God, and I trust that all of us will merit to be counted among the Rebbe's holy assembly in this world and the next, forever. Ashreinu, fortunate are we. How good is our lot, even after all we are going, though. Still, Ashreinu, the mitnagdim will perish, and 1,000 like them, and not one word of His holy teachings or conversations will be annulled. As long as the breath of life is in us, as long as our souls are in us, we will thank and praise God that we have been worthy of being in the Rebbe's holy portion. Our lots have fallen in pleasant places. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love. Especially to my friend whom I love as myself, the distinguished young man, progeny of a tzaddik, Reb Nachman, the son of Shaya, may he live. May God make me worthy of seeing him face to face. May he merit to walk in the ways of his holy ancestors. May their merit truly protect us, so that he may have eternal good. I need not tell you to give this letter to our true friends to read and then put it away, well out of the reach of outsiders. For no outsider must taste what is sacred. With thanks to God, Sunday, Behar 5595. To my dear beloved son, Reb Yitzchak, may his light shine. Greetings, life and all good in this world and the next. I received your letter. You already know that I cannot go outside, and therefore had no one with whom to send you a response. May God have pity and turn the whole thing into great good for all of us. Those who rise up arrogantly against us will don shame and disgrace, and those who favored the justness of my cause will sing, rejoice, and constantly say, "Let God be exalted." Thank God that He helps me be happy most of the time over that enormous, miraculous, and eternal kindness of His, that I merited to hear the things that I did and to write them down in books, to inform people of His mighty deeds. The truth is that all of you too ought to be rejoicing every day over this, for it is no small matter, it is your eternal life. God forbid that a single word should grow old for you. These words are always flowing, and every single one of them is a well of fresh water, cool water to a weary soul. They are new every moment of every day. They give life to every soul that wants to live, and they revive it with delicacies of every kind. They reveal the greatness of the Creator and the light of His godliness in a way that is simply inexpressible. For each person perceives them in a different way, according to his heart. And beyond all this, they rise up to the infinite heights and reach down to the lowest levels. You have done much, Lord my God. Your miracles and thoughts are for us. The doer of miracles, who has helped me so much thus far, will not abandon me now either. He will help me and save me soon, and He will subjugate our enemies and bring them down beneath us. You, God, who performs wonders for your sake and the sake of the true tzaddik, cut them down literally to the ground. Salvation is in God's hands. Your tremendous yearning for the Shavuot of our awesome and exalted Master, Teacher, and Rebbe, whose truth and holiness shield us each day, particularly when we are gathered together, along with your crying out, are making an impression, with God's help. If we merit it, I will tell you about it face to face, God willing, this coming holy festival of Shavuot. But you, and all of you, need to long and desire very much for the holiness of the true Shavuot, that we will all be able to gather together and to pray to God very much that it be with peace and tranquility, and that you will guard my life from fear of the enemy and the lives of all of us. You must long and desire that we will merit to joyfully speak words of truth which give life to the soul forever, words which emanate from the holy and awesome flowing stream. May He who hears the prayers of every mouth hear our prayer and save us for His name's sake. With thanks to God, Sunday, the 3rd of Sivan, 5595. My dear, beloved son, you have already heard about the great and wondrous act of salvation that God has done for us. You will hear more from the carrier of this letter, our friend Reb Sender. May his light shine. At present, I have nothing new to say, and besides, it is right before prayers. May God help me so that when you arrive safely tomorrow, God willing, I will merit to joyfully tell you about God's salvation. May we merit to see God's salvation more and more, and may the truth be revealed in the world. As God has begun to show His loving kindness, may He likewise finish well for us, quickly, in every way, and in every place that our truly pious and God-fearing comrades, may they live, are located, especially in Uman. Our enemies will see and be ashamed. We will rejoice in God and sing praises to the Holy One of Israel. With thanks to God, Sunday, Torah reading Shalach Lecha 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter with the 2 gold pieces. May God have compassion and quickly send a complete recovery to your daughter. May she live. May she soon regain her full strength. The deliverer of this letter will tell you what has happened here. It is certainly all for the best. As regards the persecution, harassment, and beatings that they have perpetrated against every single one of you in Tulchin, you can understand for yourselves how to conduct yourselves and assert yourselves in their presence. Do not be ashamed or look down on yourselves. Do not be afraid or daunted before them. God is with us to save us. Do not fear them. The deliverer of this letter will tell you everything. I have absolutely no time to go on. Stand up and look at the salvation of God. For just as He has begun to save us, we hope that, with the great power of the Elder of Holiness, He will also finish quickly and grant us complete salvation. Our enemies will see and be ashamed. With thanks to God, Wednesday, Shilach 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter along with the note from Reb Henoch and the 2 gold pieces. At present, there is nothing new to report. You have already heard that Reb Nisan, the son of Reb Kalman, spent 24 hours in jail and was released on Monday. The youths are still pushing ahead with some stone throwing, but they are already quite scared because on Sunday they searched for them and wanted to detain them. Yesterday, Moshe, the turncoat, was at the house of the Rav here, and he cried and pleaded for his life for some time. His mind is as unstable as it has been for some time. but now he is even more confused and is suffering very, very much. May God have pity on him and take away his madness. May he wholeheartedly return to the truth, and may he endeavor to rectify the enormous damage he has done, of which he is a little cognizant even now amidst his madness. May God have compassion on him and on us, to rescue us from our enemies and those who pursue us without cause. May he give truth to Jacob. May God send a full recovery to your daughter. May she live among all the other sick people of Israel. Be careful, my son, now too, to remember the world to come every day, both in general and in all the details of your life. This is an obligation for every person, no matter who, through everything that happens to him. Everything that happens to a person every day is all hints to draw him closer to God, from wherever that person may be. For God contracts himself from absolute infinity into the minutest details. Remember this well, and guard this memory vigilantly each day. Just remembering it is very good. And all the great upset and tempest of this tremendous machloket that has risen up against us is all the result of the envy stirred up against the true tzaddik, who is working to remind the world every day about the world to come. There is no one who speaks about and works for this the way he does. So that since we have at any rate been rescued through God's wondrous kindness from opposing and attacking him, it is incumbent upon us to accustom ourselves to walk in his holy pathways and to remember the world to come every day. There is a lot to say about this, but I do not have the time. Besides, it is impossible in a letter. This will suffice for now for one who desires truth. With thanks to God, Monday, Korach 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter today. But even before that, Reb Isaac, may his light shine, informed me about your youngest daughter's ailment. I am extremely pained over the distress and suffering you are having. Nonetheless, I cannot restrain myself from admonishing you a little, that after so many years you are still crying out bitterly every time something happens to you. I have told you 1,000 times, the world is full of suffering and pain. Our master, teacher, and Rebbe said, as you know, that this world appears to be Gehenna. King David as well cried out, I am ready to suffer, and my pain is continually before me. And there are many other similar statements. It is without a doubt absolutely true that a person must cry out to God in a time of trouble, and also that he should tell a Torah scholar about his pain, so that the scholar can pray for him. In particular, you should tell your father, for who will pity you more than I? But on each occasion, the way you cry out is inappropriate. It is as if, God forbid, the whole world has fallen upon you. As if, God forbid, your sufferings are greater than those of everyone else in the world. It is just not so, my dear son. You have to remember very well every time what the Rebbe said on the verse. In suffering you gave me relief, and in particular to bring yourself to joy all the time, that you have been saved from what you have been saved by not being an opponent, God forbid, of truth such as this. For he is our support and our hope in this world and the next. You must look at what our antagonists will do when they face suffering much worse than yours. What are they going to inspire themselves with? The fact that they break windows, spill blood, and persecute Jewish souls so terribly for no good reason? You must realize, my dear son, that the things I say are not intended to be just words, God forbid. They are meant to be practiced and for a person to save his soul with them, particularly in times of trouble. It is crucially important that a person force himself to find the relief, the positive, amidst all the world's distress and suffering. Because man was born to suffer, as we have already discussed a great deal. I constantly go back and look, and I never find any vitality or hope, any refuge or escape from everything that comes upon a person in this world, except the power of the true tzaddik. If it were not for the salt, the world could not endure the bitterness. How great are the kindnesses and wonders that God has done for us, that we have merited to be saved from opposing true good such as this, who sweetens all the bitterness of the world. He is our support and our hope forever. I do not need to tell you that if you ask me, I would not agree to call the doctor even now. But it is hard to stand up against one's family in this matter and prevent them from calling the doctor. But do not be upset over this. God in His compassion can cure a person even if they do call the doctor, for His miraculous ways are far beyond our grasp. Try to find a way, though, to talk to the doctor with understanding and to persuade him to keep his prescriptions to an absolute minimum. And if, God forbid, he wants to make an incision there, do your best to get him to abandon the idea, for I am absolutely opposed to this. Rather ask him if perhaps he couldn't soften the area with some sort of medicinal treatment. Salvation and compassion are God's. May He quickly send from heaven a complete recovery for your daughter. I am extremely busy because I plan, God willing, to travel to Uman tomorrow. May God give me a safe journey. I do not have time to continue. Fortify yourself, my son, and be strong. Bring yourself to joy any way you can and trust God. He will not abandon us for the sake of His great name. With God's help, Wednesday, Balak 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter just now, and I really feel for the great pain you are having over your daughter. May she live. May God have compassion and from heaven heal her quickly, in spite of the fact that you are using a doctor, all of whom together add up to nothing. Even so, God is good for everything, for all ailments, and for all things. His power to save is great, and we have no one to lean on but Him, that He will act for the sake of His great compassion and for the sake of His true tzaddikim, and save us quickly in all that we need to be saved. Amen. May it be His will. There are many thoughts in a man's heart, but God's plan will be accomplished. Before the prayers today, I began thinking about advancing the marriage until right after Shabbat, and I am seriously considering doing so. However, I have not yet spoken about this with anyone, because I still want to think about it some more. You can imagine how preoccupied I am with this right now, and so I cannot write you much at all. You just do your part and be quick about encouraging our comrades in Tulchin to send me money for the garment for my son. May he live. For it is very likely that the marriage will take place right after Shabbat. It just now occurred to me to have the wedding tomorrow, God willing. I will most likely send a coach for you if it is to be tomorrow. If it is after Shabbat, I will inform you as soon as possible, or by a messenger. May God do what is good and guide me on the path of truth. May He finish matters well for me. You are receiving letters for Odessa. You understand for yourself how to proceed. Salvation is in God's hands. Greetings to all our comrades with a great love, to every one of them according to his own high level. I have a great deal to say to you, but I cannot say it in a letter. In addition, I am extremely preoccupied right now, as my son, may he live, will tell you. Please, come to my aid at a time like this, more than your means allow you, as you can understand yourselves the great need for this. May God open your eyes and fortify your hearts to think very, very carefully about yourselves in this world, and to come up with strategies every day about how to find a way to draw close to God and to His holy Torah, or at least about how to escape from the pit of destruction. May He show you whom to join up with in this passing shadow, so that there will be hope for your ultimate end, and you will not toil for nothing, God forbid. The truth is its own witness, their true eternal friend, speaking for their benefit and their true eternal success. With thanks to God, Friday, Torah reading Balak 5595. May happiness and joy overtake my honored and beloved son, the distinguished Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. The time for song has arrived. Today is my son's chuppah. May he live. I am therefore sending a carriage for you. If your wife, may she live, can come too, so much the better. You, at any rate, should come with your son. May he live. And if another one of our friends wants to come too, even better. May God grant us much happiness, joy, and all good. Let us celebrate and rejoice in His salvation. Regarding the garment for my son, may he live. I have not yet spoken with my son, Reb Shakneh, since I received his letter at night. I am all ready to pray right now, so you do as you wish, and God, who is good, will finish everything well for us, in accordance with His will and the will of those who fear Him. I am beset on all sides by my many cares and concerns. I have, without a doubt, never had such a day in my life, to have to make a wedding for my son. May he live in circumstances such as these, amidst upset, poverty, and straits such as these, with a machleket such as this, and amidst such doubts and uncertainty. All this, in addition to what is in my heart that I cannot express. But the many marvelous expansions and favors to be found in all this are also impossible to express. And the scale of good far outweighs the bad. The greatest of them all is what we have merited to hear about every single detail of all the above. So in spite of it all, Ashrenu, Ashrenu, happy are we. With God's help, Sunday, Torah reading Pinchas 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter and there is nothing special to report. After you left, the celebrating did not continue much longer, only about 2 hours. Thank God, everyone was very happy. As for your yearning for joy, this is very good. Also, where you are now, you should be happy and rejoice in God's salvation. For everything that is happening to us through God's loving kindness and enormous wonders is a matter of no small significance. Anyone who considers everything that has come upon us in recent times will realize that the little joy that we merited now in Breslov was a great miracle indeed. I see with my own eyes that God's loving kindnesses are never ending. Indeed, there is still hope that we will be able to attain total joy, that is, joy from performing the commandments, true Jewish happiness, in this world and the next, forever. With thanks to God, Sunday, Matot and Masai 5595. Peace, life, and all good to my dear, beloved son, the distinguished Reb Yitzchak, may he live. I am going to relate to you, my dear son, a little of what has happened to me since Wednesday of last week, Torah reading Pinchas. But I am warning you, and I ask you, do not become frightened or worried in the least. God is with us. Do not fear them. Last Tuesday, which was the 17th of Tammuz, Reb Shlomo from Brahilev came to my house. He is the father of my son-in-law, Reb Baruch, may his light shine, and he brought with him his son Reb David, whom he married off in Nemirov last week. His brother-in-law, Reb Baruch, also came to my house. I saw that this was the hand of God, and that it would be appropriate for me to host one more Shiva Barachot celebration. As you might have expected, I spoke with my in-law and his son, some of the words of truth that are in my heart. That Wednesday, about 2 hours before the afternoon prayers, as I was talking about the Rebbe's holy teachings with some of the young people, my in-law's son among them, into my house came Reb Shmuel Reinberg, and he appeared rather upset about something. He called me aside and told me that someone had told him in the utmost confidence that an official had been appointed to oversee my case, and he added a few more details. God helped me, and I was not too frightened. I did, however, immediately become quite discomposed, because I had intended to go away on Thursday in any event, and after this news I wanted to hurry things along even more. In addition, I was forced to borrow 9 silver rubles on collateral. I spent 7 of them right away, to mitigate the situation a little, and the rest I spent on traveling expenses. In the meantime, the Reb Shmuel, whom I just mentioned, read my travel document and discovered that it had expired. I was highly uncertain about how to proceed. Meanwhile, the messenger came and brought me your letter. I answered you briefly that I was going to set out early the next morning, since my plan at that time was to travel in the direction of Nemirov and wait either there or somewhere on the way until my travel documents arrived. There are many thoughts in a man's heart, but God's plan will be accomplished. For God arranged events such that I delayed here until today, when my brother Reb Udel brought me a permit. The document, while it had the stamp of the community, had not yet been stamped by the administrator, since he was sleeping when Reb Udel left his house. I therefore had to send Rebbe Nachman of Tolchin on foot to Nemirov for this purpose. And on Thursday, too, he went to Nemirov on the same errand. Late yesterday afternoon, the investigator came to my house inquiring about the printing press. They told him that it has been many years now since I had a press. He left my house in silence, without saying a word. He never even came to the upper room of my house where I was, but stayed down below. The way it looks, there is nothing to worry about, with God's help. So I am now waiting for the travel document, and after that I will be able to go with God's help. I wanted to write a little more, but several matters have since come up. So, my son, you can understand for yourself that everything that is happening where you are and here and in Oman is all really one and the same thing, and all that is happening throughout the entire world is all interlinked and interconnected. God's wonders and thoughts are profoundly deep. So that if indeed we are suffering greatly and they are chasing us from every direction, this in itself is what comforts us in our destitution. For since every one of us sees that wave after wave of troubles are constantly washing over him, one abyss calls to the next. Still, how great are God's kindnesses that he has saved us from being persecutors of sincere, righteous men who every time flee to God, his Torah, and the true tzaddikim. We must rejoice over this very much every day. Happy are we that we are among the pursued and not among the pursuers. That scoundrel Mordecai Shearer, may his name be obliterated, has undoubtedly drowned already in the deep pit of this worldly desires. But this is not enough for him, and he has gone on to ignite himself even further with a fire that will burn him slowly, by raising his hand to strike a man better and more righteous than he. Woe to him! Woe to his soul! Woe! Woe to all those who support him! The truth is that if Reb Itzik were more resolute, he could uproot him by filing a suit against him. After all, the world is not a free-for-all. But while it is extremely hard to take their abuse, insults, and intimidation, what can we do? It is all really for the good. Our transgressions are responsible for all this, and we must accept it as expiation and forgiveness for our sins. For we are certainly not worthy of coming close to a light such as the Rebbe. This is why we have to suffer all this. But God has already helped us very much, and he will continue to help, protect, and save us, so that it will all come with great kindness. God in his compassion will certainly show us a favorable sign, and our enemies will see and be ashamed. In addition to all these troubles, my livelihood is extremely tight, and moreover, I had to borrow money for this whole affair that I described above. I must also take care of everything needed for my son's wedding, may he live. Last Friday I was extremely anxious about all this, but just then God eased things for me. A letter came for me from Reb Zev in Vinitsa, and with it he sent 10 silver rubles. While this is really only a small sum, I saw God's miracles in it, for God's kindness is never ending, and in suffering, he gave me relief. My hope is in him that he will help me, and all of us, and that he will save us in every way that we need to be saved, body, soul, and financially, physically, and spiritually. Fortify yourself mightily, my son. See and understand well how a person is pursued every moment, especially anyone who wants to draw near to holiness. We have nothing but the few points of good that we grab every day through some crying out, some prayer, some study, some good wish, longing or yearning, or some mitzvah that we are worthy of performing, some charity or act of kindness. A person has nothing but the present day, today, if you will listen to his voice. Do not say, when I will have leisure I will study. Perhaps you will never have leisure. Especially since we already know that the desire itself is very good, that the main thing is desire. I do not have time to continue, but I intend to write you another letter before I leave here. May the Master of Compassion have compassion on us, and may we be worthy to give each other good news from now on. With thanks to God, Sunday, Vatican 5595. To my dear beloved son, peace, life, and all good. I just now received your letter. For the moment I have nothing to say, as you will probably be here next Shabbat, God willing, and then we will talk face to face. At the moment, speech must be restrained, as in, I fell silent, mute. We must fulfill, let him put his mouth into the dust, maybe there is hope. Maybe. If you write me 1,000 times about the intense bitterness of your heart, I know that I have already endured bitterness thousands upon thousands of times greater. May God have mercy from now on. As for the rest of our comrades, practically all of them will need to endure what they will. As I have seen, and I see it now always until this very day, all the bitterness, sorrow, and suffering that come upon each person, every moment of every day, are all rooted in the destruction of the Holy Temple. For there is the essence of holiness, the main rectification of everything. From the time that the house of our life, our house of holiness, our house of splendor was destroyed, each day is worse than the previous. What can we say? What can we utter? Then there is each individual's own personal destroyed temple, i.e. the temple of wisdom and understanding. Who will stand up for us? We have no one to lean on but God's great compassion, elicited through the power of the true tzaddikim, who are constantly drawing forth new compassion. With this we have the hope that we need not, God forbid, despair of crying out and screaming, particularly during these bitter days. If only our heads were filled with water, and our eyes were a well of tears, so that we could pour out our prayers like water before God, until He consoles us and saves us from now on, with true consolation and salvation forever. With God's help, Sunday Torah reading Vayechanan 5595. My dear beloved son, I just now received your letter, and there is nothing new to report. We have not done anything yet, because we simply have no idea what to do. Many are rising up against us, and we have no one to lean on but our Father in heaven. Still, we will probably attempt to take some action in this matter, whatever God in His enormous compassion guides us to do. For one must receive the counsel of what to do from God, through His great compassion and loving kindness. Salvation comes from God. We are presently in a time of very great suffering, and these days of Bin HaMetzarim, the 3 weeks from the 17th of Tammuz to the 9th of Av, are in any case a time of distress for Israel. Right now, the only vitality I have comes through the holy teaching of, "In suffering you gave me relief." For amidst the sweep of pain and sorrow, I see awesome gifts of relief every day. This is beside the fact that my hope is in God, that He will soon rescue me from these straits entirely. He will certainly not abandon me, or any of us, and everything is definitely for our good in this world and the next, forever. The news you gave me about that money is also an incredible relief and help at such a time. How great are God's kindnesses! They are never-ending. His compassion never ceases. How I hope to God that everything will be all right, with God's help. At the moment, though, we need salvation and very great mercy. My friend, Reb Itzaleh from Heisen, stayed here over Shabbat. God helped us. And yesterday, Shabbat, we spoke many words of truth that arouse and fortify the heart very much. To be tenacious and adamant in all one's good points. To grab everything we are able while in this world. And to remember that we have nothing in the world except the unification of God's blessed name every day. For the unification of God's name encompasses all the other devotions that a person accomplishes every day according to his level. Belief in God includes everything and is the foundation of everything. Time rushes by in a flash. No matter what we do, it keeps on passing. The days of our lives are pure vanity. In the end, we will have nothing but the holy faith that we merited through God's mercy to receive face-to-face from the true tzaddik of the generation, the holy faith that our holy ancestors planted in our midst long ago. Therefore, even now, happy are we. How good is our lot. Reb Feivel was certainly right every time when he proudly intoned, "Happy are we." Now, too, we need to inspire ourselves with this, so that we will have strength to recite the Kino with all our hearts, and so that each one of us can break his heart as he should over his own individual share in the destruction of the temple, and over the sufferings of the Jewish people as a whole and individually. May God pity us, and may we merit to be among the mourners over Jerusalem and thereby to see its joy, and may we constantly see the sprouting of the seeds of salvation. May He show us a favorable sign. Let our enemies see and be ashamed. May they fall and not get up. Our souls will rejoice in God and His salvation. Let all our bones say, God, who is like you? You rescue the poor man from one stronger than he. The words of your father, sighing, downcast, and speaking with a very broken heart. But nonetheless, I truly do encourage myself with all I said above, to adamantly fortify myself and to wait for God's speedy salvation. Warm greetings to all our comrades with a great and mighty love. Fortify your hearts determinedly, all you who hope in God. It is a time of trouble for Jacob, and he will be rescued from it. From it, indeed, because through the trouble itself, great salvation will come. With amazing loving kindness, the trouble will turn into great relief through the power of the Elder of Holiness. Thank God, we have someone to rely on. There is hope that our end will be a good one in this world and the next forever. With thanks to God, Wednesday, Ekev 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter on Sunday with the 18 gold coins. I was delighted to hear how well you are doing. Now you can see the miracles of God, that it is just now, when I traveled despite such difficulties, that things are taking a turn for the better. Look and understand the ways of God. Impediments do not even exist. And when a person is determined and breaks all the barriers regardless of what might happen to him, all the impediments become help and salvation. Be strong, my son. Be strong. You should be rejoicing over the Shabbat that you merited to be with me, because, thank God, you had a very large share in all the good that took place then. May God fortify your heart and the hearts of all our comrades to walk the straight and true path. May we merit the wisdom to choose at all times the path that is really and truly the straight one, in accordance with God's will and the will of those who fear Him. May we merit to fulfill. Let us search out our ways, examine them, and repent. And likewise may we fulfill. Let us raise up our hearts in our hands to God in heaven. Both of these verses in accordance with all that we talked about last Shabbat. May God allow us to know what He wants, and truly to do it always, all the days of our lives. Amen. The words of your father. With thanks to God, Monday, Torah reading, Re 5595. My dear, beloved son, I received a letter from you yesterday, as well as one last week through Reb Yehoshua. I was quite pleased by them, and by yesterday's letter in particular. I am sure you heard the same thing that we heard here, that God forbid, the official has received the answer that I must, God forbid, leave here and go to Nemirov. Numerous false rumors are also circulating, and I am quite frightened. But by God's loving kindness, I strengthen and encourage myself very much through the use of our methods. Thank God, even if this does happen, at least it does not put me in danger. My hope is in God that, even if I do, God forbid, have to live in Nemirov for a while, I will certainly return safely home. At the moment, though, the anticipation and waiting are difficult, since people are saying that tomorrow or Wednesday the verdict will be released, God forbid. May God have compassion and save us in His kindness, and may everything turn into good. May the Almighty give us compassion. May He who said enough to His world say enough to our troubles. Have pity on us, God. We have had our fill of disgrace. I ask you, my dear son, apple of my eye, do not be afraid or anxious. Just pray to God about this. Take it from me and act wisely. Use this opportunity to force yourself all the more to express yourself before your Creator and Protector. We have no strategies and no tricks. All we have is prayer, supplications, crying out and screaming to God. And God has great power to save. At the same time, you will also have the chance to express before God everything else in your heart. Everything that happens to us, especially this and every year, is all great hints which force each one of us, wherever he may be, to draw closer to God. The main thing is that from now on, none of us should be remiss about placing his supplication and prayer before God every day, no matter who he is. He must not let his thoughts upset him, nor must he become discouraged by his urges, his confused state of mind, and all his distractions. Rather, he must fortify himself in all the ways we have spoken about so much, and especially with the teaching of Azamra. For this holy and extremely awesome pathway must be new for each person every day. By putting this teaching into practice, every person can inspire himself constantly wherever he may be, and can express himself before God very much, or at least a little. And this is the foundation and essence of everything. Now stand up and look to God's salvation. I hope to God that in his great kindness he will soon save us for the sake of his name. He will rescue me and all of us from the hands of our haters and pursuers. He will put down our enemies beneath us, and everything will turn into good soon. Extend my greetings to all our comrades with a great love. With thanks to God, Saturday night, Shoftim 5595. My dear beloved son, I received your letter on Friday, along with the letter from Reb Chaim. You should know now that on Friday I was again summoned to the official. He showed me that he had transcribed my declaration from my letter into his language, and he read out his version to me. I also called Reb Chaim, who read it to me as well, and it accurately reflects what I wrote. May God have compassion, and may it all turn out for the best. It does not appear right now as though any answer at all has come from Kamenetz. Thank God I spent Shabbat here. May God give me salvation, and may I continue to live here as long as I wish, through God's great loving kindness. Now, though, we must pray to elicit salvation and compassion, so that the verdict will be in my favor, and I will be found completely innocent in the trial, just as I am, in truth, completely guiltless in this matter. The whole thing is just slander and lies. May my enemies stumble and fall. May they be ashamed and completely confounded. Salvation is all in God's hands. This same official told me himself that all this has to be sent to Kamenetz, to the state prosecutor, and that afterwards there will be another investigation. In the meantime, we have a respite, during which we can use all this to draw close to God and to pray before him. For we have nobody to flee to but God. The days of the great trial and judgment of Rosh Hashanah are rapidly approaching, and we have already blessed the arrival of Rosh Chodesh of Elul. This is the trial we must shudder in fear of, for it pertains to our eternal lives, and it is impossible to bribe with money or appease with words. All the fear that I am presently experiencing over this trial of mine is in order for me to remember and not to forget the fear of the judgment of Rosh Hashanah, and, even more so, the day of the great and awesome final judgment. We must elevate all our worries and fears and not be afraid or daunted by anything but God. We have to know and believe that all the anxiety and fears that come upon a person, especially the kind that we have right now, are meant to remind us to tremble and shake in fear of God. For when a person remembers the fear of God, even though each person knows in his heart that he is far from being innocent, he can immediately rejoice and be truly alive. For the fear of God increases one's days, and fear of God gives life. The perfection of the right kind of fear is that a person's great fear leads him to joy, as is written, "Rejoice with trembling." And this is effected by the power of the true tzedek. For when we begin to be scared and tremble over how much we have done wrong, we immediately encourage ourselves and bring ourselves to joy that we rely on a great and awesome power such as this. What is more, we ourselves have also merited to grab every day many points of good with which to encourage ourselves. In this way, a person can achieve clarity of thought in order to grow all he can in every way possible. He can daily renew and strengthen his desire and yearning for holiness. And, through the power of speech, he can bring these desires from potential to actual. We truly can say, happy are we, that we know about all this and much, much more. We will never be ashamed after knowing about truth such as this. We must always remember what the Rebbe said. What do we have to be ashamed of? I cannot write any more. With God's help, Sunday, Shoftim, Breslov, 5595. My dear beloved son, I sent you a long letter this morning. Afterwards, the order came from the police that I must leave here for Nemirov. It was only with difficulty that I managed to get permission to remain here a few more days, as Rebbe Nachman of Tolchin, the carrier of this letter, will tell you. At the moment, I have to encourage myself with the teaching, "In suffering you gave me relief," with the gifts of relief contained within the suffering itself. A person can live a true life in Nemirov too. God is my hope that I will soon return here. Beyond this, you can understand for yourself how busy and preoccupied I am right now. I cannot go on at all. With thanks to God, Monday, Tetsei, Nemirov, 5595. Warm greetings to my beloved son, the apple of my eye, Reb Yitzchak. May his light shine. I have no news to tell you. You know everything that is happening in Breslov better than I do, and the bearer of this letter, Reb Nachman of Tolchin, will tell you what is happening here in Nemirov. Know this today, and place it upon your heart. The Lord is God, in Breslov and in Nemirov. His rulership is everywhere. Everything they have done to me is all for the good, thank God. And while I can remotely comprehend only a tiny fraction of this, I believe that the rest is all for the good in this world and the next, forever. My brother Reb Yudel came at night from Breslov, and he told me about the enormous, bitter, and treacherous informing taking place there, as they turn themselves over to the deepest pit of hell. By God's loving kindness, I was not frightened by it. To the contrary, thank God, I celebrate, rejoice, and exult over our portion and our lot. Now we ought to be saying, "Happy are we, 1,000, 10,000 times a day." Our mouths should never stop saying, "Happy are we," that we know about this true tzaddik, who enables us to feel a little of the sweetness of that praise, what it means to be able to say, "Happy are we." All of Israel, and we among them, say it every day, but how few are they who notice it, and who feel the sweet loveliness of the words they are pronouncing with their mouths. Praise God who had compassion on us in his great and marvelous loving kindness, so that we are not opponents, and we have drawn a little close to the point of truth, which allows us to summon our strength and to rejoice in the eternal goal. And most important is the holy belief in God and in the true tzaddikim. Happy are we, how good is our portion, that we have merited to escape opponents of truth such as this, and to be in his portion and his lot forever. This is our share, this is our comfort in every hardship. This is our salvation and our hope, in this world and the next, eternally. Now I must certainly put forth many prayers and supplications, and converse very much with my Creator concerning our enormous hardships and the grave danger we are facing. But more than this, we must strengthen ourselves to trust God, to wait for salvation, and to rejoice in our mighty hope. For thank God, we have someone to lean on, and God will certainly not abandon us for the sake of his great name. Even when I am old and gray, God, do not abandon me, until I declare your strength to the generation and your might to all who are to come. Your righteousness, God, reaches to the heavens. With thanks to God, Sunday, Nitzavim, Nemirov, 5595. My beloved son and apple of my eye. The carrier of this letter, Reb Nachman Tolchener, will tell you how busy I am right now. But my love for you and your desire for my letters compel me to write you at least these few lines. Fortify yourself, my son, and be strong. Trust God. He will not abandon us. We have to review every day and remember what the Rebbe wrote on the verse, "In suffering you gave me relief." From this I draw all my vitality right now. The enormous favors that I find amidst our tremendous suffering are what give me the life and inner strength not to despair of praying, crying out, supplicating, and waiting for his salvation at all times. God will surely help us and save us for the sake of his great name, through the power of the Elder of Holiness, upon whom we lean in this world and the next. The words of your father, extremely busy and waiting for salvation.